Hey, LJ.
Yeah, but
Yeah, so I had a little time to look over the Revelations 21 9. It starts right there when it talks about the 12 gates. Yeah, it clearly says the nations that were saved. Yeah, but this is another case of just I'm gonna give them. I'm gonna give some of them a benefit of doubt to say that they're just doing catechisms at this point, right? Go to this verse. See Israel numbers names on the gate. See, so now go back to Isaiah. Ezekiel 40. See, that's a problem. Yeah, at that point, they're just not reading the next verse because it clearly says the nations that are saved. When you go to verse 21, 22, the latter verses, it clearly says that. So, that's a miss that's not necessary.
well, you know that they're only going to read the verses that they need or that they need in order to prove what they think that they're going to prove. So
Yeah, and that's why it's kind of hard to have a serious discussion with some of them because when you got to decide, or if you're trying to determine, is this person reading something and missing it, or is this person just not reading anything else other than what they see, which is confirmation bias, or this person reading it and just can't understand what they're reading? Like when you got to think of those options, that's a bad thing. Like that's a bad thing, man. And I'm telling you, bro, I haven't had this problem when I debate with pretty much anybody until I get to the Bible. Because when I debate like the vaccine, it's simple. I show them, they see it, they apologize and they go away. Or other things. I just show it, they look at it, all right, now go away. This right here, I mean, I can't determine if they're just slow or they're just disingenuous. They see it, but then they act like they don't see it. Or
cognitive dissidence, simple as that.
yeah, but
They don't
but
want to see it.
I don't think that because I ask people certain questions, and again, the way I look at it as this is an exam for a reading comprehension test. Your teacher asks you a question, or somebody's taking stats, right? We all live in different countries, and they're taking stats of literacy, right, and illiteracy. So if they ask you a question, you answer it wrong, and you're a certain race or a certain sex, certain age, you're going to go into that stat as that age, that sex, that race as stupid. Right. So sometimes we just got to document people as what it is, all right, what we're experiencing, and then let them make a case for themselves to prove that that's not the case. But if somebody, uh, if you read something plain and you ask them to like, okay, so what do you get? And they get something totally opposite. At that point, you got to file away what you experienced, right? And that is this person missed it, and this person they missed it. Something so plain like that, probably they have a comprehension issue here, and I'm satisfied with that. Because I'll say cognitive dissonance, they'll say, "No, I'm not. No, I'm not doing that." I'll say the disingenuous, "I'm not doing that." Then, brother, the last option is you're just slow. I'm trying to give you a way out, and you're saying no. So the third option is you're just slow. Like I now gotta ask you to prove your diploma or some type of certificate. At that point, peace. So we got Meech, True Meech. We got Hold on one second. Let me make sure it says True Meech. Hold on one second. Let me make yeah LJ. So I'm gonna put the burden of proof on them. Like they got to prove they're not slow, and by proving they're not slow, let's read it because they read it, they agree. right? And you know how I work my magic when I do the virgin birth. I work my magic. They're green and green and green until they either figure out where I'm going or I get there. And then all of a sudden, wait a minute, brother, just read it again. Or, okay. So you agreed A, B, and C, and now we at D, and now you're saying it's not. But the other three are true, and this follows that same pattern, and this one is just not. Sure. Man.
And that's where people just start panicking. Like, oh no, my worldview or whatever I hold right now, it's about to change,
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm coaching two Israelites. I got two. I'm coaching to get on the right path. I'm like, listen, bro, I'm not going to take away your Israel, you a gatekeeper status, right? Where the Gentiles got to come to you. You can have that, but this is the message you should be teaching them, right? Or bringing to them, not that. And that's what I'm trying to coach these two dudes. And I'm making progress, but they're really knee deep in that racist doctrine. They're knee deep. I can make progress with certain things, but once I touch on white people, bro, I just trigger something. Esau. Yeah, they get.
And I don't even know how they get that Esau is a white man when we see David we see David and Solomon described in the same way.
Yeah, look, the reason why the white man has got to be the Esau is because of the prophecies regarding Esau, and so it needs to be because they see that destruction, and that's the only way that they can destroy the white man in the biblical sense. So that they need the white man to be Esau in that way.
But the way, it just nothing lines up. It's like, dude, y'all were just better off with the Roman thing, y'all just better off with that in the New Testament. So True Meech, the brother I'm coaching, and I'm working with him, and I got two brothers. One dude is knee deep. He's listening, he's learning from me, and he definitely hold me high esteem over everybody in his camp. So he takes me serious, and he holds my interpretation above everybody in his camp. That's a good thing, except when I get to Esau. That's when, I had to cuss him out, man. I lost it on.
Well, I feel like with Esau, you got to get the specific details. Okay, what makes Esau the white man? I think you start there, and then you start to show other similarities in the scripture where other people are described this way, and then you just pose that question. And then, of course, and what did he say? Oh, there's a white ruddy and a black ruddy, right?
No, he didn't even go there. What he did was he showed me a chart of red. Like different shades of red, right? I don't know what that was even about.
I bet he showed you the red heifer.
No, he just showed me different. He just showed me different red charts of red. That's all. And then I'm like, bro, listen, man, I don't care what you're showing me. There's a Hebrew word for red. All right.
It doesn't give that whole chart. It doesn't give any specifics. It's just red.
Right, exactly. So that's why I said, bro, kick that chart out the window. I said, bro, it's giving me bro, the English is the translation. Let's not lose focus here. The Hebrew is the actual color of Esau. Okay. Yep. That color is the same as David.
Yep.
Okay, we're not getting around that. So
and similarly, it might be the same color as Adam, because Adam comes from it comes from the word that's red. And it basically might be explaining the color of the earth at the beginning.
Wait, let me see, because LJ said the same thing. Hold on. So let me get there.
Yeah, I remember looking that up. It might be in Strong's.
Yeah, it's in Genesis 2:7. You go to it. The Adam, if you go to like the root word of that, it just means reddish white. It's white,
Okay,
whitish, reddish.
So, hey, True Meech, I made an error last time I talked to you. Remember, I said different lexicons. I got confused on there's a Hebrew lexicon and there's a Greek lexicon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I wasn't. Yeah. So when I said, oh, it's not changing. It's one for Hebrew. It's one for Greek.
Yeah,
Right.
they got all these different names. I try to keep up with them.
Yeah. The child D is that I think that's a Strong's definition and something like that. And then, but the Hebrew got it, and it made sense to me. I said, yeah, that's right. Why the hell would a Greek want me describing Hebrew if it's Greek?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that makes sense. That makes sense. All right, so
Oh.
I'm over here at Genesis 2 and 7. What
Right.
word am I looking for?
Dust. Apar.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I got it.
Strong's H 6083. Afar. Afar.
Oh yeah, so I'm over here, as I said before, I'm learning Greek. And if anybody knows me, when I'm on something, I don't stop until I'm successful. So I expect to be able to read the entire New Testament in Greek. So when the Hebrews be like, so I prefer the King James translation. What you want? What do you prefer? I'm say Septuagint.
Well, be careful. So just remember, with the Septuagint, you had it translated by Jews who spoke Greek, but they put in a lot of their own interpretation of
Yeah,
what certain
I heard
Hebrew
about that.
words. Yeah.
So this is why I
only
have
use
the
it for,
This is why I have this now. I have the Vaticanicus. Wait,
yeah, the Vatican. Yeah,
Vaticanus. Vaticanus. There we go. Vaticanus. Right. So,
Mhm.
I'm trying to. So now I realized, and this is a different. LG, I was trying to tell you. I was trying to tell you, bro. The other Greek and it's Greek, two different languages, bro.
Hey, LJ, how do you feel about the Vaticanus?
I reject the Septuagint as being authoritative. I don't accept it at all. I don't believe that it overrides the Masoretic text. Because
I hold that completely. I only use it from the standpoint to understand how they understood certain words to be in like certain prophecies. So it's
I
not
don't
like,
even
oh, yeah.
believe that the actual translation as the story actually even took place. I believe that it was a fictitious. It's based on a fictitious letter, the letter of Aristeas, which is actually it's pseudo, and I don't. Yeah. So, but that's a long discussion. But I reject the Septuagint as authoritative. So I reject Vaticanus.
Well, so isn't when you look at Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, aren't those two of the main manuscripts that go into the Westcott and Hort?
Yeah, so like so when it comes to the modern versions, I think that Vaticanus makes like 90% of it, and then Sinaiticus makes about 8%, and then the other manuscripts make up the rest. So it's almost entirely based on the authority of Vaticanus.
Yeah, it's mainly, what do they call them? The old uncials or whatever it's called?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The two great big uncials, which are Sinaiticus and Vaticanus. Then there is Alexandrinus as well. And what they normally look for is
what they say the oldest, the most precise, what they say.
If Sinaiticus and Vaticanus disagree, then they'll look to Alexandrinus to see which one that agrees with.
Mm-hmm.
But then the
rules that they made, they didn't always stick by them. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. But then they normally go with Vaticanus reading anyway.
Yeah, no, that's true. I've seen that a lot, even though it strays from even what, like, the church fathers, when they quoted just straight scripture. One of the things that really almost gets past me is the fact that when you look at Mark 16, the ending, you can see more than 10 early church fathers quoting it word for word.
Yeah,
And they say, oh, it's not in there.
well, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus are the only two manuscripts we've got over 1,600 manuscripts. Those are the only two which don't contain those last 12 verses.
Mm.
And you've got, like you say, you've got numerous church fathers that existed that wrote long time before Vaticanus and Sinaiticus existed. That quoted it. It's in the Latin. It's just everywhere, and people still like question whether it's authoritative or not. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
because they always want to
And-
look for the oldest is the best. But one of the things that interests me is Diocletian and the persecution that came with him and how he burned all the books. Dean Burgeon has somewhat of a theory. He says, okay, if these survive, that would basically mean that these were not in great use in that time, that these weren't the ones that they were going to.
Yeah, yeah. But even these two manuscripts at that place at 16:8, Vaticanus has got a blank space there. It's got the space for it. It's just not filled. And the same with Sinaiticus. Sinaiticus, that at this portion of the Bible, it's not even the original Sinaiticus. It's on a replacement sheet. Those pages which include Sinaiticus. So while it's not in Sinaiticus, the pages of that particular portion are not the original pages. They've been replaced.
Yeah, I don't think we don't really have any original autographs.
Oh no, yeah, we don't have any autographs at all. But no, just in this manuscript itself, in Sinaiticus, the pages are not original to that manuscript in that.
So the way they date them, it could be inaccurate.
Yeah, so those 4 pages which make up these the leaf in this book, that somebody has replaced them at some point, and then they've rewritten the I don't know if I can possibly show actually what page, what are you on there? Is that Vaticanus? Swazi, I'm biased.
Wait, what is you looking for?
Was that is that Vaticanus or Sinaiticus?
This is by I think it's the Vaticanus one. Yeah, Vaticanus.
Yeah, because are you able to find Mark 16 on there? Because you'll find that you'll see the blank space.
Well, the only way you're gonna find Mark 6. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Wait, it'll be right at the end.
It's gonna be 16 right here.
No, it'll be at the end. It's 16.
It's the very last. It'll be the very last page.
Oh, the 16th chapter you're talking about?
Yeah, Mark 16. Yeah, the
Okay.
actual.
All right, got you. Wait,
last page of Mark.
Okay, cool. I hope I'm still in Mark. I mean, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know where I'm at right now, because maybe I'm out of Mark. Yeah, I'm probably in. Wait, it says I'm in Mark still.
No, you're in Mark.
Here we go.
Yeah. Just blank pages. Yeah.
No, it's go up, because those are black. Those will be blank pages there, because that'd be the change of another book. That'd be change of a book. It'd be that top one, just above the black.
Yeah,
just above that brown.
Okay,
brown one.
Yeah. All the
Over
way
to the right hand side. There you go. That's the one.
Okay.
All right. So it finishes at 16:8, but then it's got all that space, and somebody's left it. You see.
Gotcha.
I see some text. It's something faded right here.
Yeah, they put white out on it. Oh man.
It's called a memorial space. It means that the scribe was aware of the other reading, but chose to leave it out.
Yeah, that's interesting.
He's left the space there for it to be included.
Mm,
So even the two manuscripts that don't include it include the fact that they show the evidence that it was known at that time and a long time before. So even the two manuscripts that don't include those verses, you know, they just show the evidence for it. There's so much evidence for Mark 16, 9
Yeah.
through 20. It's how people can. I don't even know why people are rejecting that.
Yeah, it's that oldest manuscript. They can't understand all that stuff because they think oldest is best, and they're not aware of history, textual criticism, and all those things attached.
So many
Yeah.
manuscripts are much older than I say loads of manuscripts. We haven't got loads of manuscripts, but we've got plenty of manuscripts that are older than these now.
Yeah. And what's interesting is I've actually I want to do more research, but the cursives, I heard that the cursives are unanimous, and even if something's in the cursives and not in the old uncials, they'll still reject it. So I don't know if you've done any research on the cursives, but that's something I'm going to look at next.
No, I can't say that I have.
Yeah, there's an app you guys can get on your phone. It's literally called Greek Manuscripts, and it'll show you the whole list, and sometimes they have a picture of it. It'll take you to a website. I think it's pretty, nice little resource.
It's called what? What's it called again?
I think it's just called Greek Manuscripts. Let me find it. Yeah, it's called NOBTSMSS, or if you just type in Greek Manuscripts. So NOBTS MSS, like space MSS. Oh, it's an app. It's an app for your phone. My bad.
I got it.
Yeah.
All right. I forgot this damn Vaticanus was the New Testament. I'm over here looking for the Matthews. I'm way down here somewhere. And it just dawned on me just now, like, hold up, Matthew's in the beginning. All right,
Yeah.
so right here, there's no doubt that this right here, wait, let me show you. I'm having trouble finding Jesus' name, but I found everybody else. He's the only name I can't find. But there's no doubt that this right here, there's zero doubt. Let me just draw it. There's zero doubt that this name right here is Mary. That's Mary. All right.
Mm-hmm.
She's here too. Okay. And it's funny because my suspicion was correct. Because I studied Spanish, and I said I felt like Greek was next to Spanish, but I didn't really know. And when I studied it, oh yeah, it is. This P right here is an R. That's Maria. Literally, Maria.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that P is R. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's different. So there's like
similar to Spanish, big time.
There's like 5 different Marys or 4, and there's a different way to spell them in the Greek.
What verse
that'll
is
actually.
That? Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Some letters got 2 different ways. I mean, like I wrote it down, forgot. But yeah, you really, and then look, notice that this Greek right here it's a mixture between uppercase and lowercase, and that's a huge problem from an English speaking person or anybody who don't speak Greek, because the M doesn't look like the uppercase M doesn't look like the lowercase M. So you got to memorize how it looks. You all messed up in here. Now this must be Zerubbabel right here.
I'm biased.
Yeah.
You're looking. I forgot that you're looking in You're looking in Vaticanus for Jesus, aren't you?
Yeah, I can't find
because you'll find it. It'll be in nomina sacra.
Who?
It'll be in nomina sacra. Go and find. Go and look for Matthew 1:16.
It's here. It's right here.
Right. So let's find Mary.
Okay, it's Mary's twice. She's right here.
Where is she twice in Matthew
Yeah,
1:16?
she's right there. And well, I don't know if it's the same verse, but she's here. She's here.
Right.
She's
So
here,
go back to the first one.
right here.
Right. Okay. So now what you'll need to do is you need to find the nomina sacra.
Who?
So they used to write the sacred names, they would shorten them to in nomina sacra. Let me
What's that?
I'll show you
What letter would it start with?
the nomina sacra for Jesus.
Is it here? Is it still with a J? Because this would be it right here, if that's the
No,
case. No, because I think this is Joseph.
I'll post you it in the so it's like either an O with a line through it and Y, or it'll be an I and a Y.
Yeah, but don't forget, it's a mixture of uppercase and lowercase. So, brother, you got to know both. Or this was confusing because I thought it was all caps, but it wasn't. I'm like, oh, you got some lowercase stuff in here.
Right. Show me Mary again, and I'll try and find you.
All right, so she's
first
right
one.
here.
First
And look,
one.
also, so she's at the bottom of my screen. Also, I noticed that the begot is this right here. So there's no doubt that this right here is begot. That's begot. This is begot. And you can see it all to the left. This is Isaac, by the way. This is Abraham. And this is Jacob. So we know Jacob is over here then. This is Jacob begets. And this must be Joseph right here.
There it is. There, I think I can see it. Right. Where you see Joseph.
Right there on the last rectangle I got underneath Jacob on the right side. There's three columns. On the third column, under IAK, that's Jacob. Under that is Joseph.
Right. Okay.
You don't speak Greek.
There you go. There it is.
All right,
There
so
it is.
where's
Look,
Jesus?
Find Mary.
So Mary is right here. Hold on, let me draw Mary. Put a little rectangle around
Yeah.
Mary. She's right here.
1, 2.
So I think Jesus will be under her though.
No, 3 lines up.
1, 2, right here.
Yeah, that XY. The IY there. See the XY there.
That's Jesus.
So the IY, that'll be the Jesus.
Wait, which one? Where it says X, Y, I, Y?
Next to that XY, so it'd be the IY.
It's just I, Y only.
Yeah, in that it'll be I think.
But it's just 2 characters. That's it. 2 letters.
Yeah, that's what nomina sacra is. It's let me make sure that I've got the right one. Nomina sacra for Jesus.
Yeah, because you would have to see it twice because he's mentioned again.
They would write it now. Jesus. Maybe XP. Oh, why can I not remember this?
Shit, I didn't even do that. Oh my god. Darn, this thing is oh god.
LJ, this is why you got to keep flashcards around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I write everything down. Yeah, so
Yeah, me too. It
here,
still don't stick though.
This is Abraham right here. Where my point is that this is Abraham. This is Isaac. So it says Abraham, this ER looking thing, that's begot Isaac. It says Isaac begot. Then we got Jacob right here. Jacob begot, and I believe somewhere over here, this has got to be Judas. This is Judas right here. I think this is Judas. But
so Lord is I know Lord is KC.
This is Jacob right here. Oh, okay, I like it. That's Jacob, and I believe this is Joseph.
Right, Jesus is IC. That's the one. IC. Which one is?
So Mary's right here.
Right. So Jesus will be written with an IC with a line over the top.
The line over what?
Over the top of the I and C.
It's right here then. Is that it?
No, because that's INC.
Ain't that what you just said?
No, just IC.
Okay.
I don't think so. I think that is the IY up there. It's written in Nomonosakura on. There's no question it'd be written in Nomonosakura. I can't read Greek, but
Well, this ain't the regular Greek though. That's like right now. So if you study regular Greek, you still can't read it.
but it will be written in Nomonosakura.
Because we all know that if you go here, the begot here is totally different. That's why I sent you guys a screenshot. You see, the begot here is look like EYE, and you see the begot here is a whole different ball game. Is EE?
I think it might be different from Texas Receptus though.
Okay.
I'm gonna check. Yeah, 'cause you gotta remember this is the manuscripts we're looking at.
But bro, everywhere you try to Google Greek, it's gonna be text. I was in Googling Greek. It all shows Texas Receptus Greek
Yeah.
all over the net.
Mhm. It'll never say Westcott and Hort.
What's that?
Westcott and Hort is the other. So you have two different Greek texts, basically, which are a collection of different manuscripts. The Texas Receptus is what the King James Version is translated from, but the Westcott and Hort is what literally every single other Bible, including the New King James, is translated from.
How you spell it?
West, like West, and then Cot, same word, COTT.
That's why I
And
asked
then,
you the NA28 unbiased, because the NA28 is basically the modern that is the Westcott and Hort, basically what the modern
Okay,
version.
so I'm looking at the wrong Greek. All right, so it's called Westcott. What? I got
Westcott and Hort. You just want to look at, this is the false manuscript. This is the one I don't believe in. I don't hold to.
Okay, I see it. Yeah, but does it use the old Greek? That's what I care about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's I'm looking at. I'm trying to measure. I'm using the wrong Greek.
Right. If you go to the Bible Hub, it'll give you the Westcott and Hort text.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they've taken out what 6,500 Greek words and amended so many others from the Texas Receptus.
So just go to any New Testament verse. Right. Doesn't matter which one you go to, because if we're just looking at New Testament at the moment, if you want to Matthew. All right. So yeah, 116. Right. So if you just go to the Greek, just press Greek.
Wait, just think in my way. The Zoom control me in my way. I can't see. Okay, here we go.
All right, now scroll down. Just keep going down.
Yeah, but the begot's the same.
Yeah, no, you're not. This isn't what I'm showing you. The Westcott and Hort. It's right. That is at the bottom. Right. Okay. There. All right. So that's the Greek text. So you've got the Westcott and Hort, 1981. The second one down there. That is the Greek text written out in the Westcott and Hort.
Yeah, but all these are similar. None of these are like the what I was looking at. There's no Y looking thing at all over here for begot. See?
Yeah, there is. It's just it's not uppercase. It's a gamma, so it's gonna be the G. But yeah, it's in there.
And then if you go, you can the text which most modern versions are based on at the moment is that NA27 UBS 4. Well, it's now the NA28 UBS 5, because it's been updated, which is almost exactly the same as the Westcott and Hort text. And then you've got the Stephanus Textus Receptus 1550, which is very, very similar to the text which the King James Version is based on. But you want to get yourself an NA28, and that gives you all the variants of the manuscripts as well. Then
NA20. What's that? An NA28. What is
so
that?
that's the actual Greek, the book of the Greek text that the modern versions are based on. It's the New Testament.
Oh, so like modern NIV, NET, NLT, all those.
Yeah, they're all based on that text. But if you got the book, if you got the physical book, it gives you, so you can look at a verse and it will give you, like, where there's a textual variant, it will give you the variant, and then it will give you all of the manuscripts that read one way and all the manuscripts that read the other way.
Oh, and what's this book called, LJ?
So it's the Nestle Aland 28. So it's just NA28 edition. They're actually working on a 29th. I think it might be coming out this year, but it should be a blue book.
I'm gonna look at it on Amazon. Oh, no, it's not the Novum Testamentum. Oh wait, no, it is.
Yeah, the Novum Testamentum. Yeah, but
Okay. Yeah.
it's just the Nestle Aland 28 edition.
Dang, it's $50 to rent it. Man, some of these books be killing me.
Just to rent?
Oh,
God damn. Yeah, you better
Yeah.
screen record. You better screen
don't do
record.
that.
Damn, just to rent.
That's ridiculous.
That's crazy. I've seen way more expensive books. Have you heard of what is his name? Louis Ginsburg?
No, not me. I never. LJ?
No, I haven't.
He's part of the JPS translation committee, and he has this 5-volume set of books for like the Hebrew manuscripts and different collections of things. Each book is $255, and it's in a 5-volume set.
Damn.
That thing is expensive.
LJ, this for you right here, LJ. You should this video right here where it says, "Can I understand ancient Greek if I learn modern Greek?" Yeah, that's the one I watched. You see, when the red thing is all at the end, that means you watch all of it. And this is a Greek teacher. This is her channel. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no, you don't learn modern Greek just because there are a lot of differences. I would just honestly just grab a book that teaches you biblical Greek.
Biblical Greek. Let me type that in there.
Yeah, William Mounts has a good one. I just got this new one. It's called Koine Greek. It lays out stuff pretty easily where you can just kind of research as you're going along. Let me see the author.
Give me 2 minutes. I'll come back and I'll post the link to the Nestle Aland online free that you can, because I've got it on my other computer. I've got it on my other computer, but I just go to my computer rather than my laptop. It's free. You can get it free online. If you don't want the book, you can, and you don't want to pay $50 to rent it off of Amazon.
Okay, cool. Wait, Kate. So, what is Koine Greek?
Koine Greek. You had different dialects of Greek. Koine Greek was the Greek that Koine means common, so it was the common Greek that was spoken by everyone. So if you got Puerto Rican Spanish, Dominican, all these different ones, but then you have a common Spanish that everyone knows. That's what Koine Greek was.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I got you. Yeah. So the common Spanish will be Latin, Latin Spanish, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Then you got Spain Spanish. What's this? Okay, wait. He got a book right here. What is this book? Basics of Biblical Greek. What's this about?
Yeah, that's the one I got. It's, William Mounts, I think.
You got this?
You should learn Greek. I mean, I'm not kidding. You should totally learn how to do this, and I promise you, You can. It's not as hard. People have horror stories of how hard Greek is. I tell you, you can totally do this. So
I can tell. It's so far. It looks easier than Spanish. So far,
Yeah.
what I'm learning so far, it looks a little easier than Spanish because it's not. It's not like the vowels in Spanish is way more than Greek. So I mean, not vowels. I'm sorry, not vowels. The letters, and all of the letters in Spanish is way more than Greek.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
just
it's so
posted it into the chat.
okay.
So you can. That's it online. You can read it online for free.
Where? Okay, hold up. Let me look at the
I
chat.
posted it into the chat.
Where's my chat? Oh yeah, that's over there somewhere.
Yeah, LJ, there's this or not LJ, I'm sorry, Ron. There's this channel on YouTube. It's called Master Biblical Languages. He'll give you some good resources. I actually like listening to him every now and again.
I don't see your link, LJ.
No?
Wait, and what chat? The Zoom?
Oh yeah,
chat?
no, it's in our chat. It's in the chat
Okay.
on Zoom.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, on the Zoom chat. Sorry.
I see trickery. All right. So you said the channel is called Mastering.
It's Master Biblical Language.
Let me stop that. Master Biblical Language.
Oh yeah, no, this is nice. Yeah, I'm about to save this in my favorites.
Yeah, don't pay $50 for it.
I need the book version. I think it's like $60 to own. I need the book because I like the book version because I'm looking at a screen all day and it helps my eyes adjust.
Yeah, I much prefer the book version, and I like being able to go through it. I've got a 20.
For me is I always had problems reading from a computer. You know, I really can't do it. I thought it's just I thought because I'm just older. I thought that was why, but because I ain't conformed like maybe younger people. But if y'all seeing it, then yeah, it ain't just me.
Yeah. No, I like it too because I just like pulling out a few different books, looking at things, and being able to go back and be like, oh, it's right here, and having to navigate through a computer and find it.
One thing I'm gonna check because I don't know if it does it.
Yeah, it's this guy. It's this guy, Ron.
Yeah. So what you think I should look at?
He's got a bunch of stuff on here. He's got the one that I like though is his Greek, learning biblical Greek. He gives you like 6 different books, and he'll give you a reason why you should get 2 or 3 of them together, because some of them will go over certain things that others won't. But that's just something for your own. But honestly, if you just want the basics, I would get either William Mount's Basics of Biblical Greek or Reading Koine Greek by Rodney J. Decker. Those are good resources.
Right.
And because it can all get really difficult real fast, but you just want to build basic building blocks. So most of them will serve a purpose.
Yeah, for me, I already know I won't have. I mean, I expect it to be a rough ride, but
Lecture.
For the most part, I'm going to overcome those obstacles because when I'm obsessed with something, I'm usually going to accomplish my goal.
Yeah, and I feel like the easiest part is understanding the parts of speech. The hardest part is one, context, if you're just straight reading Greek, and also remembering the inflections that how the words can change.
Oh yeah. That part. Yeah, because I was you got declination or declin. Yeah, she was breaking that down earlier.
Yeah, the declensions, first, second, and third.
Right.
Yeah, but then you got variations where the root word changes. Certain letters in the root word changes, or it changes because of this rule.
Yeah, in Spanish, we got stem cell. I think it's called stem cell changes. Yeah, it can get So for example, tener, tener means to have, and if I want to say I have, I say tengo. but then it's a stem changing. So it's DNA for everybody else. It's TIENE. And then it goes back in the plural we. It goes back to 10 amos. But yeah, I'm with you, True Meech. It gets tricky, and you have to memorize those roles. And the only way you're gonna memorize those rules are if you're passionate. If you're not passionate, then you're not gonna remember those rules. You're not gonna remember.
Yeah, and Spanish is almost, I would say, it's like a two-dimensional language compared to English, but Greek is like almost like a four-dimensional language where you could have who the action is directed to and who it's coming from.
Yeah, I read that today. It could say the cat eats the mouse, and it say the mouse eats the cat, and that still just means the cat eat the mouse. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, listen, man. And look, my goal earlier was to study Spanish and then slangify it, slang it, no different than what Latin America did with Spanish, slang it to their customs. So I was gonna do that with Spanish. I was gonna slang Spanish where Americans can, pretty much, so we ain't gotta roll the R. We ain't gotta do none of that. We could just say rough, right? But hey, it might be Greek. I slang.
Yeah.
It might be Greek instead. And I think it might be Greek. If I could, that's assuming if I can be close to fluent. I will do it because there's a lot of rules like the G, all that type of stuff. And it's wrong in that area to use the G like a G. I get it. But when it's slang, you can use the Greek how you want. Especially if it's convenient to the people you're teaching.
And if your sole audience is mainly Hebrew Israelites, you only really have to stick to Textus Receptus because they're not, I'm pretty sure they won't even know what that is, but they're only going to stick to that if they stick to anything because they only read King James.
Right. All right. I got you. Yeah. So it don't make any sense to do anything else because for them. Because they're gonna
you don't got to look at Vaticanus. Yeah,
that's not here.
Look at all that.
No, it says this. Yeah. I already, bro, man. So
I was looking. So I got something similar to what LJ sent us, where it's called "Unholy Hands on the Bible," and it shows you the true difference between a lot of these different versions. And we were in Matthew 1:25. At the end, it says, until she bore the son of her, the firstborn, and called his name Jesus. The firstborn isn't in, or that word prototokon, it's not in the Westcott and Hort text. So that's just one difference from what we were just looking at.
Okay.
Yeah, but they don't care about it. They're like, oh, we hold to Textus Receptus, or we hold to King James, whatever.
When they say that they're Textus Receptus, you need to ask them which Textus Receptus they're using as well, man.
Yeah, and what's the most common one? Because honestly, I literally just use the one that they sell now. It's by J.P. Green.
Yeah. So what you'll probably find is that your Textus Receptus is a back translation. So it'd be based on Scrivener. It'd be based on Scrivener, who backdated in 1800 and something. He backdated the King James version into Greek, and that became the King. So you will not find, because they did not release the Greek, the Textus Receptus that the King James version is based on, the actual Greek. So the King James version. So it's the Textus Receptus. I don't want to, like, if you already know the story, I don't, please excuse me for just stating. So Erasmus started the Textus Receptus. So Erasmus did 5 versions of the Textus Receptus, and he updated it each time. Then Stephanus took over, and he wrote, I think it was 7 or 9 versions of it, updates, and then Bede took over, and Beze took over, and he did another 7 versions of that. Now the King James version almost identical to the very last version of Bize, but it's not
Mm.
quite. There's about 20 differences.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
there are, because Erasmus in his first two editions didn't include 1 John 5:7, but in the
Yeah.
third
Mhm.
edition he included it, and then it stayed in the text.
Yeah, I hear there's a small argument for 1 John 5 and 7, but it's
Oh,
not too strong.
yeah, not. Oh, what for the inclusion of it?
Yeah.
No, there's. It's the only verse in the Bible that I would say I wasn't 100%. No, I'm convinced that it is scripture, but if somebody didn't use it, it wouldn't bother me, and I wouldn't argue over it, because there is more evidence that it wasn't.
Yeah, than it was. Yeah, yeah. So I never really go there when speaking about anything around that subject.
Included. Actually, a lot we read in modern text scholars, because is my internet going? Because they don't actually present the full evidence for it.
Mm.
So the evidence is a lot more. In fact, actually, not Josephus. Jerome wrote that and at his time, when he included it in the Vulgate, and he said that he checked ancient Greek manuscripts. Now that was ancient in 381 AD. So, and
Yeah. I
he
remember
included
reading
it.
about Jerome. Yeah.
He included it, and he also wrote that untrustworthy scribes were removing this part of the text because it didn't fit with their theology.
Mm.
So there is more evidence for 1 John 5:7 than is normally stated, but yeah, it's definitely highly contentious. 1 John 5:7.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But Mark 16:9 through 20 is not.
Yeah, no, not at all. That's there.
That's anybody that's not using that is people like, even big scholars like James White say they wouldn't preach from Mark 16:9 through 20 because it's not scripture. And I'm like,
Yeah, I like him sometimes, but then he goes off. I'm not gonna lie. And he
yeah,
does hold to Westcott and Hort.
he does, yeah. And he is he's very I like he's very self-righteous. He thinks that he knows everything.
And that would seem to be the case, yeah, when he speaks about certain things.
Yeah, he cannot be proven wrong, and he thinks he knows every single thing about every single thing when it comes to the Bible. He will not accept that sometimes he doesn't really know what he's talking about. He is very, very well studied man. There's no question about it. But,
Oh yeah.
He is wrong on certain things, and he is so adamant, and he will defend his arguments against Mark 16:9 through 20 are ridiculous.
Oh, I've actually never looked at that. See, I've only seen him in debates. I really like him in debates. And when he did a dialogue with what's his name? Elder Rakah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's who Ron was looking at. And I don't know, did you see that dialogue, LJ?
Yeah,
I didn't watch it myself just yet. I got it on save though.
yeah, I've watched it. In fact, I've watched the two that they had.
Yeah. Both of them are freaking hilarious. I wish the dude actually knew how to argue and understand like the manuscripts and stuff like that, because that could have been a decent conversation. Yeah.
It could have been. It wasn't, but it could have been.
Yeah, because all James White did, he was like, you don't even know the manuscripts, and like, okay, that's cool, but there's no real argument presented there, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah. Whew.
Let me see. Um,
Yeah, hey Ron, did you tell LJ what's his name said to you, Arya, about that one book that he had?
True Merch.
Yeah.
I've just posted you. So Jeff, that's a debate of James White versus James Riddle on Mark 16:9. James Riddle is he's Textus Receptus. He's very, very well studied as well. Jeff Riddle. That's a debate between James White and Jeff. Jeff absolutely tears him apart in that debate.
What was the question, Meech? What was your question, Meech? Was it for me, the question? Hello? Everybody on mute?
I'm here.
Where did Meech go?
No idea. He's not on mute.
Oh,
He's
no,
gone.
it's signal. So, but what question he had for me?
I didn't hear what question he had.
Okay. Yeah, but he had a debate with an Israelite that wouldn't let him talk either, and then lied to him and said be a part two. And told
Yeah,
him,
you told me about that. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
look, but they told him he had to go. Like, okay, brother, all right, man, the time is up. Take care. So he got off, and they invited their friend on to talk about him, like for another hour. Like what? So they said they had no time for. They said they had no time for to finish it, but they invited another guy there to finish it without him. That was hilarious. Okay. So yeah, he's logging back in now. All right, he's joining in twice. He's logging in twice. He might have an echo. All right,
I got kicked out.
what was your question for me?
Did you tell LJ about what Arya said about that one book that he had?
All right, who's Arya?
I don't know if that's his name. It's the dude from Sakari. You said you had actually I just watched it.
Oh yeah. About the book that costs thousands of
Yeah.
This book,
Dude,
only
I
Michael
was
Jordan
laughing.
could afford it.
I was like, what book? I'm like, that book's only like $100.
This book, only Michael Jordan can afford it. You sure you want it?
No, that is a good book though to get if you can. I think there might be a PDF version.
Yeah. We got the link, the free version where you can borrow up to an hour.
Yeah, because most of them will use Thayer's, BDAG. Yeah, probably either one of those two or Strong's.
Yeah, well, the Strongs have a disclaimer on it, and that's what look. So True Meech, when they debated you, they kicked you off and then debated without you, right?
Yeah.
So the guy I debated with the $1,000 book, when he finally premiered it, he edited and added stuff in there, bro.
Wow.
He added in like the Strongs, like proving further how the Strongs isn't, there's a disclaimer there that it's not designed to replace a lexicon. But that was never my argument. My argument was like, what makes your book the authority? Because there's a Thayer's right below Strong's. So why would you go to a physical copy for some other guy when you could just read the Thayer's right below Strong's? If your argument was about Strong's ain't that reliable, then read the Thayer's. Why would you go to a physical book?
Mm-hmm.
So but anyway, he inserted that in the debate. Then guess what? Then in the premiere, he pauses our debate at the end of it, debate somebody else, kick them off, and then continue my debate. Like what the? the hell is that?
Hey man, they just like arguments, man. That's like that's weird.
Hey, bro, but when you can talk 15 minutes, a debate is seen as, at the very least, equal time or maybe a little bit, a 40, 60, 40 split, not a 90-10 split. Like, come on, bro.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
Did
he's
you,
like, hold on, you take a quick break, take a quick rest. Let me get this dude a couple punches, and then
did you see the debate that I just posted for you, True Match?
Oh yeah. I don't know if you heard me before, but yeah, I started watching it and I never finished it, but I'm gonna finish it because
Yeah.
it seemed like a good debate.
Who was it?
Yeah, Jeff Riddle absolutely destroys him in that. James White on that literally destroys him. So Jeff Riddle's he's Textus Receptus. He's a decent guy. He knows what he's talking about. So he destroys him on that. But he will not back down at all, James White. He just stays. He's as bad as the Hebrew Israelites.
I haven't even checked my phone. I'm sure I got about 10 guys waiting to debate. Hey, look, I didn't check my phone all day on purpose, not all day, since this morning, because I didn't want to be tempted to debate somebody. So I said, listen, I'm not gonna check my phone. I'm just gonna study. That's it. But tomorrow, big name. His name is big on Sunday TV. Really big. Everybody knows his name.
Oh, Garfield?
No. So what I'm not gonna do is the name, because people on my channel been like going back to these other guys and telling on me.
Oh.
Yeah. But look, there's only like A, B, and C who could have actually done it. So it's not like it's a whole bunch of people, because you got people who comes on a panel and talk, but they really are upset with me, but still come around. It's like, so they are the people that can only have done something like that.
Oh, this is something you got going on tomorrow?
Well, I could have had it going on today. Yeah, so it's whenever I want to do it. This person doesn't know what he's walking into. He thinks he's walking into just a Bible chat with a bunch of Christians. He has no idea who's waiting for him. So this is gonna be a Mike Tyson punch, okay?
What's the topic? Virgin birth?
Of course, because
okay.
I want to get him out of there. I just want to get him out of there. I don't want to, because this guy, if he knew who I was, he'll never debate me straight up. He just wouldn't do it. So I gotta just get him out of there.
Yeah, I was watching the last one you had with I think the dude was from Sakari. He wasn't anybody big, but he got frustrated.
He
got frustrated quick. Yeah.
When they pissed me off, at first I try to catpaw them with recent things I found. I try test it out on these guys. But when they piss me off, man, that's when I go to I say, listen, okay, go to Matthew's 1. They piss me off. If I ever arrested Matthew's 1, that's because I'm pissed off.
I like how you broke down when he went to I think it was John 6 or 7.
Oh yeah, 642.
Okay.
Yep, 642.
Yeah. Like how could they have known that the angel came and talked to him?
Right. It's just stupid stuff. Like, yo, y'all really thought this was a big point?
That it was declared among everybody. But yeah, no, that makes sense, especially when he told Peter, flesh and blood hasn't revealed it to you.
Right. Only the Heavenly Father could have told you this. So there's no way somebody else would have known. And look, True Meech, they never argue back when I explain how they could have never known. They never say no, but it's never a rebuttal. Like they accept it. They'd be like, okay, all right. If it's a secret, why the hell would the public know? And then they would know he's actually the son of God. He ain't got to say, oh, okay, I got something for y'all. Yo, did y'all know, be honest, did y'all know when Jesus called himself the Son of Man, that whole time he was calling himself the Son of God?
You asking us?
Yes, when he called himself the Son of Man, he was calling, it was understood to everybody, especially like the leaders of Israel, it was understood that he was calling himself the Son of God.
I didn't know that.
He's referring to himself as that from the prophecy in Daniel.
Okay, what does it say?
So that's the Son of Man. It comes from Daniel, which is talking about the Messiah.
Yeah,
So-
right.
so when-
It's Psalms talk about it, about put his enemies under his footstool. So True Meech, when Jesus was calling himself the Son of Man, when I got to the Pharisees and Sadducees, they understood that he was saying that everybody will be subjected to him, his rule.
Mm-hmm.
So then when they finally asked him, do you call yourself the Son of Man? He actually said, yes, I am.
Yep.
And they said, okay, we don't need any more witnesses. He said it. Yep. So
that's when he was before the high priest, right? That's what you're talking about?
This is when he was on the cross. I think I'm not sure. Don't get me wrong.
I don't think they ever asked him if he's the Son of Man. They said, "Are you the Son of God?" And he says,
Yeah. You know what?
He says, "You say I am." And he was like, "What more proof do we need?" You know, look at what he just said.
Hold on, I got one for you. Hold up, let me get it.
Yeah, no, he says, "And you will see the Son of Man coming in the clouds." That is the prophecy of Daniel 7 of Daniel.
Yeah, 7:13.
Yeah.
7:13.
Okay, so hold on. Let me get you this. I got 84 pages with it. What can I? Son of Man. Oh shit! What the?
There's certain things I'm still curious about. I haven't dug into, and Son of Man was next on my list. I've been looking at Law and Law of Moses recently.
Yeah. All right. Okay. We're here. Okay. So if you take, so you guys are reading it from, okay, so LJ, what book was that you read that from? Where he said, what you said he said was, no. It was True Meech. What book you read that from when Jesus said that about himself being the Son of God? What book was that?
Ooh, let me find it.
I guarantee you, well, I'm going to take one out that it wasn't. It wasn't Luke. I know that.
I think it was probably Matthew.
Oh, no, you're actually right.
Oh, no. Wait, it was Luke.
Yeah, no, you're actually right.
Yeah, no, it was Luke.
Yeah, no, you're actually right. He said, they asked him, he said, hereafter the Son of Man shall sit on the right hand of the power of God.
Hmm.
And then they said, then they all said, are you the Son of God? And he said unto them, you're right, True Meech. He said, you say that I am.
Mm-hmm. Out of your own mouth, you just admitted it.
Right. Right. So I felt that was deep. So anyway, so when you're right. It's Daniel 7:13. There's also Psalms 110:1, where it says, a psalm of David, the Lord said unto my Lord, sit thou on my right hand, and I will make thy enemies thy footstool. So that and Daniel 7:13 are the cross references of that 22:69 Luke.
I guarantee there's more, because there's a lot of language where the Son is sitting on the right hand of the Father, but those are the main ones, most likely.
Yeah, so I realized, like I told LJ, I realized that every last word in the Bible means something. There's nothing to be looked over. Like as it's just there doing nothing. Everything is there for a reason. Every last word from Genesis to Revelations, every last word is there for a reason. And this is really a cold book.
Yeah. Well, cold in what sense?
Meaning that you gotta really define and research every word you read, you come across.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree.
It's not there just for no reason. It's there for a reason.
Like each word has a history, and even a lot of Greek words are deeply rooted in philosophy. So like for instance, John 3:16, for God so loved the world, that word world and the
Right,
inflection is
right.
cosmon,
Yep.
but it was cosmos. And I tried to lay this out to the one dude, he didn't really understand it, but cosmos basically came from Stoicism. A man named Zeno founded it in a sense. And he basically said the world, the whole universe was a living, breathing entity, and it was called the cosmos. And something gave life to the cosmos, and this was pneuma and per, or spirit and fire. So when John said that Jesus would baptize with Holy Ghost and fire, that was pneuma and per. He was going to give life to the cosmos.
So now, they say, you know, the argument, Romans 1:3, it says concerning the son of Jesus, you know, concerning his son, Jesus Christ. I always stop them and say, whose son? They be like, God. I'm like, yes, he's always talking about God's son, right? They be like, me from the seed of David. So then I'll say, what does that mean to you? I'll say, listen, go to Galatians 4:4. And somehow they think these verses work for them. Galatians 4. And that shit, I ain't gonna lie, it pissed me off. I'm like, yo, hold on, how we're opposing each other, we're using the same verses, and you think it works for you. Like, dude, I'm gonna show it works for me. So Galatians 4:4. Again, it says God sent his look, because their argument is, no, it's a family structure. I'm like, yeah, go to Galatians 4:4. God sent forth his son, made of a woman. Bro, you got the father, the son, the mother. That sounds like a family. That sounds like a nuclear family to me.
But then their route that they go is made under the law. How is someone made under the law?
Got it.
And they don't understand what that means.
No,
it was
they
in the
think-
sense that, yeah.
Yeah, they think that means that born under that they're it's done by a man and a woman. That's how they understand that, is in the law, like man and wife.
Mhm.
So right. So what I say is, brother, what law is that? I say, read me that law. So, and then I read them the actual law. Now watch this. Look at the angle I take. All right. I tried with the last guy because I'm like, oh, sometimes you really just got cross reference, right? That saves you weeks of study.
Mhm.
Just trust the scholars. All right. So I'm going to it right now. So if you just cross reference that made under the law, you'll know that it starts with Luke. Why not just go into Jesus' birth? And when the 8 days were accomplished for the circumcising of the child, his name was called Jesus, which was so named of the angel before he was conceived in the womb. And then the days of her purification, according to the law of Moses, were accomplished. They brought him to Jerusalem to present to him to the Lord, as it is written in the law of the Lord. Every male that openeth the womb shall be called holy to the Lord, and to offer a sacrifice according to that which is said in the law of the Lord, a pair of turtle doves or 2 young pigeons. There you go.
Mhm.
That's the law.
Or I think it was a lamb, but 2 turtle doves were for people who were poor. So that's how we know Mary's status among the people.
Yeah, that's a sin sacrifice that she offers.
Well, one was sin sacrifice. The other one was burnt sacrifice, right?
Yeah,
Or
the
burnt offering.
burnt offering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I think of when I think of made under the law. I think of the fact that
That's what
Mary did everything right. Yeah.
No, that's exactly what it is. There's nothing else. There's nothing else.
Yeah, it just means that he is under the law. He is part of the covenant. He's been circumcised. He's now under the law. He's
right. The Abrahamic law, right? With the commandment that he gave Abraham.
Yeah, he becomes part of Israel because he can't be part of Israel until he's circumcised because you have to be circumcised to be
Right.
part of Israel. So
Or
he's
and I was telling a young brother, no, actually it wasn't a young brother. It was a hateful Israelite. I said, bro, the sign of the token is, bro, if you're not circumcised, you're cut off. But he ain't believe me. So I had to actually read it to him. The covenant between the Most High and Abraham. Like, yo, he simply said, if you are not circumcised, you are cut off from Israel.
That's why Abraham had to get circumcised at 90 something years old.
And so did Isaac at his old ass, and Ishmael at the old, no, yeah, I'm sorry, Ishmael at his, not Isaac, Ishmael at his old
I think
age.
they were like 13. I think Isaac was 13 or something like that.
I don't think Isaac was even born. I think it was
no
Ishmael.
Ishmael was 14. And
Oh,
then,
that's who it was. Yeah.
Ishmael
Yeah.
was 14 when they had that done, and all of his household and all of his men. No
Yeah,
matter
right.
what
Now that's the
age they
part. That's
were.
the part that conveniently don't read.
All of his strangers were included. They all
Right.
got done.
And then it says, if you were not circumcised, you're cut off. You're cut off, just like that.
I was talking to an Israelite the other day, and I was asking him, okay, if Gentiles cannot receive salvation, what is Abraham? And they said he's the father of the Israelites. But is he an Israelite? No. So what is he? They wouldn't say Gentile because they already know that it was, before Israel came around, salvation was already offered to people, like Enoch and all those other guys before then. Yeah. What gate is Abraham and Enoch going into?
Yo, that's a great question that I'm gonna ask next time. Yeah, now all they got to do. It's funny because I touched on that earlier. I read on that touched on that earlier today. That if they just keep reading Revelation 21 to the last verse, it tell you who's going into the gates. It says every nation who's saved. It says all the nations who are saved.
One of the Hebrew Israelites I talked with, when I said, "How does Abraham getting into the kingdom?" He said he's already in there before the gates were put up. So, yeah, that would
You could
you might get some
Yeah.
crazy answer like that.
You could even go a step further and ask them when Israel was established, not already as a nation, but in a sense coming into the land. Caleb, the Kenizzite, he was said to be a Kenizzite, but of Judah.
Yeah,
I've asked people this time and time again, and they were like, "Oh, he's from Judah."
Who?
Caleb.
Oh
Caleb,
yeah, no.
we figured out he's an Edomite.
Wait, hey! Oh my God, you guys, stop it!
I forget you don't like the stuff being put out.
Yeah, there's some things that's meant for a private conversation. There's some things meant as public.
You're gonna have to cut that out of the show now.
They're too stupid to even know what we're talking about. But yeah, but God, these are considered secrets, right? These are sealed. Yeah, we don't talk about this in public. Yeah, I'm waiting for the biggest fish of Israel, like Gorilla Hebrew or Rakoff and GLCC, something like that. Then we could talk about this, but we're not going to give them a chance to prepare for such. You
can't really prepare for that. There's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing around it,
But I like to get a Mike Tyson win. I like to just knock you out before you even punch back, or a Conor McGregor win where when you run at me, I just kick you. I kick you, did nothing, you're out.
So so Ron, this might be another secret, so I'll ask it in code.
Yeah.
Have you read about the flight of David?
No.
You haven't?
No.
Okay, so basically when David was running away from Saul and they were looking for him, his wife put goat's hair and to basically imitate him, like his hair. So one of the ways of argument I've seen vocab use this. He first asked, he was like, "What kind of texture does goat hair have?" They all said straight, all of them. And then when they go to this text, some goats have curly hair.
Yeah. I was watching a debate with, might have been with vocab, and one of them went round and tried to make out that the goat is something to do with Edom.
Yeah, they tried to swing that, and they even tried to say the goat was a sacrifice.
Yeah, yeah,
Man, it's strange. They try to make that connection with goat, Mount Seir, and
yeah.
different
Mount
things
Seir,
like
that's
that.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so True Meech, this is why you might see some of my debates. You might cringe how barbaric I can be. I feel like, okay, take the L, get off, because when they get like that, I don't want a peaceful ending. Okay,
Yeah.
at that point, I'm like, yo, get off, take the L and get off.
Hmm.
Because now you're being disingenuous, you're lying, and you're undermining what we're talking about. You're no longer serious. Get off, fool. Take the L, and I hope you can't, brother, because a lot of these guys don't know they're live, right? They think it's a private conversation. That's why they speak so freely. And then I tell them, I say, yo, your camp ain't gonna like this when they hear this. They're like, what you mean? Yeah, this is live, yo. It was public. I mean, you thought it was private. This is live. They're gonna see this.
Hmm.
When you find out who I really am, you gonna be you really ain't gonna like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the David, that's funny. No, I totally missed that one.
Yeah. It was with you ever heard of Jedediah?
No, the last time I really read First Samuel's, Second Samuel's, maybe 8 years ago, like all the way through 8 years ago.
No, this is a Hebrew Israelite guy. So yeah, he was talking to vocab, and dude, this was scary.
Wait.
Yeah,
What's his name again?
Jedediah, like
I don't know.
actual Jedi from Star Wars, and then Yah at the end.
I don't know. No.
Okay. But this guy basically came out with his own Bible version, and he put Hebrew words in the New Testament, even though there's no, Hebrew or whatever in the New Testament.
Right. Has he done that now? Is because I know he did the Apocrypha at one point.
Yeah, he did. He did a King James version, and he's charging $150 for it.
Really?
Now look, although I wouldn't accept it, I can respect it because at least I can't respect like when I debated Deacon. Deacon sat there and read from he preferred the King James, read for the King James, and then when I kicked his ass in the virgin birth, he said, "Well, you know King James was a Methodist Christian, right?" See, come on, dude. And then another guy said, "Yeah, but it's translated, so we gotta trust the translations." Okay, so bro, ain't that what you doing when you bring out verses? Aren't you trusting the translation? See, so
Yeah.
I don't like that. So I can respect the guy to just come out with his own shit and say, "Listen."
But
man,
even what Deacon said, that makes no sense because King James didn't translate the Bible.
Oh yeah, I said that. He said, "Oh yeah, you're right about that." I said, look, I said it very. Listen, True Meech. Some people I don't want to embarrass, right? So I'm not always right. So when it was Captain Tazaria, I wanted to embarrass him. But it's True
Yeah,
Meech,
because he always embarrassing people.
right? So when it's True Meech, I'm sorry. When it was Deacon, I felt like my man gave me a decent fair shot. So I'm not gonna abuse it. So I said, bro, King James ain't translate the Bible. I said, oh yeah, that was hilarious, yeah. But look, I didn't laugh. I wasn't sarcastic, facetious, none of that stuff, bro. I just said that, and I just corrected him. That was it.
Yeah. But yeah, he freaking Jedediah came out with that Bible translation, and vocab. He was like, name a manuscript. Name the manuscript of Mark that's in Hebrew. And he couldn't name one manuscript, and he didn't even know any Greek manuscripts. You know how scary that is if you come out with your own Bible and you don't even know what a manuscript is?
Yeah. Okay.
Like,
so that means all he did was translate a translation. That's all he did.
Yeah, exactly. He just took King James and slapped some Hebrew words in the New Testament.
Yeah, that's what he did. He translated a translation, which is seen as dirty in that world.
Basically, Mormon translation.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and he does not know. Like, you got to say that, because if you have your own version, you know, people gonna take you serious. And they're gonna think you're looking at manuscripts, right? But
Exactly.
so
Yep.
you gotta make that disclaimer immediately. Say, no, this is, I'm putting it in this way for a reason, you know.
Like there's this is why I don't even trust the King James translation. There's a lot of mistranslations in there, and I'm sure LJ is probably aware of, you know, a few of them. So that's why it's always important to go and dig into the Greek and understand what you're
Like
actually
what,
looking
Easter?
at.
Like Easter?
Oh yeah, Easter's one of them, because that word right there is Pascha, which is Passover.
Right.
I'll disagree with that, but yeah, Easter is one of those contentious ones as well.
That Pascha is always Passover. You disagree with that?
I disagree because by the time obviously the King James version is translated, Pascha is a word that is actually utilized in for both Easter and for Passover. And
Okay.
the reason why is a long story, but if you go back and read the story, go back and read it where Easter is, you'll find that Passover has already happened and it cannot be translated as Passover. What it is a pagan festival. Now, the reason why they have translated it as Easter is because this is what the Christians are now following. So it is wrong in a sense, but it isn't. It cannot be Passover because it is referring to a different festival than the Passover, which is already passed over.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at that. That's interesting. Yeah.
Okay, so then the question would be, and then why did every other translated Bible says Passover? I think King James is the only one that said Easter.
Yeah. That's that same guy who's on that debate with James White. You can search for him, Jeff Riddle, and Easter, and he's got a good writing on that. Okay. Why that's correct.
Yeah, I would like to look at that.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll tell you another. I'll post it into the post. This guy, he's an Australian guy. For Easter, his argument for why Easter is correct and it shouldn't be Passover.
Yeah, I think my Unitarian dreams are falling apart. I read Revelation chapter 21 all the way through. I'm like, oh, that don't help me out too much.
So Unitarian, I was trying to get a grasp on what it is. Can you like define it?
So without giving you the exact, like the definition of what it's supposed to be, I would tell you that what I was thinking was that God literally sent himself down to be manifest as a man. And so I'm not saying this is the definition. This is how I perceive the Unitarian doctrine to be, right? That God sent himself down as a man to become the ultimate sacrifice, you know, and do those miracles.
Nope.
Things like that, you know.
Nope. That's modalism.
I was about to say that's modal. Yeah, that's modalism.
All right, then so how you spell that?
Modalism.
Like MODAL and then ism.
All right, yeah. So then that's what I am. Then, well, that's what I'm trying to be. So then I need to know what the hell is a Unitarian.
Okay. Well, so what I've researched is it's in a sense liberal scholarship of scripture, but also I think it's universalism too.
Nope.
It's not. Okay. LJ,
nope.
Maybe you know more.
Because I'm a Unitarian, so.
Oh, got you.
So in a Unitarian understanding is that God is only the Father, and that Jesus is just a man.
Oh
he's
he's
the Messiah. Okay. But there is only one God, and the Father is that one true God.
Yeah, I thought that was the Godhead. That's what I thought that was called.
No. So Jesus is in a Unitarian understanding, he is not God.
So
And I don't even like that term Godhead, because you got two different Greek words for the three times that it's mentioned in the scripture.
Mm.
And it's kind of misleading with Godhead, but I guess I get the point.
yeah.
But Ron thought you were dualism, and he was like, yeah, I'm Unitarian, he's dualism, and you're Trinitarian. This is interesting.
Yeah, no, yeah, he's definitely modalism, and I'm Unitarian.
Okay, so yeah, this is an interesting mixture.
Exactly.
But so, the only the contention I have with modalism, the strangest thing that I have, is when Jesus is with God, he's sat at the right hand of God. If he's working in modes, how can he be in both at the same time?
Yeah, that's something I gotta try to figure out. Yeah, I don't have an answer for that.
And that would be where the Trinitarian would, have an answer for that.
Yeah.
But even like, so with modalism, so if you can answer this, Ron, I got a question. So when God came in the flesh, did he leave the throne? Did I cut out?
No, I think Unbiased is on mute.
I'm
Oh,
on. He definitely cut out because he was talking and then it just got quiet.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I was asking, when God came in the flesh, as Christ, did he leave his throne? Like, what's the view there for, I guess, your view?
Now, I haven't really put a lot of thought. I have not put a lot of thought in that. I don't have a. My modalism is called, if it's called that. It came by me reading the Bible like recently.
Okay.
Proving the virgin birth. I'm like, damn, yeah, these all sound like God just came down himself. So I haven't really put together anything. I have not read anything, or I didn't even know about the term. So I have not read anything. This is just reading. But I did think about that. I'm like, damn, that's kind of interesting. Like, how would I explain that? And I never had time to ever try to explain it. So I'm just like, fair game for the taking. Until I sit down and figure this stuff out.
Gotcha.
True Meech, just being obviously you are a Trinitarian. Just I'd be interested in hearing what your understanding of 1 Corinthians 15, 27 and 28.
Online, you can read it.
Yeah. Let me look at it.
Wait, okay, hold on. Let me look at the chat. I posted it into the chat. Where's my chat? Oh yeah, that's over there.
What?
1 Corinthians 15 and 29.
Wait,
hold on. There's an echo.
This channel on YouTube is called Master Biblical Languages.
All right, hold on.
He'll give you some
I
good
got an echo
resources.
plan.
I actually like listening to him every.
Yeah, I don't like my voice. You said 1 Corinthians 15 and 29?
Is that me? Because that was Czech. It sounded like Czech.
Dovolenku jde na Slovensku.
No,
Slovensko. Tak blízko k zážitkom, tak blízko k vám.
no, Slovak.
Přihlaste se přes seznam a seznam budete mít podle sebe.
Is that me?
To, co máte rádi, uvidíte.
I'm not sure. I don't got nothing playing.
Yeah, that was me. I don't know how that even was possible.
That's Czech. I can understand that. So
Yeah, so I stopped it. It was playback.
Well, what verse did you quote, LJ?
Sorry, so it's 1 Corinthians 15:27 and 15:28.
27 and 28. For he had put all things under his feet, but he had said all things are under him. It is manifest that he is expected, which did put all things under him. When all things shall be subdued unto him, then shall the Son also himself be subject unto him that put all things under him, that God may be all in all. So this would go into what I understand as, I think it's called the hypostatic union, the understanding that deity or the deity dwelt in bodily form. And since all flesh is subjected to God, and even God in the flesh, he would be subjected to God because he is in the flesh. That would be my understanding there. Did you guys get that? Okay.
Yeah. It was actually there was something playing in my background, which
Wait,
was
yeah. So repeat that one more time because I couldn't really hear with the background.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically that understanding that Christ was God in the flesh, but he was also flesh. And since all flesh is subjected to God, Christ is also subjected to God. It's just showing the position, basically, of Christ.
So in other words, like you pretty much believe what I believe. You just added something, another party. That's all.
Well, in a sense, so what the Trinity basically expresses is God is one essence, and he has revealed himself in the form of three persons: the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Now, these all have different functions, as we see in in Genesis. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. So you have God manifesting, well, you have Christ manifesting the will of the Father, then the Holy Spirit operating on what the Son has done, just like we see in the Gospels. We see that play out as well.
Example
in the Gospels?
Yeah.
Let me find it. Different times when Christ said, I can do nothing of my own will, but I only do the will of the Father. And just how, after Christ's mission, when he came back, he says, I will send the Comforter, and he shall testify of me, right? And he shall guide you in all truth and teach you truth. So he's going to guide you in what the Son has already accomplished, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, I can give you some scripture. Let me just find it. It'll take a second.
So could the Comforter, because the Comforter is the Holy Spirit, of course, but could that be Jesus again in the Spirit instead of the flesh?
No, because of the way that Jesus describes the Comforter. He describes him in the second person. He says here, I know John 14, 15, 16, and 17 all speak of the Comforter.
But doesn't he speak of God as second person?
Yes, because there's a distinction between them, but they're all one in will and essence. Meaning they're not going to do something like the Spirit's not going to do something different from what the Son or the Father do.
Here's a better question. So before he mentioned the Comforter, were there a Trinity then?
Yes, the Spirit always existed. It was just the sending of the Spirit in full. Because even David said,
I'm talking about as far as gospel.
Was there a Spirit in the gospel?
No, I'm saying the Trinity. Before you mentioned the Comforter, was there a Trinity before then?
Yes.
What verse is that?
Was there a Trinity before then? So where does I guess I would ask, where does the Holy Spirit come from?
That's God.
That's God, right? And if we look at John 1:1, I love this verse. This is actually stretching before Genesis. So in the beginning, in Arche, was the Word. When you look at that word was, it's a imperfect form of the word to be, which is emi. And imperfect means that there's no point of origin. So you could translate it, in the beginning, the word already existed. And the word already existed with God. And there's you don't see it in the translation, but it's the God, ho theon or ton theon. And the word was God. no definite article. So a definite article is definitely something you want to look at, but it's going to give you distinction, a definitiveness, a person. So that'll be before the gospel.
I kind of understand what, the Trinity in that way. I kind of understand like where you're coming from.
Yeah. But even whenever I talk Trinity with anybody, I go to Genesis 18, one of the most interesting stories in the Bible.
18 to 18. Don't go to 18 to 18.
Genesis 18.
Okay, 18 to 18. Cause you can have Muslims calling if you go to 18 to 18.
Well,
No, I'm sorry. That's Deuteronomy. You talking about Sodom and Gomorrah around that time.
But I'm talking, right before Sodom and Gomorrah, when Abraham was visited.
The tent. Yeah, the tent. Now, wait, because some people look at that as angels.
Okay, but there are angels present. But so when you read this, the first verse, the Lord appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre. And you look at this word appear in the root, it's ra'ah. But in this inflection, the stem is called nifal. Now, this is a verb form, so active and passive. This one is passive. So it's saying the Lord was seen unto him, Abraham. So Abraham saw God, right? And then the next verse, the next verse says 3 men approached him, right? The verse after is very important. Abraham says to one of them, Adonai. Adonai is a word used for Lord, and it's only used for God. You have another form of it, which is Adoni, used for man, not Adonai.
Read the verse and see whether he says it to one of them.
And said, my Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not, I pray thee, from thy servant.
You've interjected that he's only speaking to one of them.
Did I?
Yeah, you said that he spoke to one of them and called him Lord.
Well, I guess that's my opinion. So but I don't see that where he's speaking to all 3 of them. I don't see that there.
Because the thing is that they're all representing the Lord, because it's the 3 angels that have come. And when you go to
those angels, LJ.
Because you get angels. Well, because you get told that they're angels because he says, I'm going to go down to
that's verse 19 though. No.
It says it in 18. I'm going down to Sodom and Gomorrah.
Okay, I got you. I understand that, right? But 2 angels came, not 3.
Right. Because
so
one stayed to continue on talking to Abraham.
That's what you believe.
Yeah, but when the one stayed, what does the scripture say? It says Abraham was in the presence of Yahweh.
God. Yeah. Now, when the angels come, they said, what do they say? That Yahweh is going to destroy the city. Sorry, Yahweh has sent us to destroy the city. That's why Yahweh sends fire from Yahweh, because they're in representation of Yahweh on earth.
See, and this is where it's hard for me to get down with that, because of the when you see angels mentioned, they're always called angels, or it's explicit that it's, the angel of the Lord, where, okay, this is clearly God because of what's going on, what's happening, different things like that. So that's why it's hard for me to disseminate here,
But they're explicitly called angels there. And all they 3? Say, sorry?
All 3?
No, only 2.
Yeah, the 2 angels.
Yeah, I'm not sold that. I'm just saying, like, for me, you got to show me that all 3 were angels.
Yeah, only 2 were called angels.
Right. Okay. but Yahweh says, I'm going to go down to Sodom and Gomorrah. How does he go down to Sodom and Gomorrah?
he said
Through
two
the two
angels.
angels.
He said two, not three.
Right. Because one of them stayed with Abraham.
Yeah, but that's not how I understood that. So you see how that works? If I don't understand that, that means that you got to show that now, that there's three angels there.
Right. Okay. I can appreciate that you're not seeing three angels, even though this is how when you understanding the angels in representation, you can see that. But obviously, if you're not seeing angels in representation,
Yeah, I'm gonna need some proof. You know, you got to guide me there. I'm open. If it's there, it's there. I'm unbiased. If it's there, it's there.
yeah.
I'll accept it. But I just don't.
It's because of the way that the angels are in representation of him in verse 19, and how they are in representation in all of the other places in the Bible.
Yeah, I'm
And
gonna need
it's
some context there, my brother. Some context clues. You know, I'm gonna need something other than LJ's explanation.
right. Okay, so but you're perfectly okay with the two angels
They're
are in
definitely
full
angels.
representation of
Right.
Yahweh. They call themselves Yahweh, represent Yahweh, but are not Yahweh. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
well,
okay with that,
yeah, but all the angels, I'm aware of all the angels
right?
come down representing Yahweh as
Okay.
Yahweh.
So when Yahweh says to Abraham, and he says, you're aware of the Jewish tradition of those understanding that those three angels are named in the Talmud. I'm just not That's not proof, but I'm just saying that they are all three angels are named.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah,
They understand it as being angels. The Jewish tradition in the
yeah,
Talmud.
but I gotta say, I'll hold the same water with the Talmud I hold with the Apocrypha and the book.
Yeah. I didn't use that as proof. I'm just saying that they understand it as being three angels.
Brother, I look at the Jewish people worshiping the Talmud no different than Muslims worshiping the Quran. It's like
Right.
good for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough for me to hold that an angel can be called Yahweh. Okay, if the Bible wanted to say that, I would have been more comfortable if it said, in the Shem, in the name of Yahweh, I was sent. That makes me understand, okay, this is an angel sent with the authority of God.
Yeah,
Cool.
the angels don't do that. The angels have already been given that authority. You already know that the angels are given that authority, because in Exodus 20, is it 20 or 23, where he gives the angel of the Lord the name, my name is in him.
My authority, correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
But so how do you define the divine name? How do you define it?
What do you mean? How do I define it?
Like, how does it break down? What does it mean when you break down the divine name? What does it come out to mean, basically?
Well, so I just understand it is that what in what sense, what the Yahweh itself, what the meaning of
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, so how I understand it right now, currently, it breaks down into the root Haya, which means to breathe, and by extension to exist. When
Yeah.
you add the Yod on the front of it, it means he who exists.
Yeah.
So when I see so if I see an angel coming and saying like, oh, I'm Yahweh, I'm he who exists, it's very different than if they said I'm coming in the authority of God, because they were created as well.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
but the angels do come in the authority of God. And in fact, actually you see even Moses and Isaiah both speak in the first person as Yahweh.
Well, they're prophets though, but they're prophets, and they say the Lord has said.
Yeah, because because those that are sent in the name of God, like Jesus is sent in the name of God. He's a prophet. He's called a prophet. He calls himself a prophet. And prophets are sent in the name of God, and so that just means in the authority of God. They are sent in the authority.
And they'll say the Lord has said this, and that, right? But why
So how
doesn't
do you understand?
Yeah.
Exodus where it says, no man can see my face and live.
Correct. 100%. Yeah.
So who?
This is why I don't believe Abraham seen him, by the way.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I believe Abraham saw an angel, but
Yeah, yeah. So I might go with that then. Yeah, because I don't believe anybody's ever seen him.
yeah. So
But
if
when it says that though, is it saying no one has seen any form of God, or no one has seen the true form of God with his outshining glory?
The forms are angels and prophets and miracles. Like these those to me are the forms.
Right.
Yeah,
But then men would say all over
18?
Scripture that I've seen God.
Wait.
Yeah.
Now, True Meech. Now, okay, you need to finish reading those chapters because
Which one?
all of those where the men said they seen them. You need to finish reading those chapters because it tells you who the men actually seen. And it was angels. It was not God. Jacob wrestled with an angel, but then he said wrestled with God.
Yeah. Wait. Okay, I got a great. Wait. I got a great rebuttal for this. Question first: Is it impossible for God to enter into His creation as an angel or as a man?
Is it impossible?
I never thought about that.
I wouldn't say that it was impossible, but it's not. I would more argue that there's just not how it's done.
I never thought about that, to be honest. Okay.
Because if we take that off the table, then every time you see angel, you're going to be like, this wasn't God.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's my understanding.
Yeah. So when you read the story, go ahead, LJ. My bad.
Yeah. No. I was talking over you actually. It is my understanding that he hasn't.
Okay. But we at least say that it's possible, and that's great. So when we start there, we look at Jacob wrestling the angel.
Yep.
This is very important. The angel renames Jacob into Israel, and we've only seen God do this thus far. And remember when Jesus said, "Thou shalt no longer be called Simon; thou shalt be called Petros." Then he said the same. Or I guess God said the same to Abraham. He said, "You shall no longer be called Abram, but Abraham or Abraham." Yeah. And so when you look at that,
but it's
and you look at he blessed him. What'd you say? Somebody say something?
Yeah, LJ said something. He might have. Yeah, he's breaking.
But it's done through.
Say that again, LJ. Say that again.
It's my internet. My internet is terrible. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now.
Right. Okay. So it's through the angel. It's always through the angel that's being spoken. So it is God, but it's through the angel. I call it's agency. It's basically just a messenger of God. The messenger comes and speaks the words of God, just as the prophets do. But Moses and Isaiah literally speak in the first person as they are Yahweh. They don't just speak, these are the words of Yahweh. They speak as Yahweh.
But you know what? I gotta be honest. I never considered God in the end, like he came in the form of an angel. I never considered that before.
Because we limit God to one form. We're like, okay, God is this, but we limit him to creation. We start off there, and then we already start with presuppositions. I mean, everybody starts with some type of presupposition when they go to the Bible.
I've never considered that he could, the same way I believe he manifests himself in Jesus, that he could do the same thing with an angel.
Yeah. Just like he manifested himself in the bush. The bush was burning, but it wasn't consumed.
Well,
but it was the angel in the book.
It was definitely the angel that was in the bush.
We'll have to look at that because that's a longer thing.
No, it's not. You can go to Exodus chapter 1 verse 3, and you'll see right away the angel is in the bush. Yeah, that's not long at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It does say angel, but why are we taking God manifesting himself as an angel off the board?
Oh, not me. I'm considering that now because I never considered it before.
Okay, so let's ask this question: if God manifests himself as an angel,
Mhm.
One, so there would be two questions that I have with that. One, why does he manifest? Why does he manifest as an angel? Two, how is that still? If God is the angel, he is manifest as an angel. How is that still not seeing God?
Because John 4:24 says God's a spirit, right? So
Right.
that's one thing. So that means that you're never going to see him in a spirit form,
Right.
Yep.
right? So if he manifests as something else, that's not him. Like
Right.
you're looking at something
So
that's
what are the messengers for? What are the angels for?
to deliver a message or to be heard, to be seen, but not to be able to see God or hear
Right.
from God himself. But
Okay.
you
So-
hear from him, but not as his true state. His true
Okay.
It's a form
So
that's
are the-
perceivable.
So the angels are the ones which are perceivable for God. Yeah. So they're
Right.
not literally God, but they're the ones that he's created in order for people to be able to see God.
Yeah.
So why would you now be? Why would, if he's done that, why do we now need God literally putting himself into an angel?
It's
Why-
not that
why-
we need it. I mean,
You're-
you
you're-
asked why. Yeah.
You're making a step that is unnecessary because he's already created the angels to do that for him. But now you're saying that we're going to take away those angels, and now we're going to say that that a specific angel now is God himself.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, so with that, we still understand the angels have their purpose. It's not like they don't exist because we're saying, yes, God can manifest himself in the form of an angel, but we also don't miss the mark of understanding that God can do whatever he wants. He's outside of creation. That's one of the biggest things that I focus on.
That seems like it's a stretch, and you're forcing the text, like where you said you've got to show me Genesis 18. Now you got to show me God manifesting as an angel. Like,
Yeah.
he's
So
incarnate.
and that's why I was going to go with the story of Jacob wrestling the angel. If I can find the verse, it's over in Genesis 35.
yeah. I can't tell you off the top where it's at.
Yeah, it's Genesis 35.
8 years ago, I could have.
Yeah. So Jacob wrestled the angel at Bethel. And in verse 1, it says, "And God said unto Jacob, Arise, go to Bethel and dwell there, and make there an altar unto God that appeared unto thee when thou fleddest from the face of Esau thy brother."
Mhm.
So, and I know which way you're going to go with the agency, and angels were
Yeah.
called gods over in,
Yeah.
in Job, different things like that. So,
Yeah.
but that's where I would show you, Genesis 35. But also, I think people forget about this in Judges 13.
No, I know about it. I know about it. You
Yeah.
talking about Manasseh and his wife. I know all about that.
Yes. And one of the things, I got to find it, I know it's in Leviticus, when God has an acceptable offering, he descends into it and lights the offering up, just like he did with Elijah and his offering. So when they saw that, they were like, yo, we just saw God.
Face to face.
Yep.
Yeah. But they understood that it was an angel.
Well, they said it was an angel first.
Yeah,
Then they
because
said it was God.
No, they understood that it's the angel, and then they say we saw that the angel is shown to us, so we've seen God face to face, because they understand that seeing the angel is seeing God.
Nah, that's not what I got from that. I got from it that they, first of all, they were confused at first. Remember, like, I know this story in the back of my head. They were first confused because they called him a man, and they said that this could have been an angel. We're not sure. Basically, they was unsure. And then Manasseh called his wife, said, "Okay, next time you come out, let me know." So I come out and meet him and ask him, because he already told the wife what the prophecy was, but he wanted to hear it for himself.
Yeah.
Said, so what should we do? The boy should do. The boy should do what?
Like, literally, it's verse 21 and verse 22. But the angel of the Lord, not
Right.
God, angel of the Lord.
That's the narrator, right? But yeah, that's the narrator.
Then Manoah knew he was an angel of the Lord,
Right,
and Manoah said unto his wife, "We shall surely die because we have seen God."
No, I said that. I said at first they was unsure what he was.
Right. But they've connected literally one verse to another. Then Manoah knew
1 second.
It was the angel of the Lord.
1 second.
And when
Right.
Noah said unto his wife, we should surely die because we've seen God. So he's understood that seeing the angel is seeing God.
That's not how I took that.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
literally.
I don't know. It seems like a stretch because I know, that's something that was understood. If they saw God, that they would
Yeah.
die. But
That's
they
how I
weren't.
took it.
They weren't afraid when they saw angels. Sometimes, most of the time they were. But if you notice, well, and even Hebrews talks about this. When Moses saw the angel of the Lord in the bush, it said he was exceedingly fearful, meaning he was quaking in his boots. That dude was freaked out. And you only get that type of fear and reverence from the true God.
I don't know, but I will say this: never, ever, ever eat oysters without salt and hot sauce. Never do that. You're
Why
not.
is it? They taste bad.
You won't eat 3.
I think I've tried one and I didn't like it.
That's only because you ate it without hot sauce and salt. Okay, this is never do this. Never eat oysters without salt or hot sauce or both. Never eat them just out the can. You won't eat more than 3. Okay?
Yeah, even fresh ones, they taste weird. Like I like clams. That's me. I like clams.
I love clams too, but I thought I loved oysters, but I realized I always ate them with salt or hot sauce or both. I took them to work. I had neither. I tried to eat one, bro. I damn near threw up. I'm dead serious.
Ugh.
Just now I ate the whole thing with the hot sauce and salt. So this was a commercial break. I'm telling you, don't do it.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to
Oh yeah. Wait, I wanted to connect one last thing, and then I'll give it to you guys. One thing that was interesting, John 8, Jesus says, Abraham rejoiced to see my day, and he saw it. I had never knew what this meant until somebody mentioned Genesis 18 to me. And I was like, huh. That's interesting because what'd you say?
My day is a reference to Jesus, the coming of Jesus, and it tells you that in what's the verse? I don't know. Galatians, I think it is. That Abraham saw Jesus's day by faith. By faith he saw me coming. Where is that?
Wait, let me hear your verse first. True Meech, because I haven't heard your supportive text.
Oh yeah. John 8:53.
No, I know that because in 58 he said, before Abraham I am. So but what verse did they show you that was Old Testament that's like verifying that?
Well, no, so it's not going to always tell you this is where it is. Sometimes it'll say this scripture has been fulfilled and they'll read it. Sometimes it won't. So that's my opinion. And that's where I know that there also is the understanding that he's talking about the Messianic kingdom, different things like that. So I was just saying that's something interesting to me because, it still has me thinking to this day.
All right, LJ, go ahead. What you were saying?
Yeah, no, I completely understand.
Yeah, LJ knows I follow Jim, so I got that. I kind of got that from Jim.
John 8:58, I understand as being like literally just saying, that Abraham, he believed God that for that seed, and so he saw it, and it's through that faith that Abraham had that he saw Jesus's day. When he says he rejoiced to see my day, it doesn't say he rejoiced to see me in his day. He rejoiced to see my day, Jesus's day.
So what about 58?
That is John 8:58.
No, 56.
So, that's 56. Yeah, no, 8:58 is the one where they talk about I am.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
how do you explain that one?
In what way?
Well, he said before Abraham, I am.
Yeah, so
before Abraham was born, I
Yeah.
exist.
Right.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Ego I me just means I am. It's a self-reference. So that, to me, that in understanding is that before Abraham, it just says before Abraham, I am. So
So
he is more important than Abraham, because they understood that Abraham was the father, and that Jesus is saying that I am before Abraham. I'm more important than Abraham,
so why did they take that as you're only 50 years old?
because they understood that they understood it incorrectly. They thought that he was talking about how literal old that he was, but that's not what he was meaning. They misunderstood Jesus all the time, and he had to explain it to them.
Yeah, so the thing with the verb to be, if I say I am more important, you're going to hear that right after. But if you just have I am, you have to, at least for me, I take it for what it is. I define it. Okay, this is to exist. If I say I am a doctor, okay, I
Yeah, but
exist
I
as a
am
doctor.
doesn't. Yeah, it just means I am just means that's me, because I am ego I me is used throughout the Bible as self-referent. So when the blind man is healed, and he goes off and says, and they ask him, are you the one that this man healed? And he says, ego I me, I am. It's
But
me.
he answered a question, though. That's what's notice that Jesus didn't answer a question. He made a
Jesus is
statement after
answering a
they made a
question.
statement.
Jesus is answering a question. Jesus
Well, yeah,
literally
they're
answers.
asking him his age, right? They're asking him his
No, no,
age.
no,
They
no, no.
didn't say, yeah.
Jesus literally answers a question. They said to him, then the Jew said to him, no, sorry. The question that they asked him was back in 53. Art thou greater than our father Abraham?
Wait,
Which
stop
is
right there. Wait, stop right there, because that same question was asked in John at Jacob's well. The Samaritan woman asked Jesus, was he greater than their father
Yeah.
Jacob?
Yeah. So he's saying, art thou greater than our father Abraham, which is dead, and the prophets are dead? Whom makest yourself? And he's saying that before Abraham, that promise, right? The Messiah was always promised from Genesis 3:15 all the way back. Well, God says that he was slain from the beginning of the world. So it's always been that the Messiah would come. That's what he's saying. I am more important. Yes, I am greater than your father Abraham.
But so you said that question was in 53, right?
Yeah. Then there's dialogue.
Doesn't he answer that, though? And then they ask another question in 57?
No, the question, the answer in 54 is not really, he's saying, if I honor myself, my honor is nothing, but my father. So he's making a case for who he is. That's what he's saying. He's making the case here.
So I would say he answers, are you greater than Abraham, our father? And he kind of goes on to answer it 54 through 56. But in 57, they're like, okay, you're not even 50 years old and you've seen Abraham. I feel like he answers this objection in the next.
Because they're misunderstanding in the same way that you are, because it doesn't say that Abraham saw me in his day. Abraham saw my day. The day of the Lord is not anything to do with the showing himself back in Genesis 18. This is Jesus's day. He saw the coming of the Messiah. Abraham saw the coming of the Messiah. That's what he saw. He saw Jesus's day, the Messiah's day, because he believed the promise of the seed that was going to be given to him. So he saw that through faith.
So, okay. And then I guess my next question off of that would be, why is the contrast between that genomai and that I me? He says, before Abraham even existed, I am.
Yeah, because the Messiah was promised long before Abraham existed.
In what way?
Genesis 3:15. He was promised, the Messiah was promised to Eve.
I don't know. To me, it just seems kind of like a stretch, because the promise isn't spoken about as much in 57 as much as age. But I see where you're coming from, LJ. I see your point.
I fully understand where the Trinitarians are coming from on this verse as well. But they do get this wrong. They do get this wrong of going back to the I am with back to Exodus 3:14. That's wrong. That's false.
So I don't know.
I would say it goes even further than Exodus. I would say it goes over to all of Isaiah 44 that uses ego I me time and time again of God. But I would also say it uses it in Haya Asher Haya, I exist that I exist, or whatever.
Well, I exist that I exist, but because they misunderstand that in verse 14 that they think that is what God is saying his name is, but what the I am that I am. Well, actually, it's in the next verse 15. He says, "And my name shall be Yahweh forevermore." Literally in the next verse. And
What chapter?
In Exodus 3:14 and 3:15.
Let me look at this. Exodus 3. You said 14?
So 14 is the verse that they link, that a lot of Trinitarians link to John 8:58 is Exodus 3:14.
So what verse did he say my name?
That comes in the next verse, 15.
Okay, and God said the most that thou shalt say the children of the Lord God your Father. Yes, because I have a big problem with this. And like I said, I gotta look at my notes from 8 years ago. Maybe I changed my mind since then, but I don't believe he's saying that's his name. But I got fresh eyes now. I could revisit it and look it over. And God said moreover unto Moses, thus shalt thou say unto the children, the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob has sent unto you. See, for me, when I read this 8 years ago, he said, thus thou shalt say unto the children. So now it starts with the Lord God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob have sent me unto you. This is my name forever. Is all that his name? The God of your fathers, the God of Abraham.
They did actually used to. That could be. It's not a name. His name is Yahweh, and that's the only name he ever calls himself. These are more like titles, I would say.
Yeah. I don't see. Yeah. Because when you read the 15, it starts from. He said, "Thus saying to the children of Israel." Then he tells them what to say to them. He said, "This is my name." Yeah. So
he says, "Tell them Yahweh has sent you. This is my name forevermore."
And Yahweh means what?
That's the name of God.
What does
he who exists.
Yeah, see that's not a name. Like for me, that's just telling an attribute about himself, and he just saying like that's good for me. So if you go back to Manasseh, if you go back to Judges and Manasseh, they asked him to send me your name, right? What's your name? What should we call you? And he said it was a secret, right? He said it was a secret.
Yeah.
And then he bounced on them. So
he didn't say it was a secret.
So how would you understand Isaiah 42:8 when it says, I am Yahweh, that is my name?
Let me go there. Isaiah what?
Isaiah 42:8.
Okay.
We got to revisit that Judges 13. I got to show you something in there.
Okay, so he says, I am the Lord, that is my name. And I am the Lord, that is my name. Okay, so what is the Lord?
The Lord is Yahweh. That's the translation of Yahweh.
All caps is always the tetragrammaton.
Yeah, I just don't. Again, I look at my notes, and maybe you're right, maybe you're not, but I just don't see that there's actually a name to the God who's a spirit. I just don't.
Okay, wait. So we got to define name. So name in Hebrew and Greek is basically synonymous. In Hebrew, it's Shem, and it means authority. Shem was one of Noah's sons. He ruled the earth by the authority of God in that time in Genesis 11. So when you look at name, this is my authority. I exist. you all don't exist because you exist. You exist because I created you. That's my authority that I hold over you.
Cool.
Yeah, I
That's
think
how I see
giving
that.
himself, I just think giving himself a name is just beneath him. Like you said, like when he said, I exist, I think that was a perfect way just to listen. I don't got a name. I just exist. Like there's nothing to call me other than the existing one. Ridiculous. But that's not my actual name. I don't have a name. I never had a name. Like, and that just,
Yeah. I think it's because we sometimes confuse name with title. Name has more meaning and more power than title. Title is something that you
like,
just hold. Yeah.
Look, because God said he's not a man that he should lie, right? He's not a man that has sin. But he's going to take on a name like a man. Like, look,
that's not a man's name, though. You know,
right.
you know what I'm saying? Like no man can say, "Hey, I exist." You know,
look, right? That's not a name. But look, well, that's not even a. I just don't see it as a name. Like when the Hebrew says, "Well, did God commit adultery?" So now I can just go to numbers and say God's a man, not a man. He can lie, meaning that he's not a man that he can sin. How the hell can the spirit sin? Only man can sin. And that's what he was saying. Like, if God wanted to do something crazy, he can do it. And you can't charge him for sin because you can only charge mankind with sin.
That's true. All the laws are set up in thou shalt not, because it's against, like when a man follows the law, he's going against his nature of what he wants to do.
Yes. So I apply that to everything else. Like, not man has a name, but not like who the hell named God? Like,
but there's different words for God to describe more so him. Like you have Elohim, I think we went over this the other day. They all have certain meanings, but they all, even El Shaddai. El Shaddai, when you look at it, it basically translates to mighty T, because God is the one where we get all of our nourishment from. I think that's the pictograph of the Hebrew. LJ, I don't know where you stand on that, but I use some of them. So,
but look, before LJ comment, but this is why it's good, because as you can see that I'm not sold, right, and that don't mean I'm right. But what's important is that you see I'm not agreeing with True Meech because he's my friend. I'm not agreeing with LJ because he's my friend. You see, so we are clearly objective, right? We're not yes men, right? We're standing on what the research and our own understanding. You see, I'm not.
Yeah.
That's my boy. So much. Nah, I'm gonna hold my stance, and if I think I'm convinced otherwise, then I will drop it, right? But But until I get my argument that I had 8 years ago, and y'all beat it up, then I'll drop it. But if y'all can't beat this argument up, then I'm gonna maintain. But go ahead, LJ.
No, I'm just saying. I would use those terms that True Meech use. They are Al Gabor. There's many.
Yeah, there's a lot. Hey, so when you were talking in Judges 13, Ron, remember where the angel said, "My name is secret"?
Right.
If you look at the Hebrew word for that, it is literally next to the word Pele in Isaiah 9:6. You shall call his name Wonderful Counselor. I remember I saw that. I'm like, secret? That's weird. Let me look this up.
Right,
and
right.
I literally just came to that. It
So
don't make
now
no sense. Why
you
would
had the
keep his name a
advantage.
secret,
And brother, you had the advantage over me because even though I downloaded today, I paid the $6. But even though I was using eSword back then, bro, nobody was going to. Even though I had the Strongs, I had no idea how to like really use it.
Mm-hmm. And that's one thing too. Like whenever I get a book and I don't know how to use it, I just go in the beginning and try to see what's in there in the appendix and just surf around, because most of the time you're not going to know what you're reading until you actually look at it a little bit, Yeah. Dude, I had like 100 books in here. I had no clue how to use them. And I just sat down one day. I was like, you know what? I gotta start digging in, because somebody asked me a question. I don't even know how to answer it.
So before LJ go, when you had a debate, what Isaiah chapter were you debating?
So it was Romans 11, but I started in Isaiah 65
Okay,
because
all right.
yeah,
No
I already
problem.
saw
No.
the question, where is Paul pulling this from? So I wanted to go Isaiah
Yeah,
65.
no, only because if let me share my screen because I didn't let this go, and it's actually reverse. It's the same numbers but reversed.
Yeah.
See the screen? So I had this highlighted, and I would just okay. So you said 65. I had 56, and I was like kind of
Lost.
yeah, on which one you actually
Yeah.
because that one was talking about a Gentile keeping the Sabbath, and I think yeah, it was, yeah. So because I'm like, how the hell are they gonna explain this one? Yeah. Oh, because this ties in to the eunuch in Acts chapter 8.
And you talking about Isaiah 56?
Yeah, 1 through 7.
Oh, okay. One thing I feel like, if you can put this down in your notes, Isaiah 19, a lot of Hebrew Israelites don't know how to explain that one.
And what is that one talking about?
It's talking about Egypt will be my people.
Oh,
Egypt.
Did you know Egyptians were dispersed too?
Egyptian. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They were dispersed in the four corners too. Like, this is why I got these guys. You know, I'm up early in the morning, but you know, you guys can practice scriptures on these guys. Sharpen your sword on these guys. If it doesn't work, drop it, whatever, and just go. And if they piss you off, just go to something strong where you could just. What movie was that where they was like, what movie was that where they was like picking on like they was toying with like the peasants, and then when they got frustrated, they just killed. It'll come to mind. And that's what I think about. Like I try scriptures and then it don't work. They piss me off. I just go to something I know to get rid of them. Like, all right, well look, go to Matthew's 1.
Yeah, but Isaiah 65 is a great chapter to go to when you're talking. Because honestly, I thought about the whole Hebrew Israelite dynamic, and I'm like, the only thing that's going to break this down is Romans 11. Because if Romans 11 is talking about Gentiles, then race doesn't matter.
Right.
So that'll save me a lot of time and research. But I'll probably end up looking at some of the stuff.
What was his response or deflection?
So first I asked him, I said, was all Israel called? He said yes. And then I read verse 1. Oh, they weren't called by his name. Was this Israel? He said yes. Okay. And then I went to verse 12. When I called, you did not answer. Is this Israel? Yes. So who was the nation that was not called at all?
Right. Oh yeah, good point.
Yes. And then he went and asked me, what nation is this? And it's not a specific nation. It's a gathering of people from all nations making up one nation.
Right.
So that's why when you see all flesh worshiping the Lamb and the Father on the throne, that's not every single person in the universe. That is just at least one person from every race, tribe, and tongue. That's all it's talking about, at least. But then that kind of goes into like new heavens and new earths. I was gonna get into that, but he was just veering off, so I had no time.
Yeah, hey bro, you gotta see. Yeah, so the one I was trying to chase on a virgin birth, because he's so obsessed with it, but won't debate it. Like, man, you just a coward. So he was in the chat just running his mouth, and me and him. If you go back to your debate, look in the chat. I think you'll see the Pikachu emoji. I think you'll see Pikachu. That's me. And you'll see you see going back with one guy, going back for one guy in particular. I'm like, yo, why you running from me? You know, you can see me, you can see us going back and forth. So
bro, the way he titled the video, I'm like, bro, you're a clown, bro.
What was it?
It was like destroying a Christian or something. Dude, like you had nothing the whole time. Dude, he said Romans 11 debate with hard-headed Christian.
No. I can't blame him. Because people are moved by, he can't say, man, 50-50 debate because nobody gonna watch it.
Yeah.
You have to draw people. It's clickbait. You have to clickbait people, or they won't
Yeah.
come. Yeah. So
And it's like
you
I
need
tried
that.
to stay on topic. He kept going off topic, and I let him go because it's his show. I'm not gonna be like, "Hey, bro, what you doing?" So I let him go, but it ended up wasting time. And he said I wasted time. So, and then he ended up breaking the whole thing down anyways without me. So I was just like, I was lost. I was in the chat. I'm like, "Yo, just invite me back on. We can do it right now."
Yeah, he said I would. I'm thinking about it, but
I got a headache.
yeah, but he gonna bring his friend on there. Yeah, so when I debated his boy, part of the same camp,
Yeah.
I started off. Well, first of all, this what happened. We were in my mind, we were trying to establish a platform because I wanted Zoom, he wanted StreamYard. So this is before we debated. This is about a month ago. I didn't want to do StreamYard. I said, yo, do Zoom because I want my own copy, my own legal copy. If we do Zoom, even though if it's his Zoom, I'll just call in and I got my own legal copy of my own audio. Okay. So I ain't got a screen share. So they didn't want to do it. So it didn't go nowhere. So then when we start talking again, like a month and a half later, he's back entertained. I guess his channel, yeah, he got like 98 subscribers. He ain't doing, he's not where he think he should be. He figured, okay, I'll use this content to gather more people. He's thinking. So he said, yo, are you still against StreamYard? And you just sold on YouTube, Zoom? I said, no, we could do whatever. So I said, we can even do the phone. It ain't gotta be private. Now, I said, it ain't gotta be public. Now, of course, I'm doing that just to record if he decide to do that. So he said, okay, give me a number. Now I said, bro, let's talk about which platform. He said, give me a number. This was like a Sunday. I gave him my number. This dude called in 2 seconds. Like, damn. So he started to like debate me sort of. So I'm like, wait, I thought we just discussing like what time, what day, what platform. Oh, you ain't ready? I said, bro, you know what time it is right now? It's like, I ain't even eat yet. I said, no, I ain't ready. Oh, you ain't ready? So he wanted to debate me on I'm not being ready. I said, dude, so you want to debate me or me not? We're not establishing, you just call me when you want to call me. No, what happened to a text? What happened to an email back? You don't just call somebody right away. So I said, bro, just give me a half an hour. So True Meech, he already pissed me off. So give me a half an hour. So I called him back. Now he's a slickster. He's on the whole Zoom. You call into Zoom and call him a 3-way, you converge. He knows that because he called me back. He called me back while I'm on the phone with him. So now my Zoom is on the other line and I can't merge. It's over. So I'm like, oh, this is a slick guy. So I said, all right, I'm gonna disconnect the Zoom call and just go on speakerphone and do it that way. I'm still live. I'm just gonna have a speakerphone. That's what happened. So we was talking. He's belligerent as hell. So much I had to just yell at him and risk the whole dialogue. And I called his bluff. I cussed him out, and he accepted it. He still talked to me. Like, oh wow, okay, this guy, he's desperate. So I let him. So we start talking, and then because he pissed me off, I got right to the virgin birth. Man, it was so embarrassing. I set him up so perfectly, man. I had him agreeing to certain terms, certain keywords. We got to verse 16. I said, Jacob begot who? Joseph. I said, okay, so how do we know Joseph is the son of Jacob? What key word determines that? Begot. Okay, keep reading. He read it all. I said, who Jesus' father? He said, Joseph. I said, what key word determines that? I said, we agree all the way from verse 2 all the way now. There's a key word determines the father. What key word is that? Begot. I said, okay, read Joseph begot Jesus. It's not there. Right.
Is that on your YouTube channel?
Yes. I don't think I uploaded because I got so many debates, bro, that I was just feeling bad, bro. I went to like some type of like low-key depression because I'm like, damn, I'm beating these guys up. And I start thinking about how they feel afterward. I'm like caring about their feelings. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna upload these because I feel sorry for these guys, man. So a lot of if I go to my channel right now, you'll see nothing but about 5 private debates that nobody's ever heard. And they're one-sided. It's a quick ass kicking. But
Or is it one of the unbiased channels?
So no, it's actually this channel.
What's it called?
This one is Keep It Real Israel. This is my old Israelite name.
Oh, that's right. You were a former Hebrew Israelite. What camp were you from?
None. But starting off, the camp that intrigued me the most was GOCC and Israel United in Christ. Yeah. So at first it was Israel United in Christ first. Like now this is before Nathaniel had a camp. He had nobody but Barak Shaw. There's no camp. Zero. He's by himself in the streets teaching by himself.
Yeah.
No reader. He reading everything. And then Barak Shaw, they started doing like studio sessions where it's like all nice. And so I'm like, I like this style. But when I heard GOCC and they said, all right, Gentiles can be saved. I'm like, what? So
Yeah, there's a stipulation though.
Yes, I started to like look at like, oh wait, yeah, these verses are actually, yeah, this is about right.
Mhm.
And then guess what? You remember the Comforter?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I started watching him. So he said the virgin birth is true. He was the first person to get me onto that. I'm like, what? I said, ain't here One West? What are you talking about virgin birth? So when they had a video, it was so funny because they was going after GMS. There's like a rival between them and GMS. So when they show some verses that was clear, I'm like, oh snap, this is real. The virgin birth is not false like I thought. So I'm like, damn, GOCC showed me the Gentiles can be saved. And these guys showed me that the virgin birth is true.
So you hopped on there a little bit and then you started seeing inefficiencies.
So what I did was I knew they was all without something. I said, man, I wish, because I like the Comforter the most. So I'm like, damn, man, I wish he knew GOCC teaching because I would definitely join this camp. But I can't join them when they teach Esau, think I know is a lot. Even though GOCC, they taught Gentiles can be saved, but they still believe the Esau law. And at that point, I knew that was false.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't join none of them. So what I started to do, I started to listen to church Israelites the most. So you got Pastor Tony Smith, The Way of Yah, TWO. He's still teaching now. And you got Bowie. I think Israel Doctrine.
Yeah.
You got Bowie. So I started to listen to the church Israelites the most. Cause I realized the ones in the streets were the radicals. The one in the church were more sensible.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how that worked. So I never joined the camp because once I heard about the church Israelites, I knew that they were talking the truth.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Anglo-Israelism?
No, ever, never.
That's where Hebrew Israelites basically piggybacked from. It was British Israelism.
Oh yeah. You're
Yeah.
talking about the British Israelites. Yes, I'm aware of that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was telling LG that last night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I remember I don't know if LJ's seen it, but my pastor, he has Anglo Israelites, like he has a bunch of videos on them. And literally when he goes through a lot of stuff, it's very similar to almost everything that they believe with some, variation.
Hey, LJ, you still there? He fell asleep. So for me, what you're saying is true, but I'm going to go further.
Mm-hmm.
Every black racist, all of their arguments come from
you said it's all racist?
No. I said every black racist, it don't matter if they're Israelite, they're atheists, don't matter what they are. Every black racist, all of their arguments stem from a white racist, and they just colored it black. Every last one of them.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that because racism it didn't start with black people.
Right. And all we did, because hurt people, right? So black people hurt, so they hurt. So, not all, but some hurt people. So they decided I want to hurt back. And they took the literal, every last argument and just reversed it and said, who you thought you were, that's who we are. And who you said we are, that's who you are. That's all they did. A little tweaks in there. But every last stupid doctrine that come from Black society, I'm talking about every last one, bro, was originated with a white person, a stupid white person.
I mean, even like, when some of the, Sakari guys, when they pull out scholarship, like, okay, this kind of surprised me, not gonna lie. Deacon said he's a Talmud scholar.
Oh my God, bro. He's the furthest from that.
And one thing that's important, though, about the Hebrew translation, it doesn't really render in English. So if you're a Talmud scholar, you read Hebrew.
Bro.
That's what that means. You're studying it in Hebrew because sometimes they don't render everything just like in the Bible,
Bro, he was debating an actual Jewish person, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he went to go read the Talmud. He pronounced something, he butchered a word, and then Hebrew corrected him. He said, "Oh yeah, that." So that's what we know he's not a Talmud scholar.
Yeah, but even with that, I mean, how can you be a Talmud scholar? Like, there's so much to read about. There's a Tosefta. They have all these different forms of things, and how can you really? You only really get it in pieces unless you study it for a long, long period of time.
He's a Google Talmud scholar.
Yeah.
You gotta listen to my debate with this fool. He didn't even know that. He thought that when a man has sex with a woman, that the seed always go back to the man. The man determines the ethnicity, nationality, whatever, the tribe of the kid. So I said, no. I said, no, it's false. He said, who? I said, bro, go to 1 Chronicles chapter 2. And I got this from LJ.
Mm-hmm.
I brought him there, and we read about Sheshan, daughters. She married Egyptian, and the baby was a Judite.
Oh, he wasn't Egyptian, though, was he?
He was a Judite. So he said, hey, I forgot what he said, but I know shortly after that, he said, well, King James was a... He went conspiracy theory, bro, and guess what? I didn't even blow him out. Because I said, a lot of people, I was taught from a Nation Islam like elder. He said, yo, never, it's kind of like 40 laws of power too. Like never outshine somebody who's seen as like endearing, So I said, a lot of people love this guy, so let me just be easy with him.
Yeah, I mean, he's sort of taking his feet out from under him because I would have just asked him, what version of the Bible do you read? Like you can't make a point if you're gonna cut yourself.
Yeah, but look, now I do know this though. If you oversell, you lose the customer.
Yeah.
So when I debate, I try to leave room for a second encounter, like I did with that guy Arayala. See, we debated twice. But if you try to embarrass them, you can kiss a part 2 or another topic goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd rather, they say, go to the well as much as possible before there's no water there.
Yeah. No, I hear that.
Yeah, because of his stature and how that group is like really flourishing. Now, somebody like Captain Zariak, I wouldn't care 1 second. I would embarrass him. That group always been the worst Israelite group because I was into it. It's still now. It's the least respected. He's a clown. They're the dumbest ones. Their camp is what started it. They're back in the Stone Ages. Everybody adjusted their doctrine but them. Yeah, so them, no. I'm going hard. I don't care.
And I was gonna ask LJ this, but he's sleeping. But you should look at for our discussion earlier, Colossians 2:9.
Okay. Is that around the blotted out the ordinances?
That's around it, but yeah, it's kind of got a different topic in mind.
All right, let me see. Colossians 2:9. Let me share my screen. Talmud scholar. Oh my God. Don't even read Hebrew. Just goofy stuff, man. And then get embarrassed from a Jewish person in the Talmud. Okay. For in him dwelleth all the fullness of the Godhead bodily.
Yeah. So when I mentioned earlier that Godhead is 2 different words, you see it in Acts and you see it in Romans. In Acts and Romans, same Greek word, but here, different Greek word. And that's where you kind of have to just do some research on it. But what I found is in Romans and Acts, it's about the power of God in operation. But here it's about the person of God, and more so all deity, not just the power of deity, but like deity itself. So like I can give you a good reference. You might be able to find this online. I put it on, I messaged it to you. A.T. Robertson's word pictures in the New Testament.
Word pictures. That doesn't sound familiar.
Here, I'll just read what he has in here. Let me find it. Because I didn't know these were different Greek words. Okay. So it's kind of long. It's not that long. You care if I read it for a quick sec?
Yeah.
Okay. So in regards to Colossians 2:9, he says, in this sentence, given as the reason, hoti means because, for the preceding claim for Christ as the measure of human knowledge, Paul states the heart of his message about the person of Christ. And when he says dwells or dwelleth, that means at home in Christ, not one or more aspects of the Godhead, the very essence of God, from theos and dietas. And then he says, and not to be confused with theates from Romans 1:20. And then he says here only in the New Testament as, and it's just spelled slightly different. And then he says the distinction is observed in Lucian and Plutarch, and just, how they use it. And then he says the fullness of the Godhead was in Christ before the incarnation. During the incarnation, it was the Son of God who came in the likeness of men. Philippians 2:7. Paul here disposes of the docetic theory that Jesus had no human body, as well as the Corinthian theory of the separation between the man and the aeon Christ. Basically just going through different things, but yeah, that word's always piqued my interest. I'm gonna try to get some more Greek resources to see what other guys are talking about on there.
Yeah.
But it's very interesting.
Yeah, I understood what LJ was saying about John 8, but I right now, like maybe I might change my mind later, but right now I don't agree. I think that's, and like I said, I'm open to change my mind later, but right now I'm stuck on that. He was saying that he was before Abraham.
So the thing is, he said, he was proclaiming to be greater than Abraham, but he clearly said that when speaking about Solomon and Jonah and Moses and David. He said one greater than Solomon is here, one greater than Jonah is here. And that's where I would just think if he meant that, it would either be in the context or there. I didn't see that.
Yeah, but it's funny because he'll say, LJ would say, well, that's a Trinitarian thing. But you could say, well, that's what Unitarians think with the whole John 8.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I might be the only person really unbiased because I didn't even know what the hell I was.
Yeah.
So you
but what's even more interesting though, in that same chapter, this is where I think it's very important on what you believe about Christ. He says in verse 24, I said, therefore unto you, ye shall die in your sins, for if you believe not that I am, ye shall die in your sins. Now, why would he say you have to believe I'm greater than Abraham? Right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's just, yeah, that's something I always think about, why it's kind of important as far as how we view Christ. Because I guess not once we view Christ in the right light, God has to work in us, but that's the start.
Matter of fact, since we're talking about that, let me get your opinion on, I'll pull it up for you. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. Hey man, yeah, that eSword is a nice addition.
Yeah, I got it on my man. It lets you download all these different, and look, it let me download my favorite translation, which is a God's words translation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, that's beautiful. And so I went to read something today. It was God's words, like translation, like perfect. And I got I downloaded all these commentaries, all these lexicons.
Mm-hmm.
I really get to play with it. I've been busy. I made myself busy all day, so I really didn't get to play with it too much. I mean,
Yeah, and if you want, and I can walk you through some of the stuff. I've learned a lot about eSword. Dude, there's encyclopedias you can download. One of my favorite, it has the McClintock and Strong's. So Strong's, has the Strong's Concordance, but he does an even deeper study. And dude, you can look up anything. And he'll take you through how certain people view this Greek word, how they used it, and how it came to be used in the scripture, different things like that.
okay. So, all right, I'm with that. Yeah, because I'm totally. Like I said, I used that like 8-10 years ago, and I just downloaded it because it's funny because on a Mac, your Mac computer, it's over. You're not getting that. But the iPad.
Oh, I got it on Mac. I got it on there.
How?
It's on I think it's on the App Store.
It won't let me. No, it won't let me.
Hold up, let me find out how I downloaded it because I have it and it looks really nice on MacBook.
That's why I wanted it because I share my screen on a Mac.
Yeah, let me see. It's either that or I think you go to eSword's website and you just say eSword for Mac and it gives you a link. Something's gonna play. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the two Israelites that come back to me as my sons. I always say, yo, look, man, don't be afraid to cross-reference stuff. Stop leaning on your own understanding and just your own Israelite understanding and just cross-reference it, man. All these scholars was here before you, and you think they have nothing to say? You trying to reinvent the wheel. I told him, like, dude, you trying to no, dude, go off. That's gonna save you months. Months of wasting your time, dude.
Oh yeah. If you Google search eSword for Mac, it'll literally just pull you up to like the first link and you click on download eSword X.
All right. Okay, that's better for me. So I get to share my screen. Because what I was gonna do is I was gonna just go to Zoom with the Mac and then join with the iPad and just use the iPad.
Do it off of there, yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I'd rather use the Mac. I'm more savvy with computers and laptops than I am with phones and iPads.
Yeah, I bought it on my phone and my iPad. I like it on both eSword because you get a little bit more on the iPad. Like I think just a few more features.
Okay. All right. So go to Matthew 22:41.
Matthew 22.
I'm actually, you don't gotta go. I'm actually sharing my screen.
Okay, I'm already there.
Okay. So now 41 says what?
While the Pharisees were gathered together, Jesus asked them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Saying, what think ye of Christ? Whose son is he? They said unto him, the son of David. And he saith unto them, how then doth David in spirit call him Lord, saying, the Lord said unto my Lord, sit thou on thy right hand till I make thine enemies thy footstool.
All the way to 46.
All the way, okay. If David then called him Lord, how is he his son? And then no man was able to answer him a word, neither durst any man from that day forth ask him any more questions.
So what's your understanding on that?
That's that's a reference back to Psalms 110.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something I haven't dug into completely. But the Yahweh said unto I believe the Masoretic text has Adoni, and that's just about the preexistence of Christ, right? The preexistence and the preeminence of Christ, meaning he's before all things, just like Colossians 1 speaks about.
Yeah, so I use this in the virgin birth debate. I'm like, dude, you keep saying David seed, David seed, David seed. I'm like, but Jesus just said, he just asked the question. And when he asks questions, they're really rhetorical. He knows you're going to not answer it correctly. And then, look what they said. They said the son of David. These are fools, because the prophecy was that, call him Jesus, right? Because he shall be called the prophecy is, name him Jesus, because he shall be called the son of David. No. The son of Joseph. No. The son of the carpenter. No. The son of man. No. He should be called the son of God. That's the prophecy. Since the Israelites talk about prophecy, well, the prophecy would Jesus be called as son of God. So why are you calling? And they agree with that, brother.
Yeah.
Why are you calling him the son of Joseph then, brother?
Yeah, I agree with that in a sense, but he still is the son of David, but not in the sense they think. That's why he's highlighting this. I really think this is,
Thank you, because you go to my next question. I was going to ask you, because I already asked LJ. So what, in a sense, you think he's the son of David?
Meaning he descended from David's line.
How? Blood or something else?
I mean, it's blood.
I don't believe that. Okay, so whose blood?
Okay, so if you look, so basically the ancient thought was that the blood only transferred from the mother. They later found out it was the mother and the father. So it could be either or, as long as it's in David's line.
Okay, so but we both agree that David's out, right?
David's out, yeah.
Right. Now, of course, I don't think anybody's gonna argue that Mary didn't give birth to Jesus. Right.
Exactly.
So now somebody argue what's her tribe she came from. They might argue that, but nobody's gonna argue that she gave right. But nobody gonna argue that. So what I will argue is this. I will argue that Mary's tribe is irrelevant to determine where Jesus comes from. Okay.
I would say it is relevant. And the reason why they're going to ask that is because she calls Elizabeth her cousin. But how loosely that term was used, it didn't mean we're from the same tribe. That's what you got to keep in mind. Doesn't mean we're from the same tribe.
And this is why I say it's irrelevant. This is why when they deal with me, they're dealing with somebody who ain't holding none of that. Well, prove where Mary come from. I don't got to, my boy, because I'm saying it doesn't matter. I'm saying that Joseph is there for a reason, and Israelite guy, you don't know why he's there. Because so the guy can't ask me the wrong question, right? I think one of the last two guys have debated on this. I said, bro, the real question you should ask me is, why is Joseph there? Not why, he ain't got a kid or have a kid. You should be asking me, why is he there if he's not the biological father? I said, that's the question you should ask me. Give me a harder question. You ask me some easy shit. Give me a harder one. Why is he there? Because when you continue reading, because he ain't got no kids, okay? Mary gave birth. Now, if God, it's why it don't matter. It doesn't matter, because you just read in Matthew 22 that Jesus, how is he David's son when David calls him his Lord? So we know that he's not no blood, nothing of David. Matter of fact, and before I tell you this much, go to Revelation 22 and 16. It's on my screen. It's on my screen. Yeah, you gotta go. It's on my screen. Okay. So right there, the bottom part.
Yeah. I, Jesus, have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David and the bright and morning star.
Okay, what does that mean to you?
The offspring of David?
See, you did what they did. You can't do that. Read it over.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay, look. I am the root and the offspring of David. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we can't skip past that. So what does that mean to you?
To me, that means Jesus has two roles.
Uh-huh.
That he was born of David, but he's the cause of David coming into being established where he was.
Right. So how is it David's sperm, the seed, all that is not? So now read 13.
I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, the first and the last.
So
Yep.
if he started it, how is he coming from that? That's why he asked that question in Matthew 22.
Yeah.
How is he David's seed when he started the lineage?
Exactly. And that's where it goes into that Jesus was God in the flesh. Even we bring in the subject of the Talmud and the Jews. The Jews changed their tradition so many times, but if you keep up with it in Psalms 110, I think it's in Pasikta Rabati, they talk about how the Messiah is God.
Okay.
I gotta find it. There's a website that actually I gotta find it. There's this one guy I watch on YouTube. He destroys a bunch of Jews that come on and try to debunk him, and it's pretty funny.
All right. Now, True Meech.
Yeah.
So now let me take you. I try my best. I watched probably more Virgin Birth videos than the average human being on this earth because I'm trying to get more out of it, and I'm trying to see who's saying what I'm saying. I've not seen anybody who said remotely anything close to what I'm saying. And when I watch their verses, I do take notes. They say little things to help strengthen me, but it's nothing compared to what I have. Nobody.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying I watched all of them, but everybody who I did watch, not their arguments, like they would be learning from me. I won't be learning from them. Okay, so do me a favor, go to Matthew 1:18. And let me go there. I'm gonna ask you a question like I asked them. So I want a sincere answer.
Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise.
Wait, start right there.
Yeah.
So now I learned this from another video. So I'm gonna be honest. First of all, the way it started off, now the birth of Jesus Christ on this wise, it's already telling you prepare for a rocky road.
Yep.
It's already on this wise. It's saying this ain't your ordinary birth here. Okay, so buckle up. Okay, go ahead.
Let me go back to it. Okay. When as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost.
And do you know an idiot today told me that Holy Ghost was the law of Moses?
What? That doesn't even sync up in the Greek.
So you already know I told the dude, take your L and get out of here. Like when he did that, because he already lost. And by the way, he was from Israel United in Christ, by the way. Okay. So I said, bro, you just embarrass your camp. Okay, because he read somewhere the law is spirit. I'm sorry, the law is holy. And then somewhere else is spiritual. I said, bro, you just said spiritual. You know, spiritual and spirits are different. So I showed him Luke 24, Jesus come to the upper chamber. Shalom, Salam Alaikum. They all got afraid. Why were they afraid? They thought he seen a ghost. He said, I'm not a ghost. Do ghosts got flesh and bone? Okay, so then 1 Corinthians 15 talks about spiritual bodies, sown and then reaped, right? Or grown from the ground. And that's so these bodies, but they're spiritual. I said, okay, so let's go to John 4:24. God's a spirit. I said, brother, you get it now? The spirit is different from spiritual. Spiritual means it has attributes of the spirit, but it's not the spirit. So if the law is spiritual, it's not spirit. So that I said, okay, read, she was found with child of the laws impregnated. Like, dude, come on, bro, stop it. So I said, okay, get off. Bye-bye. Take your L and get off. He argued, and I didn't mind doing it that way because if you tell me the holy laws, how's he better than me? Because he's saying by me saying the Holy Ghost impregnated her, which I did not say. But if he's saying that, he's saying that I'm guilty of adultery, then you're guilty of adultery too. You said that the laws impregnated her. All right. So anyway, so read verse 19. Now this is one I want you to pay attention to. Read 19. And this is the one I heard nobody say but me so far on the internet.
Then Joseph, her husband, being a just man and not willing to make her a public example, was minded to put her away privily.
So they're going to ask you, a clever one, a wicked, clever one, will ask you, how's he being a just man by not observing the law of, if he really believes she was an adulterous lady, then how is being a just man is not stoning her according to Mosaic law? He's breaking the law. Okay, so now that's to you.
Oh, that's easy. Like if they ask that question, there's the reason why Deuteronomy 24 was put there. Even Jesus said, for the hardness of your hearts, Moses let you guys divorce because you men were taking advantage of this. So, you know, but yeah, I would say Deuteronomy 24, the bill of divorce.
Okay, cool. So, okay, so when a man finds his woman in an adulterous relationship, right? Let me just word it correctly. How do you ask me? What is his options?
Well, you got two options.
Right.
You have the bill of divorce, and then you also have the test of bitter waters. I don't know if you've ever read about that.
I'm not sure. That does not sound familiar.
That's I think it's Numbers 5. There's a test of bitter waters. If there was suspected that she was cheating, it was a way to test it, and she would basically go to the priest, drink this sort of mixture, and if she swelled up and died, she committed adultery. If she didn't, she did not commit adultery.
Okay, they did say that to me, but they did bring it up. But they would
Yeah.
say, okay, but that's not what happened here. Like he didn't do that. He only chose to neglect the stoning one, right? The other one he didn't do. So they say, so he didn't do either one. They say he ain't stone her and he ain't have her drink. So they did say that. He ain't have her drink the water. Okay. So what about Deuteronomy 25:5?
What is that? The token of virginity?
No, that's 22. 13.
Oh.
So let me just explain.
Yeah.
So you're right about divorce. Okay, but they ain't gonna say, well, what word gives it away that he's gonna divorce her? What word in 19?
What word? Oh, put away.
They're gonna say prove it. Now, how do you prove that?
Put away. You go to the other times it's used.
Right.
That's what I would do. Yeah.
So what I will say is this. I will say, brother, there's no everywhere in the Bible, right? Show me where a man that was married to a woman put away his wife, and it wasn't a divorce.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say everywhere that I ever read, a man was able to put away his wife. Even God putting away Israel, it was a divorce. when God divorced Israel, he put Israel away.
Yeah.
He divorced with a bill of divorce. Okay, so 25:5 is this. So I tell the brothers, there's three options here that Joseph had, but he was only aware of two. He knew that he could make her a public example if the word is there. He could have her stoned, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or he could divorce her. But the law that he would lean on is Deuteronomy 25:5, where if a man find an unclean thing in his wife, let him write her a bill of divorcement and send her out of her house. That's put away. Okay. So when you divorce a woman, you put her away. So this is talking about. So he had two options. He didn't have one. So Israelites say one, no. So and also that's a sneaky way of telling you that men who get them stoned are not just, right?
They don't care for her, yeah.
Right, they're not just. That's a sneaky way of saying those people are barbarians and savage. Okay.
But also, if the woman was stoned, the man was also stoned too.
Yep.
Keep that in mind.
Yep.
So they had different regulations in this time in Israel.
So I had to explain to the dude that. I said, my boy. The people who found her can't divorce her, and they're not married to her, so therefore they only have option. They only got one option. It's option A. Let's get it stoned. I said, my boy, you need to go back and read 18. 18 says she was found with the Holy Ghost. Who found her? Joseph. So now he has the options. I said, my boy, if other people found her, it's one option, it's stone. But since the husband found her, he has two options because he can divorce her. The other men can't, like in John chapter 8, when they brought the woman to Jesus. And you know that story. Okay.
Yeah.
So when the husband finds a woman, he has the choices, not the man who's not married to her. He got one choice. And that's why they had one choice with her. Okay. Well, actually, but they thought they had one choice. But Jesus showed them the other choice, which was, all right, if you without sin, cast the first stone. So they had another choice. So the same thing. There's an option C.
Mm-hmm.
And the C option was, which goes into my, you don't gotta be, Jesus don't gotta be physically nothing to David to inherit the home, to inherit the throne. The option C was, Joseph, don't be afraid to marry your woman, marry your wife. Take her. Now, took is the same thing. Took in the, and this is why they argue sex is marriage, stop it. That's one way. Took is the other way. Okay, Solomon says he took Bathsheba's wife and he wasn't even around her. Later,
Yep.
Okay, and then what about this one? Now, look at this idiot. It says Jacob took Shula, the Adulamite, to be I'm sorry, the Canaanite to be his wife. Okay, so he took her and had sex with her. But how about this? He took a wife for her. So I said he had sex with her. The fool said yes. The guy said yes. Okay, dude, hold the L and get off my channel. All right, get off my channel. So that's exactly what happened. Okay, I said, dude, he took a wife for her. I said, have sex with him? No, I said, I said, since Jacob took her, did he have sex with her? No. Okay, so that just means chose. He took me, you chose a wife. And then
the context will determine what kind of meaning that word particularly takes on.
Right. And then normally, if you take a wife, you have sex with her. But this is why the angel told Joseph, don't have sex with her until after he's born. Okay, so he told him, take her, but don't have sex. Right. So, now watch this. These, in my opinion, where I'm at now, I don't argue a bloodline. I say you don't have to be a bloodline; it's irrelevant. And what tribe Mary's from is irrelevant. The fact that Joseph married Mary anyway, knowing the baby's not his, that is now an adopted baby. The baby's grafted in and has rightful inheritance to everything that Joseph is entitled to. Okay, so the baby's adopted into the throne. And as you said earlier, but Caleb, don't say anymore. I'm gonna get him with that one. But other places in the Bible, even with Joseph and Jacob took Joseph two kids and adopted them into the heritage. So, and it's other more examples of that happening. If you adopt a kid, if you take a kid as your own, that kid is now seen as yours, no different than a biological kid. So the fact that Joseph married Mary anyway gave Jesus rightful rights to the throne without Mary, without nobody. They don't need anybody. They just need Joseph to marry Mary, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. And so do you hold that both of the genealogical accounts are about Joseph?
That's impossible. Luke 3. If anybody think they know Luke 3, I got questions for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you would follow which tribe Mary's from.
Yeah, but Luke 3 is a mystery, though. Okay?
It's a mystery?
Yeah, because I got questions I don't think you can answer when it comes to Luke 3.
Like, just ask one. I'm curious. I'm curious, like, how you're,
Okay, is Simeon Joseph's son?
And Luke 3, what verse?
About 25, 26. It got all the brothers. It got 4 brothers of Jacob saying they're the sons of each other. That's why
4
I said
brothers of Jacob.
Yeah, that's why I said if somebody, and then they got Jonan as the father, I think, of Joseph. So if somebody can explain Luke 3 to me, which I don't think they can, but I'm open.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it. I haven't looked into the genealogy of it too much.
How
I have
about
to
this?
look into it.
I did to some degree, and some of those names just don't exist in the Old Testament at all. How about, so I'll save you some time. Some of those names listed in Luke 3, they don't exist at all in the Old
And that
Testament.
makes sense. So when you see certain names, you'll be like, but this is this guy. Some names were really common. So you see Joseph in there, and he's not all the way up in that line.
What I'm saying is those names ain't even Hebrew. They don't exist in Israel.
Oh, you're saying this is what you found.
Yeah. You cannot find those guys anywhere in the Old Testament. Those names, zero. There's can't find them. There's no cross reference. There's nothing.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I've never been
So-
asked that. I'll have to look into it.
Right. So that means that Luke 3 is there for a different reason, and we got to find that out. Why is Luke 3 there? It's not there to show a genealogy, because it got four sons of Jacob saying that they're each other's father. So this is for something else. It's not to show some lineage. And I got to figure that out. I got to figure out why this is there. And that's going to solve a mystery. Now listen, there's a couple names not there also. You don't see Jeconiah, and Jeconiah was in Matthews. You don't see Jeconiah there, but you see Jeconiah's kid there. You see I think you see Zerubbabel or Salathiel there, both. Like, well, what the hell? Well, how are they there? How are they there without Jeconiah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so believe me, bro. Here, and they got the same name said like 3-4 times, and that guy's not in Israel at all. So that's why when people say Luke 3, I say, brother, you sure you want to go there? Because there's more questions than there are answers.
Got you. Yeah. So one thing that I understand about the Gospels is that each one has a specific focus.
Yeah, I agree.
So what was it? Like Mark is about explaining how Christ is a man. Luke is about explaining how he's a servant. Matthew's about how he's king. And John is about how he's God. That's how I've seen it explained.
Wait, but what about Luke?
Yeah.
Luke is who?
Servant.
All right. So maybe because I'm a detective for the Bible. So maybe that's a lead I can go on. Because once I figure out Luke 3, bro, I might be that guy. I might be that guy. Because these are questions I can't even answer. So I might be that guy if I can explain Luke 3. Why it's there? Because it's not there to show bloodline. And that's why I say we gotta get off that. And matter of fact, how about this? Wait, I don't think I ever shared this with you. Okay, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
You might have heard it though. All right, be honest. All right, so Matthew's 1-1, right? Matter of fact, you didn't hear that part. I'll go there last. So Matthew's 1-2. Abraham begot Jacob. Abraham begot Isaac. Isaac begot Jacob. Jacob begot Judas and his brethren, right? And then this all I didn't read. It's off the top of my head. I know this stuff back and front. So verse 3 it says, and Judas begot Phares and Zareth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Phares and Zareth of Tamar. So who's Tamar?
Who's Tamar? Yeah. Tamar's the mother.
Of who?
Of Zerah.
And who else?
And Phares.
Right. Is that Judas' wife, by the way?
That's not his wife. I believe that was his daughter-in-law.
Right. So where are his kids at in his lineage? Like of his first
He
wife?
didn't have any kids outside of her.
No, I'm
I
saying
believe.
Yeah. Well, no, he had 3 kids. He had Onan, and Shelah. Well, where they at in his genealogy?
Oh yeah, they're not mentioned
At all. Now, I speculate because their mom was a Canaanite, and Canaanites are forbidden to marry according to Mosaic law, right? So, the firstborn died right away, right? It don't explain why. I just said, well, it explains why. It said that he was wicked, but don't explain what he did. And then it says Onan was commanded by Judas to go in, because that's Mosaic law. That's Deuteronomy 28, where you have to give seed to your brother to keep his name in Israel, right? So Onan, everybody know this story. He went into Tamar and he let it spilled it on the ground. The Lord slew him. Shelah, the third son, the only living son, Judah said, "Nah, not you, because I won't have no kids if you die." So he lied to Tamar and said, "Wait until Shelah's old enough," which he was already old enough. Wait till she's old enough, and I'll give them to you. So much time passed that Tamar's giving word that Shayla's older, and he, somebody snitched. So she realized, okay, this fool ain't gonna give me Shayla. Like, he lied to me. He didn't keep his word. But I gotta raise up seed to my first husband so that his name can be alive in Israel. Because are you aware of Ezra chapter 2, verse 59 of people names being left out the registry, kicked out of Israel?
Yeah. Even though they knew they were Levites.
Exactly. That's my point to Israelites, that they can't keep. So that means that the bloodline is full of shit. That means that the paper is more important than the bloodline.
Yeah.
Right. Clearly. Because they were
Well, also keep in mind circumstances. They were trying to reestablish order, and that was a way of doing that.
I got it. But here's the thing though. If the author, right, knows that I am a Levite, and because it's a man-made error on this registry documentation, it said I'm not a Levite now. They said they polluted and kicked them out. So now where they go now? Because they just can't go to any tribe, so they become strangers, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
From a heathen. See, so the registry is flawed. That's what I'm pointing out. It's bullshit. The paper lineage overrides the physical blood, semen, seed lineage they talk about.
And it also makes you question what kind of knowledge did they have that these were Levites? Were these just always considered Levites? Or did they actually know them from, childhood, different things like that?
Right. So, but that's why I go off the author, right? The author is writing this part, and the author got acknowledgement Levites without any doubt. Okay. So the people taking the registry had doubt, but these are also people. I think they was being, like you said, they were taken away and they was being reestablished. They was reestablishing themselves, and the people holding records, the secretaries lost the record, and as a result, you guys are gone. So my only thing is, it doesn't matter reason. The fact is that this paper held more weight than blood. So people got to take the emphasis off blood and sperm. This paper was acknowledged more serious than that, because the author that wrote that was speaking said that these were Levites.
Yeah.
Okay. So anyway, to Judas. So Tamar decided to play the whore because Judas' wife died. So he's mourning. He's probably desperate for something, a woman, companionship. So she got word where he was going. I think a Dulamite told her where he was going. So she played the whore and went in his pathway. They had sex. They had kids. They had twins. They had Faris and Zerah, and most people don't even know that they were twins. Because one Israelite said they were not twins, and I wasn't even sure because I read it, but on Google, but I didn't read it.
Yeah, you read the story. Yeah,
I took his word, like, okay, they ain't twins, and he was like so adamant, like they weren't twins. I'm like, oh shit, I guess I'm wrong. I guess Google wrong. So anyway, from verse 3, it says Judas begot Perez and Zerah. And then which twin keeps the lineage in Matthew? Or do you know off top?
Which what?
Okay, so it says Judas gave birth to 2 kids, but the lineage, the Matthew lineage only go from 1 kid. So do you know off top which kid it continued with all the way down to Joseph?
Ferris.
Okay, now was that any, mini, mighty, mo? So why did they say Ferris and not Zerah?
Yeah, and that kind of goes into how I answered it last time. It's just kind of how God decided to have the line go through.
That's wrong. That's wrong. And I'll tell you why strongly. Because as I told the Israelites, every last name, every last word in this Bible means something. If you know Mosaic law, that Tamar's never due her justice, she was never given a kid. Mosaic law is the person who gives her kid, that firstborn ain't his. It's hers and the father who died. That's theirs. The secondborn is yours. So that's why the Bible cleverly said they had twins. They knew the first one Judas can't have. It's not his. And matter of fact, it tells you what Onad. It said Onad spilled the seed on the ground because he knew that this would be donated to his brother, not himself. So Zerah was the firstborn, and that kid, Zerah, was thrown to and the Mosaic law says Pharis will be Judas. So that's why I go from Pharis to Hezron, everybody else.
Okay.
Yeah, Zerah is not rightfully his. Yeah, so that's why I say every last word in this Bible, every name, every word, every whatever, that is something important that we gloss past, but we can't leave it up to that's just the way God does. No, God makes sense why he did it. So, but that also shows you this, that gets the rights of Judas' biological seed of David kid. That goes, so when that kid have kids, and that kid have kids, that kid's kids, guess who's the father? It ain't Judas, even though that's his DNA, that's his biology. That kid is He's the adopted father. And like one last trivia. You ever read the book of Esther? Of course you have, right?
Oh yeah.
Who's her father?
Mordecai, adopted father, right?
There you go. Adopted father. And if you go to Esther 9 and 29, it mentions Esther the queen, and it listed two fathers, her natural born father, and it listed Mordecai. They listed both of them like Matthew. I'm sorry, like Matthew and Luke tied together, named two fathers for Jesus, and like it was somebody else that was listed two fathers for. So I tell Israelites, I say, bro, that's not uncommon for people of Israel to have to be listed to have two fathers. That's common in the Bible.
Wait, you said Jesus had two fathers? You mean Jacob?
It said Jacob and Eli, right?
Yeah, it was Heli and somebody else.
No.
Jacob.
I'm sorry, not Jesus. Jacob had two fathers.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. Joseph had two fathers. Joseph.
Yes, but then so I've always understood Luke 3, and I understand there are problems with it, but I've always understood it as being Mary's lineage because it looks like okay, these are both Joseph, these are Joseph's father. That name was common. So if you keep that in mind, and also the split from Solomon to Nathan and then Solomon to Rehoboam, there's a reason why it's split that far up in the lineage. They can't be the same person coming from two different, completely different people.
Yeah, because it splits at Nathan and Solomon. But but that don't mean it's actually Mary's, even though like that was my conclusion. That would just make sense with Mary's father, and that would be Jacob's father-in-law. Like that's what made sense to me and most people. But like people will argue with you, like they argue with me about that. Like, yeah, but you can't prove it. Says it don't say that. They're gonna go that route with it. Because they don't understand context clues. I get it.
Yeah.
So it says Jacob, which was the son of Eli, and then names Eli's father, and then it names that he was the son of somebody, the son of somebody, the son of somebody, and goes up. Now, the reason why I won't hold that to be Mary's is because the rest of it doesn't make sense. So I'm like, but that don't mean it's not Mary's, but that's enough doubt for somebody to hold you on that and kick it out the debate. Evidence rolled out. You dismissed. So
yeah,
that's why I'm like, it gotta be another way. Now I'm saying like, I don't need that. I don't need Mary. I got Joseph taking Mary as his wife, knowing the kid ain't his, and the kid's now his.
Yeah, because Mary starts with in verse 23?
Which one? Luke or Matthew?
And Luke 3.
Yeah, it's 23, where it said Jesus about 30 years old, as was supposed the son of Joseph, Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but notice both lineages are tribe of Judah.
Yeah, no, that's a fact.
Yeah, and that's where if this chapter 3 is understood as being Mary, that's an easy way to connect that to her being tribe of Judah, because we've seen a woman carry the line before, just like we saw in First Chronicles.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's interesting. I'm gonna have to look into the lineage.
Hey, bro. See, now that's a secret that you can't say.
What? Oh, what I just said?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I got you.
Yeah. Because see, so anything that they hold on to, you can't prove that. That's what we don't want to say publicly.
Oh yeah, because then they're gonna be ready for it.
Right. I want them to say it because the reason why you don't want them to be ready for it, it's not that they can do anything with it. It's that you want to prove they're not honest. Because they say you can't do something, you do it. So okay, brother, did you acknowledge I did it?
Yeah.
And they're gonna say no. So it's like, dude, you're showing a track record of dishonesty. So what's the point of me proving something you say I can't prove when you just don't accept it?
Exactly. Yeah, no, I hear you there.
And so that's why you don't want to do that publicly. You want to show a track record that this guy cannot be trusted. And believe me, on their own channel, people, believe True Meech, you know, like me. There's people in the faith, but they're on the edge. They like what they're hearing, but they know some stuff is off. So all they're waiting for is somebody like you and I or LJ to debate them publicly and point those things out clear. So the guys, okay, I had enough. Because bro, I'm talking to these guys every day on Facebook, and these guys are at no camps. They're doing their own personal studies. They're fed up. A lot of guys are, and they're New Testament, and they're One West. They brought the One West thing, but they're by themselves. Like they're done with the camps.
Yeah, that's why I've seen a few guys. I met a few guys on the. Is it the group that me and you were in?
No, that's my group, the one that we're in.
What's the one you talking about that you meet these Hebrew Israelites?
Okay, so no, this ain't group. This is regular, just freestyle. Hey, how you doing? Type, inbox. That's what's going on. There's no group.
Oh, okay.
Just meet and greet.
Yeah, man. A lot of these guys, they see the deception, but they're like, okay, I know there's a lot in the Bible that's true, but there's certain things that are off, and I don't know why. Yeah, so they're looking for answers. And that's like a lot of the world though. Like in Amos 9, it actually talks about how there's gonna be a drought of the truth of the word of God in the earth. And people are gonna come from the east and the west. They're gonna be searching for it.
Yeah, I told the young brother, I think yesterday, I said, brother, the proof that camps are wicked is going back to Christ asking Peter, who do you say I am? The Son of God, right? The son of the living God. Blessed are you because no man has. So I'm like, bro, did you not miss that? He just said, yo, the truth comes to you by the Father, not men. So how the hell you in a camp being told what to say, and you think you got that should be right there. Like, yo, you that's not how it's done. If you believe in this Bible, then you're supposed to believe that you're guided by a force that's not man.
Yeah. I think when you look at that, it's speaking about man hasn't caused you to believe this. And plus as far as who he was, that didn't come from man.
Right.
Yeah, because even when he met somebody and they had never heard of him, but he was like, yeah, you're the Son of God. And he's like, or no, it kills me when Paul met Christ, he said, who art thou, Lord?
he called him Lord. Who are
Yeah,
you?
yeah, yeah. Yeah, but guess what? How did the damn wicked demon know he was the son of God though? The wicked
Yeah.
demon knew it, but Israel couldn't. Yeah, isn't that crazy? A demon.
Wait, what you mean a demon knew it?
Okay, when he was casting out devils, that devil said,
Oh yeah, in one of those stories.
yeah, he said, did you come before? He said, son of God, did you come before your appointed time?
Mm.
So
And he
Jesus,
said, and okay, even the devils believe.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, ain't that weird? I mean, like that's embarrassing. A devil knew who he was, but Israel, his chosen seed, don't know. So that's why he said, "You are of your father, the devil." So again, they also debunked. Okay, so when you just put me on something. When I researched Adam the dust, that ain't dirt. That's like really dust you sweep up somewhere. That means nothing comes from that. So the fact he created life from dust was a miracle.
Research. What did you research?
The dust that Adam was created from.
Oh yeah.
It's not dirt. Dirt is known to grow things from. He created Adam from dust. You can't grow things from dust or sand. You can't. So Adam's birth was a miracle.
Yeah, I think that. What is that word? Dust. Is it Adama?
I don't think it was that. When I let me look back at it again. I don't think it was that. But I do know it is classified as ashes. It's something you can't put a seed in and something will grow from it. I know that.
Hmm.
So Adam's birth was a miracle.
Yep.
Because
why can't Jesus' birth be a miracle?
Right. Because this was dirt that cannot grow anything from. It was ashes. It was like some dust. It was like sand. It wasn't like fertilization. Not like that. All right. So I'm gonna go there. So dust. No, it's a par. It's a par. It's a par.
Okay.
And
you know what's even more interesting? So if they say, how can a man only come from a woman and not a man as well, like being involved?
Yeah.
You should ask, you could be like, how did God cause the dead rod to bud? So there was a story, and basically Cohen wanted to partake in the priestly rituals. And Moses was like, all right, everybody bring your rods, and whoever God chooses, we'll see in the morning. And he caused Aaron's rod to bud, even though it was a dead piece of wood. Like, how does that work?
Yeah, okay. Right, yeah.
There's a lot of things that are against the norm. Yeah.
And bro, and this is what they do, and I get them good with this one. Hold up. Wait, I think it's Matthew 19. Let me make sure. It's not in my notes I just was sharing. It's in another notes. But I'll just read it to you off the top of my head. So I tell Israelites, I say, bro, you're sitting here telling me what God can't do. When Jesus tell you God can do all things, wait, no, I'm sorry. The way it's quoted, it says with men these things are impossible, but with God, nothing's impossible. So I said, bro, you're putting God on the level as a man.
Yep.
I said, you're giving God limitations, but he's telling you he's unlimited. He's an unlimited soldier. He's down Master P, but you're making him limited. You're limiting God, don't even know it. You're saying what he can't do, and you're saying it very boldly and confidently. When the Bible says, when God keeps saying about himself, Jesus said it, and God told Sarah, when he told Sarah that she'll be pregnant, she's barren, she laughed at him. And then he said, yo, why do you think this is a hard thing for me to do? So I'm like, yo, do y'all know that making a woman have kids in the Bible that's barren is a miracle?
Mm-hmm.
You don't know that? Because first of all, only God, every woman that's barren in the Bible is barren because of God, every last one. And when they're unbarren, it's because of God. So the only way she can have kids, because the power of God made her barren. So the only way she can have kids is the power of God. That's a
There's
miracle.
one process that God
Are you breaking up bad?
basically annul in the human body, and you can't have a baby.
Wait, you was breaking up. You was breaking up bad. You were breaking up bad. Hey, Meech, you hear me? You there, Meech? Yeah, it's I don't know.
Yeah, I'm in a bad part. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, no, barely. Yeah, you were bad earlier. And if you're talking now, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah. Okay, he went away. Now I was not watching the chat because I'm over here eating crackers. And I killed those oysters and I killed some mackerel. Killed some mackerel, hot sauce and sea salt. All right, let me look at the chat. God, the real ice cream. Science gives us answers the Bible could never begin to answer. In the age of information, science provide demonstrable answers the Bible requires. Yeah. All right. So I see tone link. I'm gonna click it. So what piece, sir? Let me see. Who asked the question? What's the question? Oh, drop the number. Oh my God. Drop the number. Yeah, was it you that snitched on me? I think it was you. I think it did just snitched on me. I think him or somebody else snitched on me. One of y'all snitched on me. But I'll drop the number, but you don't know the Bible though. I'm not being funny, like you don't. Because if you ask me questions, I bet you I can answer them. But if I ask you questions, you can't answer my question. I know you can't. Because when you're a great researcher, you're gonna realize the information that you find is not known. Like, okay, this ain't known. Like, I got a gym right here. I'm on to a gym, GEM. Now, I was not reading the chat. Like, sometimes when I'm zoning like this, because if you read it, well, you'll never know. But when you actually read the chat after you're like building, it could throw you off. Peace, Mongo. Peace, Lord. Yeah, got ice cream, man. Listen, if you're gonna be Muslim, you should really try your best to learn Arabic. If you're a Christian and you want it and you read the Old Testament, see most Christians don't read the Old Testament, so you're fine. So you gotta learn Greek. Some Israelites don't read the New, so they should learn Muslim. I mean Islam. No, they should learn Hebrew. My fault. If you are both like a Hebrew Israelite, you gotta learn both, man. Or you should. You ain't got to, but you should. Spirit means the laws now. Yeah. What about the statues? Yeah, bro.
when I show him, I said, yo, so the spiritual laws impregnated Mary, he was just dead quiet, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I try to be respectful and peaceful, but when they do me like that, when they just flat out line like that, it pissed me off, man. Then I go crazy like I did on. I ain't like go crazy, but I definitely went crazy. Yeah, what's up with this guy? What's up with this guy, man? This guy indigenous. What's up with this guy? What's up with this guy? Keeps saying he taught me these things. What's up with this guy? Like, dude, like what's wrong with you, man? I'm really, yeah. I'm gonna throw you out once you lie. I don't know why you call. I ain't niggas calling to say that. Yeah, bro. Yeah, like, you saying you taught me the root of David, bro. Listen, once you do that, it ain't gonna work out tonight because I'm not real. I'm tired. I'm sleepy. But like lying like that, dude, I'm not gonna tolerate that. To be honest. Man, saying every time I look up, you taught me something. You don't know more Bible than me. How you teach me things about the Bible? You don't know. You don't know. You see me here talking to LJ and Demetrius. I'm holding my own. I'm recalling Demetrius saying about who seen God with angels. I said Judges 13. I know these stories. I know I could like I don't. There's no Bible in my hand. I'm not online. I'm sitting back. And I know these words in my brain, bro. I could drive my car. Y'all know I'm driving because y'all hear the noise. I could drive my car and debate an Israelite and win. Because I know the Bible very well. So when somebody said he taught me, it's like, yo, taught me what? This is me knowing the Bible, and then I'll do further research for something. That's why I say if I ask you about Luke 3, you're gonna be confused. You apostle, whoever else. If I start asking about Luke 3, there's no answers. Now I know what to ask somebody. Like Sanet does good. He's pretty good. But I know the real questions because I really read. Sanet he don't read the Bible. I really read the Bible, so I know what questions really going to stump somebody. I'm like, whoa! I researched like, hey, ain't no answer here. So if somebody want to ask questions that can't be answered, or at least confused, they cause confusion. Because I read the Bible, I wake up in the morning reading this Bible. So that's why I take offense when people saying they taught me. Like, taught me. Stop it, man. I'm the teacher. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you, brother. When we had this discussion like 2 months ago, and I explained to you, you was like, well, how is he, the offspring of David? I said, he's not. He's the root of David. He's the one that had to come in and straighten up David's lineage because man fucked up. Adam and Eve fucked up. Okay? He was straightening that out. It says Jesus came to, get rid of the death, for sin and death. That is the tree of good and evil, sin, and the tree of life, death. He come to take away Adam's mistakes, okay? And he went through the lineage of David because Abraham was promised that would happen in his lineage. Okay? It's that easy for me. So you know who knew about it and who was talking about it, but you won't give me no credit for shit, like I said. But that's all good. Just like you won't, hold on, I'm not finished. Just like you won't give me no credit for the Greek shit that I taught y'all. You niggas was thinking that I was calling the Greeks. Let me finish, somebody.
teach you about
You
anything,
thought
though.
I was called. See what I'm saying? You don't want to listen because you know when I'm busting your head, nigga, you want to cut me off just like these whack ass niggas. You talking about some weak ass side netter and all these niggas? He gonna put indigenous. You got a white woman. I said I've been told y'all that. Been with her for 31 years.
You do?
Ain't no surprise. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
I told y'all too.
I ain't never know that.
Yeah, I've been with her 31 years. Remember I told you she fell and all that stuff I was telling y'all about her? But anyway, she fell 4 stories and was, all that. But that ain't got shit to do with it.
I ain't never
I don't care. Well, what good is it going to do you to know it? I already told y'all, though. I told you to them. Lex and them was talking about it. Sister Nandy knows. I said it in her chat. Sister Nandy knows. So it wasn't like I was keeping it to myself.
Hey, bro, you said you taught things. You taught me things. That's one thing you never taught.
Unbiased, I did.
That's one thing you never taught me. I never know, bro.
I taught you that.
Bro.
Hold on. I taught you that.
Bro, hold on.
Because you was joking. And no, let me finish. Just let me finish.
Let me just respond to some things.
Like I said, you bringing up Sinetter and them's weak ass. Just like I said, he wants to call. I don't get involved in people's relationships or none of that. That's not my thing. I'm not here for the drama. I come to tell truths. And I don't lie. I don't like to be called a liar. And there's timestamps on me when I told you this shit. So I don't care what you got to say. I know that I taught you this.
Hey, Indigenous, if you were an animal, you would be a lion.
Nigga, you stupid. You're a fucking retarded liar. That's funny though. I'd be a lion. Yeah. Well, what else? What's the other thing the Greek thing. The Greek thing. The Greek thing. Taught your asses about that. You niggas thought I was talking about when I was saying the Grecians and the Greeks, y'all said, well, they don't have to be Hellenists. No. The Hellenists came in with Alexander, which you wouldn't let me explain. But, and then the Hebraic and Hellenist Jews, the Hellenist Jews, they were Jews, and they were Hellenists because they were converting to Judaism or to Christianity because of what they seen at the Council of Jerusalem in 40 AD, which y'all don't know nothing about. No, none of y'all talk about it. I brought that into this community numerous times, and ain't none of you motherfuckers talked about the Council of Jerusalem once. You helped me out, and I'll give you credit for that because I was saying the wrong one, the wrong council. See? So I can admit when you do things, but you...
All right, so let me say something.
Go ahead.
I don't know much about the Jerusalem of AD or none of them shits. All right.
Well, let me say something real quick, Unbiased, because I want you to check this out too, brother. That's when Paul and all of them are in Jerusalem with the, talking to the people, talking to the Pharisees, and come to an agreement that, that Paul would stick with the Gentiles, and Aaron and his people would stick to the circumcised, that sect.
Not Aaron. You mean Peter?
No, it was James. I'm sorry.
Okay.
James was James. One of the ones who was with the Hellenist type deal, or the older Jews with the Moses religion, circumcision and all that stuff. And then Jesus came and said, it's the circumcision of the heart, not outwardly, because you have, circumcised penis, or, not brother, outwardly, but inwardly, circumcision of the heart.
Do you know the outwardly thing was quoting the Old Testament, though? You know that?
What'd you say?
When they said Jew is not one inwardly, but one outwardly, do you know they were quoting the Old Testament?
Oh, well, it's the same. It's the same.
Now wait,
Jesus changed up. Jesus,
brother, I'm just saying that people think when Jesus said that was brand new. Like he was quoting. People don't understand. A lot of things that was being said, there's already said in the Old Testament. So now,
right?
Watch this. So, if you again, if I ask you about the David thing, you have to know that a lot of times I be sarcastic, right? I be cynical. I be thinking, it's to see if you know, it's not to see if I know, because one thing about me, if I ask a question, I usually already know it, and I'm just trying to see if you know it, so I can bust you. Okay. So that's what I do. I tell people, if I ask a question, believe me, I already know it. Now, because I would just say, tell me more about it, right? And you'll keep going. But the so the root of David thing, that's just something for me, just reading the Bible over, because again, I read it over and over, and not the whole Bible. I read certain chapters, certain verses over and over and over, because I don't want an Israelite to have an edge up on me. So I make sure that, and you see from my debates, they really can't talk about something I don't already know. They be trying to find something that I don't know. You can see just now today with LJ and True Meech, I pretty much knew everything they was talking about. Something I didn't. But most of the conversation I was following, I knew it verbatim, like word for word. Okay. So that's
well, you can hang in the conversation. You can add in and learn and also add to the conversation. It ain't like you just there, not knowing shit.
Now look, but the thing is, indigenous, that's pretty good for somebody who just got back in the Bible 2 months ago, after 8 years.
I'm proud. I told you I'm proud of you. I mean,
good. After an 8-year layoff, only 2 months, and I could pretty much hang with anybody. All right. And as you can see,
except for me.
Hold on.
Except for me.
Wait, just let me. Well, that's impossible, because, like I said, I could just ask you a question. I know you're not. Balaam. Who's Balaam?
I'm not sure, brother.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I could just throw any name out there, and
I could say what Strong's 40.
Yeah, but
that's why I called you, because I wanted to help you out. I wanted to help you out.
Wait, hold on. The one thing I got to say is this: when I said Balaam, this is not so now it's one thing if I just name some insignificant guy. Of course, you're not gonna know who he is. I'm saying Balaam is important. Balaam is important. He's mentioned in Revelations, my boy.
Teach me, who is he?
Okay, so he's mentioned in Revelations as somebody that Jesus don't mess with. That's what I'm trying to say. Like he's mentioned by name. So this ain't no lightweight guy. He's mentioned in Revelation saying, yo, I don't rock with this guy.
Okay.
Right. So the names, the question I asked is not gotcha. These are important names that people should have known. But you said Hellenist.
What's that?
You said Hellenist.
Oh, okay.
So now let me help you out. So you got Helen, you got Hellas, you got Hellenist, and you got Helleniste. So which one are you talking about?
You're talking about the Hellenists.
No, I said, who are you talking about? I just named 4. I said, who are you talking about?
Well, in Jesus' time, we're talking about the Hellenists.
No, but
that's what I'm talking about.
Wait. Listen to me clear. It's not 1, it's 4. There's Helen, there's Hellenist, there's Hellas, and there's Helleniste. So I'm asking you, which one of those Helens are you talking about?
Like I said, when we're talking about in Jesus' time, we're talking about the Hellenist Jews.
You're talking about all. Written. Okay. Now look. So now, if you're going to say Hellenist Jews, you're talking about Helleniste. You're talking about Grecians only. You're not talking about anybody else. Just Grecians only. Okay.
I've already taught this unbiased.
Wait, no. No. You didn't teach it. You mentioned it. I'm actually teaching now. You mentioned it.
I taught it.
No. Okay. So what, brother?
Would you like me to teach it again?
Go ahead.
All right. Well, like I said, regardless of all the, the aforementioned names.
What Strong's number is it, by
let's the Strong's 40. Look at Strong's 40. That's what I wanted you to look at.
Wait. No. Listen what I'm saying. That's what I'm asking you. I'm saying you said Hellenists, right? Jews. What Strong's number is that?
I'm not sure. I haven't looked that one up.
But you taught it though, right? It's 1675.
Okay, well, now you're adding to the teachings. So we're coming together. No, because look, I told you from the beginning, and y'all said that y'all sit there and argued me down. Oh, well, they not Grecians, and Grecians don't have to read hell. All this stupid shit. That's Google Scholar. Just like that's why he got his ass whipped over there on the Lions Den, because he tries to do that stupid shit, asking a whole bunch of retarded ass questions.
When?
Oh, just the 29th. Was that yesterday? Yeah, the 29th. The 29th unbiased. Who
did he debate?
Apostle on the virgin birth, and I was like, oh God, he's really taking unbiased shit. But unbiased is scared. He didn't want to go over there because he was being.
It's cute. Wait,
listen, let me finish.
No.
You was given the opportunity.
No. I don't make me mute you. Don't make me mute
you. You was given the opportunity.
Don't make me mute you. I said it openly, and we were looking for him. I told my chat. I said, yo, I talked to Cube outside of Cube. I said, yo, find this guy for me, and I'll beat him up on Lions Den. I'll beat him up anywhere. Apostle, nobody in this world can beat me on the virgin birth. Okay, so that means every last can, including Apostle. Nobody in this world could beat me on a virgin birth. None of y'all know.
He offered this debate to you.
Okay. Are you listening? No. He did not say virgin birth, my boy. You need to go back. I can play the video for you, by the way. I can play the video. He never said virgin birth. He said he. I
don't remember giving a subject. He said he just wanted to debate you.
No. He gave a subject. He wanted to argue that Isaiah shit. Wait, first of all, he wanted to argue about the darkness thing in Genesis. See, your memory is fucked up. He smoked too much. So he sniffed too much. So he said to argue the darkness about Isaiah, and then remember we both argued about Isaiah about the beginning of time, or something he's trying to argue about. He named those two things specifically. He never said virgin birth, never, because everybody knows if you want a quick L, you debate me on a virgin birth. That's everybody in Lions Den. That's everybody in the Hebrew Israelite community. They know. Do not talk to unbiased when it comes to virgin birth. That's an automatic ass kicking. None of y'all know more than me. All together. I mean, I'll take 5 people, 10 people. I'll beat the shit out of every last one of y'all. None of y'all more.
I mean, I believe that you well versed. I believe that you well versed in the Bible in that subject.
Right. But what I'm saying is, he never said virgin birth because that's my shit. So he purposely went around that. So he won't debate me that. I would debate him anywhere on the virgin birth. I want to go Sinetta though, to be honest. With that, I want to take questions and answers from the chat. I want niggas to feel froggy and hop on and call in. That's what I want to do. Okay, so that was not on the table for him. He said other things. He didn't say that, so you can stop lying.
Well, I'm not lying. I'm saying he offered you to debate, man. He offered to debate you.
It was
a couple of times.
And this we keep going back and forth. I don't want to argue darkness. I don't want to argue the other shit in Isaiah. I don't want to argue that. That's what he wants to argue. I don't want. I said to him, I said, bro, what are we going to argue? I said, we got to agree on the subject. He said, I'll argue anything, but he's not saying anything. He's not saying one thing. I said, bro, what I don't want to do is come with you somewhere and you just start saying random shit like you do on my channel. I said, you have to establish a topic. He never did. He mentioned a few things. I'm not interested in darkness and light. I'm not interested in and we argue. Remember we argue Genesis, darkness and light. I'm not interested in that debate. That's boring to me. I'm not interested in the other thing. But the Hellenist thing, I'll debate that, and I'll debate virgin birth quickly. So now Google Scholar ain't lose because you say he lost. Where's the link? Let me watch it for myself.
It's on the Lions Den, man.
I don't have their channel. I said, bro, what's the link?
Oh, Lions Den. It's just Lions. Just type in Lions Den in YouTube.
Let me see.
I'm thinking that you know that you've watched them and stuff.
No, I never been over there.
You talked about JJ and stuff, you know, like I thought maybe you knew about him.
Bro, okay, dude. LJ's my boy, and I've been to this channel one time. Okay, so just because
No, I said JJ. JJ.
I
not
know.
LJ.
I said LJ is my boy.
Man.
He comes on here all the time, and I've been to his channel one time because I'm too busy doing my thing. I don't have time to be on somebody else's shit. As you can see, I'm debating every day, not just once a week. And I purposely didn't want to debate today because I wanted to research and learn Greek, so I could beat the ass even worse. Yes, I'm learning Greek.
You just learned the Greek cuss words, nigga. Quit playing.
Nah, well, it's funny. Okay, let me show you an image. Let me show you an image that I put together today. Let me show you an image. So, and here's another thing is, like, people don't teach me shit, but they can direct me somewhere, maybe directly or indirectly. You've never directed me somewhere. You've never done that directly. You might have said something indirectly. Just let me finish.
It's awful funny that the rest of the community didn't change up their talking points because of the shit that I didn't put out here. It wasn't out there.
I can't speak to that, but
and like I said, you can have everybody afraid of you and they won't challenge you. But who takes on my challenges?
Dude, you got to relax for a second. So LJ mentioned something to me, and he will admit he mentioned something. I looked into it. I went further than him. He will admit that. You and Google Scholar was arguing. Well, first of all, it was Apostle who said it first. Apostle said Hellenist first, if y'all want to be technical. And then you and Google Scholar
I've talked to Apostle about that for years.
Okay,
that's
cool.
you know, Apostle will tell you that ain't something that comes straight from me, nigga. I didn't get it from nobody.
I don't want
and don't try to associate with me.
Dude, I'm not here to argue, man. It's 1 o'clock. I'm about to go to bed soon, so stop trying to ruffle my feathers. I'm saying who said on my channel first. I don't give a fuck what that did in private. I'm saying if anybody gets credit, it will be Apostle. He said it first on my channel. And then you and Google said it afterwards. Now, he said it, but he never taught it. He said, I'll debate it. He said, you guys don't know what Hellenist is. I want to debate that. He said that. Okay. And then you and Apostle, you and Google mentioned it after that, and y'all disagreed. So nobody taught me shit about that. What I did was I looked into it, and now I'm the smartest on the topic, which usually happens. When I look into some shit, I'm usually the top dog. So now I actually teach it. I know all the Strongs, 1671, 1672, 1674, 1675. So I know all the Strongs. And 1484 is the Gentiles. So I know all the Strongs to this shit. None of y'all know more than me on this Hellenist thing. Okay? So
yeah, okay. That's why, like I said, I got timestamps.
Wait,
and then the stuff that I'm teaching. Wait a minute, let me finish.
Wait,
let me finish.
Did you not? I'm saying, listen, bro. We're talking now. It's January 31st. I'm saying right now, right now, tonight, none of you guys know more than me on this Hellenist shit. That's a challenge. Okay. And I don't see any challengers. I'm the teacher on this.
Look.
Huh?
I'll look. We can debate it.
No, let's talk about it. Let's just talk.
We can debate it since I don't know nothing about it, and I wasn't the one that taught you this shit, nigga. You can keep on. Look, you can keep on pretending. Just like I said, that's the reason why these niggas is mad at me. They come over here talking shit. They don't want no smoke. And I asked them on the motherfucking live. I ain't talking behind motherfuckers' back. When a nigga comes on this bitch, I tell them, do you want to debate it? Niggas always say no. Ain't got no time. Or run. And Chief X's rant, the nigga said twice, ran his fucking mouth. He owes me a fucking debate. Since he wants to run his mouth and wants to act like he knows what the fuck he's talking about. Why, you said, why would you debate somebody from the Lions?
Why don't you debate somebody from the Lions
Den? Look, I don't have any quarrels with the Lions Den. My quarrel is with.
It's a debate league.
Listen,
brother. It's not
My
about
quarrels is with the people who's out here spreading
No.
misinformation,
Listen, what I'm saying,
misleading the people,
dude,
and not telling the truth.
See now he's purposely being retarded. I never said the lines then is a problem. I said, how come you never debated on the lines then?
Oh well, I mean, I've been offered to debate on plenty of channels unbiased. I've been offered to come up on the panel on plenty of channels. You know, it's not like I haven't had the opportunity to do these things. I just, like I tell them, I just want to get my stuff out there. I'm not here for, you know, the fame and trying to get the cash apps. I don't even have none of that shit. Don't even know how to do it and don't want to. I'm just here presenting truth. That's it. I'm not here for all the drama. I'm not here about the immature middle school, these middle-aged motherfuckers with middle school problems, the clickbait, clicking up bullshit. I'm not here for any of that shit. But just like I said, when it comes down to what happened and what's going on, the history and how it all flows in together, I'm the one you need to come to, you know. But, you know, to let you tell it, y'all take my talking points, and I've taken yours. We've all done it together. Like I said, we're all just passing on information that we've got from somebody else or somewhere else. It's not ours, you know. I mean, we can make up our own little funny, you know, quotes and stuff once we get a better idea of the subject. But, you know, I mean, I'm not here for the drama. I'm here to try to, you know, get people straight because, man, shit's falling apart. Shit's falling apart right up under our eyes, and we're sitting here arguing about some of the dumbest shit and the same shit. And it's disgusting. And what does that say about us? You know, and then you got to promote these whack-ass, you know, SVDL niggas over there that ain't worth two did fly smashed. And yes, I said it, and I'm talking about Sinetta. That shows you how you falling off. You want to bring my name up. You know, like I said, I don't deal with people like that. I mean, you know, I watched, you know, like I said, I always support, and, you know, I'll give a like, and I might comment a little bit, and then I go on to the next one because I don't really watch TV that much. And, you know, when I'm on or when I got time, I'll sit down and, you know, go to different platforms. But I ain't about the craziness and the drama. I'm just here to try to, you know, put the truth out there and give people, you know, make it easier for people to, you know, get to the answers that they're looking for, because there's too many people out here who's long-winded, like to fucking talk and run their fucking mouth, and by the end of it, you don't even know what the fuck they said because they didn't drew it out so fucking long and so much. I cut straight to the point. I ain't, you know, here to, you know, talk for hours unless I'm doing the presentation like I did, which nobody seems to remember, you know. But that's some bullshit too. But anyway, because that would shut down a lot of this shit, and I think that's why I got taken down. Because right now it would shut down a lot of this shit. I wouldn't have to say it. That's all I have to do is pull that motherfucker up and play it for them, and then these motherfuckers would see who was saying it and who wasn't, who was being called pseudo and who wasn't, all the shit that I was talking about. But, you know, like I said, and then they turn around and start using talking points, scientific racism and social constructs, and they wasn't saying that shit a year and a half, 2 years ago. Some bullshit. Now they saying it. Because like I said, you can't get around that shit when you tell them the truth about Johann Friedrich Blumenbach and how all this shit is scientific racism, and it flows right down the fucking pipeline to the day with these philanthropists, the scientists, and all this other shit that's going on out here. Because it takes those people, those brilliant minds, to create some of the things that we take, or to create the narrative through philanthropy. But like I said, I mean, you know, y'all got me fucked up. I ain't here for the drama. I ain't here for none of that shit. And I can be joked on. I joke on myself. That don't bother me. None of that shit. Words ain't gonna hurt me. Like I said, fuck your thoughts. And I'm not being mean, but I mean, you know, when it comes down to it, what does your thoughts really mean to me? What are they gonna do for me? Nothing. You're not gonna stop me from doing shit. You just, you know, making up shit. What you think I would say, or, and you know, I say all the time, you try to talk for another motherfucker, that shows you a fucking fool, because can't no man talk for another man. I don't give a fuck who it is. Your daddy can't even talk for you. You want to know, go to that man or that woman. Don't go around them, talk behind their back and shit. Say it to them while they're on the phone or on your panel.
Yeah.
And then watch them fall out and chump. You want to debate, motherfucker? Oh, well, I ain't debating. That was Savio the last time. You know, then Chief X, he's running. You know, never wanted to smoke because he knows damn well he can't fuck with me when it comes to that fucking evolution and all that retarded bullshit. So when you talking about, you know, who's really putting out information, you know, you was the one who gave me the platform. That's why I always come back. And I see that you changing. I told you guys working on you, nigga. You know, so, you know, we put out information over here. It's not just you. You do a good job with, you know, the virgin birth, but the only thing that I say is that make sure that you have the faith with it, because if you don't have the faith with it, then the understanding ain't gonna come. And that's when the devil can come in. That's when the devil can come in and put that strong delusion over your black ass.
What scripture is that?
The scriptures, the statutes and commandments.
Okay, hold on. What's the difference? Now look, I'm using words you're saying out your mouth. What's the difference between the statutes and the? No, I'm sorry. What's the difference between the commandments and the laws?
Well, it's the law, statutes, and commandments in that scripture, isn't it, brother?
Right, but I'm focused on one thing out of that.
Oh, so you're saying what's the difference between, you know, you're saying that you shouldn't have to say one because it encompasses the whole.
Do you know?
I mean, no.
I'm just asking.
The word of truth, and the law.
Brother, the question is, are the laws and commandments the same thing?
Yeah.
Show me. What chapter verse?
I'm sorry?
What chapter verse? Show me this.
Just look up the scripture that says follow the law, statutes, and commandments, or, you know.
Right. And they got them separate, right? Do it got them separate?
Well, I mean, to show that each one is a different definition, I guess you'd say.
So I'm gonna shut it down right now. Didn't he ask Abraham to travel to different lands that he's going to give to his seed?
Yeah.
That's a commandment. Now, is that a law? Is that a law to go to these different lands? Or that's just a commandment for Abraham? Which one? Was it a commandment for Abraham or was it a law?
I would say both.
No, okay. So show me in the law. We got to go to those lands that Abraham went to.
The Lord decreeing that, you know, that they have to go to that land is like a law.
Listen to the question before you answer. A law, okay, for example, let me use a police officer. A police officer can say, sir, don't stand there, go around. Or because they're blocking off the street. That's a commandment. But if he arrests you, it's because you broke a law. A commandment is just for that time, in that moment. A commandment is a law is forever until it's disannulled. But a commandment is just for that time. So when he commanded Abraham to bring Isaac to the altar, that's not a law. That's not a law where Israel got to bring their sons to the altar. That was a commandment. A commandment is just for right now. When he commanded Moses, hey, speak unto the children of Israel, those aren't laws. Tell Pharaoh to say this. That's a commandment. A commandment just means a saying. Do what I say. That's all it means. A commandment is do what I say. A law is this is established, and there's a consequence for this very thing if you break. So the commandments and laws are totally different, and people like yourself and Israelites think they're the same. That's why they can't beat me in debate, because they'll think Jesus was speaking laws. I'm like, nice, those commandments. Those are not laws, those commandments.
Sure.
Okay.
But I mean, you know, I'm not trying to make an excuse. I was just saying that God decreed him to do it, so I guess it would be like a law. That's why I was saying that. That was where I was coming from. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. That makes sense too.
Because the commandment is just God said so, and you got to do it now. But that don't mean you got to do it every time or every year or every month. It's not a law. It's just a one time, 2 times, 3 times, and that's it. It's not perpetual. Commandments, laws are always there. Like, for example, the law of thou shalt not worship no other God. That's forever. That's not a commandment. That's a law. So people don't know what commandments are. That's why they make those mistakes.
Okay. So, I mean,
now that's a teaching. Now, that's
in defense of the Bible, can I say something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
In defense of the Bible, I don't know if you're saying that Moses didn't exist, but Moses.
And who?
Moses.
Right. What about Moses?
I said it. Are you saying that I don't know whether you believe if Moses existed or not?
You asking me?
Yeah.
That's irrelevant.
I don't understand where you. Well, it's not irrelevant. It's very relevant to the case because, see, now you want to cut me off because you know I got you.
It's relevant to me.
Anything else you'd like to say about it before
I'm saying to
keep
me,
it real, Israel? Is there anything else you'd like to say?
That question to me is irrelevant. You asked me, do I think Moses exists? That's irrelevant to what we're talking about. We're talking about laws and commandments.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not at all. I don't even understand how you can't put it together. But I'm just going to keep on hanging you out on a string until you do put it together. You got to think. What's one of the things that Moses is known for when he went up on that mountain, brother?
Singing the Star Spangled Banner.
He knows I got him, fam. He knows I got him, fam. Do y'all want me to say it? Because, see, I want to give honor to Hassan Campbell, the man who started the saying. I don't want to act like it's mine. This is Hassan Campbell saying, and I want everybody to know that. But he didn't even hear with the hit shot. I don't even have to go no further. But Moses and the 10 Commandments, my friend, and one of them is thou shalt not kill. Now, is that just for a time, or is that forever? Are those commandments forever?
Okay. So now you asked the
or for
question,
a time?
Right? Wait,
forever or for a time?
Wait.
Okay, you answer my question. Go ahead.
Okay. Did he write them down, or did he just say it? Did he state it, or did he write them down? See, dude.
Does it matter?
Yes, because when you write it down, that's now law. If you don't write it down, you're following instructions.
What are they called?
Okay, dude, you missing what I'm saying, but I'll let True Meech answer that.
What's the question?
So I asked the original question, which he did not answer. He couldn't answer. He answered wrong. I said, are laws and commandments the same thing? He said, yes. I said, okay. I said, when God was commanding Abraham to go to this land, that land, was that a law or a commandment? He said, commandment. I said, okay. So that means because it's not a law, that means that other people don't got to do it. Commandments can be just personal. It could be just God telling Moses to tell Pharaoh, to tell Israel something. God could be telling somebody to do something. And it's just for them for that time period. Isaac was on the altar because God commanded that. That's not a law where Israel got to bring their kids to the altar.
Yes. So yeah, there is a slight difference. Law or Torah means, in a sense, teaching, and commandment is mitzvah, and it's like basically that imperative move, like go do this. So there's a slight difference, but I mean, one, you can't have one without the other in a sense.
Good answer, brother. Good answer. This is Indigenous Black Man. I didn't get the honor of meeting you. What's your name, brother?
Meech.
Meech. Okay. All right. It's good meeting you. But I just was messing with unbiased. I said, because he said if the commandments were for a time, and we were just messing around joking. And I said, what did Moses do? That and dealing with the Ten Commandments is where I was going with it. Basically, I think you might have heard that part. But yeah, that's what we was talking about.
I heard something. You guys, it was something about. You said, "Don't let the devil get you," because you can't just know the stuff and not do it or not have faith. And I kind of follow you, and I think that's where you guys went to law, statutes, and commandments.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because he said something about have faith. Right. Right. That's something he stated. I forgot. I guarantee you he can't tell you why he said that because he just be saying any other thing.
Well, he was talking about.
I can't tell you why I said it.
I remember he said, talking about the virgin birth, but you got to have faith in it. You can't just prove it or something like that, along those lines.
Well, you can't just be reading and learning. You have to have faith in order to get the full understanding. God give you the full understanding. He deals with the faithful. So you don't want to be misled, and just playing around with the Bible just to say that I won. See what I'm saying? If you want to do it, you want to because I know it's touching him. Unbiased don't want to say it, but it's working on him because he's seeing what's going on out here and all the stuff that's happening. It's working on him. What I said, I've been around this guy for a minute. He don't give me no credit for all the times that I've been on the show and hours upon hours. I ain't never did shit in his eyes, but
Well,
I'm just messing with you. But
you're the guy
you gotta
who told me Leviticus 24:10 is the actual chapter and verse. Israel likes his woman. Okay.
Yeah.
I gave you opportunity to say, brother, who is this woman? Because he was saying that if you put the suffix ish, or he said any word, he didn't say as an adjective or things like that. He said if you put it on any word, it means like. So I said, okay.
Full word.
I said, okay.
Any full word.
Okay, so I said, okay, no, you didn't. You just, bro, I can play your words back. You're not at the timestamp. I can play your words back for True Meech.
Well, if I didn't say it, that's what I meant, brother. I'm not arguing
right.
with you.
So you got mean what you say and say what you mean. Okay, so he said, well, Ireland is still a real word. It's a full word. And if you put when you conjugate, it's called conjugate, my boy. When you conjugate Ireland and put the ish there, it becomes Irish. So it's still a full word. It just conjugated. And when you learn different languages, you will know that. You'll know that that's common in Spanish, and it happens in Greek. I'm not sure about Latin. Never studied that, but I can imagine that's the rule there too. Because if it's a rule in Hebrew, which I think Hebrew is called constructor, then it's also probably every language. They deal with that, just call it different things. So yeah, bro, that you're just conjugating these land masses. Like you got Spain. Okay, that's a full word. You add S to it, it's Spanish.
You take the I out though.
Okay, yeah, but that's called again. See, you don't know about stem changing verbs, right? In Spanish, it's called okay. So now let me give you an example. Tener, tener. That means to have. So if I want to say I have, I will say tengo. But when it comes to the second person, third person, it's a stem changing verb. It won't be that with you. Okay, it's called it's called an irregular verb, by the way. It's a stem changing verb, and tener is an irregular verb. So when it comes to you, if I'm speaking to you in the second person, I won't. There's no tango or for you. It's tiene, tiene. It's T. It changes. It's ti, but the root word is te. But now we got tines for you, tienes, and that means do you have, or I'm telling you have something. That's a stem changing verb. So Spain, Spanish, those rules in for that language is probably no different. It's probably an irregular verb, and that's how it's conjugated. But that's the problem when you don't study other languages. You don't know that, and you make bonehead statements.
Well, it's not boneheaded, and sorry that I didn't say adjective, but I did say synonym, which I don't
nobody's gonna
seem
argue.
to know anything about, and you don't
Nobody's
know.
gonna argue if you
If
say
I
reddish,
say childish, it
you.
means
I got you.
childlike.
I got you.
It's
I
a
got you.
synonym. So you cut
look.
me off. I just sit here and let you rant, let you talk.
Wait,
Can
no,
I finish?
no, because you're misrepresenting the
Yeah,
argument.
see, no,
I gotta cut you off.
because you don't want to hear.
I don't want to meet you though, because I can play your words. Matter of fact, let me play your words, and you can say whatever you want to say, because I don't want you to reposition your argument today, because I'm not going to disagree. So the thing is, True
Ain't
Meech,
no reposition.
so True Meech, if he changes
It's a synonym.
True Meech, if he changes the argument to adjectives like childish, 1 p.m.ish, greenish, no English speaking person gonna argue that if you add ish to a color or to the time or something like that, it means similar or roundabout. So if you say I'll be there at 1 p.m.
Like is a synonym of ish.
If you
period.
Dude, relax. No, you're wrong, because if I say Spanish.
No, I'm not. Look it up in the dictionary.
Yeah, but so what are we saying this word Israelitish means?
Right. I already got him with that, and he made a big mess on it and before everybody.
I thought it meant Israelite like. That's what I said.
And when it says Canaanish, and when we say Canaanish women, what is that?
Yeah.
Well, like I said, yeah. Okay. Yeah, you showed me that I was wrong in that instance. But what I was saying was that the only thing I was saying was that like is a synonym of ish.
But that's
you called me a liar.
That's not what you said, though. You said
and it's been that way forever, but you don't know that.
Bro, you said this, and I could play your words verbatim. You know I got it. You said
play them, please.
You said okay, let me play it. All right. We go to my channel and play this, because he's going to keep lying until I actually play it, and that's why nobody can take you serious. His name is Indigenous Black Man. I call him Disingenuous Black Man, because he just can't be honest about what he said on the live. So I play it because I made like a little parody out of it.
Yeah, make a parody out of the Greek too, where I taught you what Hellenist and all that, and how that all had to do tied in together.
Keith Finney taught me, and True Meech.
I did.
True Meech. Wait, what was it about? You taught me what? I asked him the Strongs for the word.
The scriptures. I'm gonna explain to you. I'm gonna explain for you, brother.
No.
Hold on.
The question is this. Look, the question is this. What did you teach me about this?
Okay, let's start from the beginning. That's all. It won't take but a second.
Go ahead.
So it's easy work. All right.
Go ahead.
Now the scripture that I told you, it said, about the distribution of bread, the scripture that I gave you, and the Hellenists and Hebraic Jews were arguing, and it said Grecian instead of Hellenist. And Google Scholar thought that he had me on something.
He did.
And I told him that it's synonymous.
What?
Hellenist and Grecian.
Bro.
Okay? But
listen.
that comes in with Alexander.
Wait.
Greek existed before Alexander.
Slow down.
Greece existed before.
Dude, slow down. Because in Mark 7:26, it talks about a Greek, a Hellenist Greek who was Syrophoenician. She's a Canaanite. She's not Jew. So finish.
Okay.
She's a Hellenist though.
All right. So Helen, that was the earlier version of Hellenism.
Then you got it's no earlier. It's no earlier. And then you got actual Gentiles who are Hellenists.
Unbiased. I told you that. The ones who ran from Jerusalem.
Bro, you stuck with
the Grecians.
Okay.
The Grecian means
let me do his first
assimilating.
Line first.
They were not lineage of the lineage of the Greeks, but they were practiced the culture and the religion and all that.
Your first lie.
Am I muted?
No, but I'm gonna do your first lie.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna do your first lie. Says you just can't be honest. This dude said nothing about. He only mentioned a True Meech when he thought Hellenists only referred to Jews, as you just said it again today.
You a fucking liar.
No, that the word Hellenist.
Hellenist refers to Alexander. He brought that in, like I told you, and you cut me off.
Dude,
you don't know what the fuck you talking about. That's your problem.
I asked you about the Strongs for the Hellenist Jews, and the True Meech, he said he didn't know. Now, for a guy to be a teacher about this, I got you. A guy to be a teacher about this, you would think they would know about it. You don't even know the Strongs, and you still don't know the Strongs for a Hellenist Jew. What's the Strongs now? Did you research it? What's the Strongs for Hellenist Jew?
What's the Strongs for spirit?
Bro, what's the Strongs for a Hellenist Jew? Exactly, you don't know.
What's the Strongs for spirit?
Let me go.
You answer my question, I answer you. What? It's what?
Pneuma.
No, it's 4151. That's what it is.
The word
Strong's 4151.
The Greek word is pneuma. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But I'm just saying, Strong's 4151 is spirit. So you can ask me about a Strong's, and I don't know, and I can ask you about one, and you don't know. There's so many of them out there, but that's how it works. But that's why I came on, was to tell you that Strong's 40 was holy, set apart by or for God's holy sacred. God's holy sacred. All right, from Hagos, or Hagiou is what it says on there. And then
Hagios, or Hagion.
Yeah, and then on for spirit, because we were talking about Jesus, and the spirit you were talking about the spirit, and it's Strong's 4151, and it's wind, breath, spirit. That's what it says underneath it, and yeah, that's I mean, so you call out the Strongs, I call out the Strongs. You know what I'm saying? I'm not upset with you or nothing, but I'm gonna tell you I don't know, and you know that. I'll say I don't know. Teach me.
But you missed what I was asking for. The reason I was asking, I'm saying if I'm gonna teach on something like the virgin birth, then I'm gonna think I can answer most questions concerning the virgin birth, especially the good, the controversy, the confusion part, and even the common sense or the scriptures that support it. I'm going to think I can answer all of that because I believe I actually teach the virgin birth. So,
and I told you I think you're well versed in the virgin birth too. I said that earlier.
But you're cutting in. I'm not done. I was just saying.
Well, I just wanted to say that.
Okay, I'm just saying if I'm a teacher of something, I teach chess. By the way, the game of chess. I teach chess for real life, for income. So if you ask me questions about chess, I'm probably going to know it. All right. And I'm going to definitely know more than you. So if somebody's a teacher or something, for me, I think they're supposed to know a lot about it. So if you teaching me about a Hellenist Jew, I'm going to think you at the very least should know the Strongs for a Hellenist Jew. Okay, so anyway, so side note, sidebar. This people right here, do you see my screen? This people right here.
Yeah.
They kept talking to me. You see, it's kind of early. It's a 1 hour and 30-minute debate, but this guy was 3 hours. Well, actually, it's not even 3 hours. I was playing other videos before that. But these guys right here, they kept tying me into Christians. These guys, like, oh, you're a Christian. I heard that before. And they kept saying it. I'm humble throughout this whole debate. And then finally, I said, bro, what I'm going to say to you, you never heard before. So when I got done, these guys said, yo, I got to admit, I never heard that before. Yeah, so that was like, I humbled the shit, you know, and not bragging. I'm saying like they were definitely like, oh man, we thought we figured this stuff out, but apparently we didn't. So I'm gonna get to your thing, indigenous, in a second. But you go ahead till I find it. You and Apostle Zaquan.
But yeah, that word Israelitish you guys were looking at, it just means that's the way of that they would say female Israelite, because you look at the Hebrew, it's Israelite, and Israeli is for the male.
Right. Oh,
so
wait. You said the woman is Israelites and the male is who?
Well, let me find it. It's like Israelite, and the male is Israeli. That's why we hear that term a lot, Israeli.
Okay. And you also got the word. You also got the word Jewish, WESS, and that's a woman. Like
Jewish. Yeah, I think I've seen that in Esther.
Yeah.
Or no, I'm lying. This is in, or maybe it's spelled different. This is in Acts.
Yeah. It's a few places. So I'm looking for the video. I'll know when I find it. Okay, that's way too far down. I gotta go back up. Oh, it's right here. Right here. Okay. All right. So watch this. We're not gonna do that. We're actually right here.
Michael. Yeah. What is his? Why is he called Michael?
I'm not sure.
He said because the word Michael means God-like.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's why that angel is called.
And he said he made us in the angels in his own image too.
So
but he is determining the interpretation of the word "like" for us and trying to change it and mix it around like Sinetta does with the words.
There's a difference in a name being like God or someone actually being like God. Because we know no one is like
Hold
God.
on, Apostle. Let me take over from right here. Hey, look, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? What did I tell you the word ish? Hold up. What did I tell you the word ish means?
You lied about that.
Huh?
You lied about that.
What does the word ish mean? Like, by definition.
It does not mean like.
Nigga, look it up in the dictionary. That's all you got to do, fam. Don't keep on listening to unbiased because he fucking retarded. You see, he's already trying to change God's words. And then.
No. I'm going to mute you. He said ish means like, okay, Irish people.
That's a different termination, man.
No, I can do that for any people. Okay, how about the Bible? Okay, wait. How about the Bible when it said it Israelitish woman?
Israelitish.
Yes.
Show it to me.
You see? Y'all, let me
No, I just asked you to show it to me.
I got you. Y'all not ready.
I understand.
I keep trying to say
I understand.
Man.
An Israelitish woman. So show it to me. I will properly adjudicate that word and fix it for
you. Okay, let me do it for you.
Yeah. Just like these folk don't understand what Hellenist means.
So that was his claim. His claim was, this is 3 weeks ago. His claim is, you guys will understand what hell this means, as though he does. And I'm sure he does not.
They don't. Nationalists, all that. Anytime you add ish to an end of a word.
Okay, so anytime you add ish to end of, he didn't specify a word. He said anytime, True Meech, you add ish. Okay, go ahead.
It means like. So, me no care what unbiased says. When you add ish to an existing word, it means like. So
if you add ish to the existing word, I don't hear an adjective or a color or time here or childish.
If I say Jewish, that means Jew-like.
So his only example, True Meech, was Jewish. It wasn't childish. It wasn't 1 p.m.ish. It wasn't, hey man, that car looks kind of blackish. He said Jewish. So he went to my analogy or my example when I said Irish. So I'm like, dude, when you're going nationality, you're actually wrong. Nationality, if you add the word ish there, it means you're of that, you're native to that place or your origins are from that place.
Yeah. Even I'm looking at Webster's 1828. It gives 3 different distinctions, and one of them is like similar to what he was saying. It's it denotes diminutive or small degree of quality, whitish, yellowish. But also, if it's from a name, it forms a possessive adjective, as in Swedish. You're from Sweden.
Mm-hmm. So, if his example was it's tied to a word like childish or one, like I said, a time or a color, it'd be no argument. But he left it out there for any word you add to it. So that's why I went to it's Irish. I'm like, bro, that's wrong. An Irish person isn't a fake Irish. Okay, I can't use that. They said, okay, how about Israelites, this woman? And they both said,
I said an existing word though, brother, like I said.
Right. So Irish is an existing
So you're not taking away or adding to like you're doing with Spanish or Irish. And it is a synonym. A synonym is a word that can be used to describe or what? Define another word. So ish is like is a synonym of ish. Don't care what you say. It's in the Merriam-Webster. Look up the synonyms for ish. You will not do that because you don't want to be proven wrong. But that shows your ignorance. And I'm not being mean, brother. I'm not being mean.
Only in one context does ish mean like, in the sense that that you're saying. So it has distinction when you move from one word to another. That's all probably unbiased is saying.
Okay. Well,
yeah, but I see your point. I see you were thinking of like orangish.
No, I wasn't thinking. It's a synonym of ish. Like is a synonym of ish. Period. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Look it up. And see if I'm lying. And then look up the word synonym and see what the fuck that is. Synonym and antonym. An antonym is a word that's, opposite of that word. Okay? Synonym is a word that can be used to describe or define that word in one word.
So if I said
if I call you natural, guess what wait a minute. If I call you natural, you know what a synonym of natural is? Airhead, bird brain. Look it up. Those are words that can be used to define or describe another word, brother. So if I said, like I said, this is synonym.
Hold on,
it's not in the definition part. It's a synonym of.
Slow down. You're trying to answer your question.
Yeah, no. I was just gonna ask, if I said I'm Danish, does that mean I'm like a Dane, or what is that? Because I don't know.
Well, like unbiased showed us the different connotation, or I mean, different use of the word, the thing ish, different use of it. There's different uses of it, but as an adjective, added to a existing word,
I got you.
it
No, I hear you.
means it means like.
Okay, I see what he's saying.
Maybe not in all cases, and maybe not in all cases. I could be, because I was, absolute there, so I could see why unbiased, got upset. But because I said anytime you add the word, but you know what I'm saying.
That makes sense though.
It doesn't take away the fact that it is a synonym, is a synonym of the word.
But if you add it to a word that's already existing, I see your point there, because I don't think there's a word that you can't. I think I see your point there.
Yeah, and I might I might have took like the Israelitish, I might have took the Jewish out of context, or whatever you call it, by saying that calling those people, but to me that was my interpretation of that, because Jew existed before the ish was added to it, so that's what I was saying, that it meant like on that word.
So what was the contention with Hellenist? I heard a little bit of something in there.
Well, we were talking about. I was talking about I gave him a scripture, and I said it says Hellenist Jews in some translations, like the NIV, or but in the King James version it said Grecian, and he was like, "Oh, you're wrong. You said," and I said the wrong word for the King James Bible. It says Grecians instead of Hellenists, but they're the same. The Greeks, Hellenists, they're synonymous. But I said the Hellenist Jews, and the reason why we went there was because the brother said that why did we start calling ourselves Christians and take on the Roman title, and not, why did they start doing it then in Jesus' time? And I showed him in the Bible where they are saying the Hebrew Jews were, the Hebraic Jews were grumbling because of the dispersion of the bread. They said their widows wasn't getting the same amount as the Hebrew Jews was getting. They was thinking they was getting gypped. These are the people coming in and converting from Africa, and see, the Pharisees were over in Egypt at the time. So the Pharisees, with Alexander coming in and bringing in the Hellenism, see, and then the Pharisees took over, and those were those people, and they were still existing in Jesus' time, and they were coming over to convert, and they were grumbling with the original people of the land, the Hebraic Jews, about the distribution of bread to their wives. That's how we got there. And I showed him, I hit him in the head with the headshot, showing him they was calling themselves Hebraic or Hebrews in the New Testament then. And then they moved the goalpost and tried to trap me in the corner with the Hellenists, because I said Hellenists and it said Grecians. But what they didn't know was that they are synonymous. And then I was calling them Jews. Oh, well, they just because they're Grecians don't mean that they're Jews. I said, no, I'm talking about the ones in Jesus' time. They could still be Grecian.
But it depends on
maybe even older form of Hellenism, but not Jews. Those not back then. You know what I'm saying? So but they was trying to catch me up and they couldn't. And then he don't believe that that's what happened, but that's exactly what happened. Just like I told you what I said about the adding it to a full word, an existing word. He said I didn't say that. Well, you just heard it. You just heard it. So this is unbiased. He hates to say that I've taught him anything, but I have numerous things. And then he turns around and tries to use it in his debates and shit, and act like he's the one. Oh, can't nobody get me on this one. Nigga, I'm the one that taught you this shit. What you mean? Can't nobody get you on it. We just get to argue, you know, back and forth.
And I guess, yeah, it would depend on the context, because sometimes it's speaking about the Greek language, like whenever it's talking about Hebraic Jews, it's more than likely Jews who spoke Hebrew, just because Hebrew wasn't a prominent language. But that it also just depends on that Greek word, whichever is used there. So I guess it would just depend on where you guys were speaking about specifically.
Yeah, what time period? With this more specific to the time period, you know.
Yeah,
this
or even just the
40
scripture.
AD.
Yeah.
This was 40 AD, and you know, when Paul and all them was over there in Jerusalem at that council. That's the first council. And then they had one other one, I forget the guy's name with the M, where he changed the Bible in like 140 AD or somewhere around that 200 AD. And then you go to the Council of Nicaea and with Constantine, you know. So, but that was the original council. That was the one where all that. But they, along the lines, you know, it gets corrupted just like the Bible and everything else that the Greeks and the Romans touched, and tried to make it, you know, for their advantage.
So were you saying that that most or every time that word Greek or Grecian is used is speaking about a Jew?
No, not by any means. I know the word Greek is a language. I know that the whole of the Mediterranean, basically, it was the whole of the Mediterranean spoke it you know, at one point. So it's, you know, but when they were the scriptures that we were talking about, when they said the Grecian, they were talking about the Hellenist converting people, you know, over to Christianity. But they were also the dispersed who left out with Abraham or Joshua, and then you know, later on when 70 AD, when they ran the original Palestinian Hebraic Jews out of that area, and they ran into Africa and Samaria and different places then too. See?
Oh, okay. You're talking about Acts 6. Okay, I'm following.
Yeah, yeah. Just a particular scripture, yeah. Yep. So, like I said, it's easy for me to explain. It ain't hard. So you know that I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Now, it wouldn't be that easy for these guys, and I don't have nothing in front of me. I ain't pulling nothing up. You don't hear me crankling no papers, you know. But like I said, you know, that's you know, just some of the stuff, but you don't say it all. So they, oh, well, you know, you ain't know this. And yeah, like Umbai says, sometimes he plays possum to see whether you know or not. You go to sleep?
Ooh, I don't know, maybe. But no, I'm following. I think it seems like I'm just kind of searching through in the concordance with that Acts 6 and 1. It looks like for the most part how it's used in other places, it is speaking about Jews.
Yeah, that's what
So
I said. In the conversion, these are people converting at that time. You know, you have the Moses sect, the old scripture sect. You know, that's James and those guys. And then you have Paul and them dealing with the Gentiles. You know, and they're going from Rome and India and all over the place. You know, Asia Minor up in Turkey and shit. They all over the place. That's where they got called in Antioch, was where they got named Christian. You know, so that's a negative connotation, just like the word nigger. And in Strong's G3526, when they called Barnabas and Simeon the Niger, when you go to Strong's G3526, it'll tell you that the pronunciation of that is Niger, not Niger, Niger. and they were calling it men black and dark skin or dark brown, and also Christian at that time. So we're talking about the time period. It meant, so it was, they was calling us niggers in Jesus' time. Yeah.
Where's that? You said Acts 13. What verse is that?
Look up. Just type in Strong's G3526 and it'll tell you all about it. It'll give you the scripture and all that. Strong's G3526, and then look at the definition. And like I said, it'll say black and dark in color, and also Christian at the time. You know, at that time period when of that scripture. You see what I'm saying?
I don't know. It
It's in
seems a
Latin.
little ambiguous there in a sense, because when you look at they talk about Paul, they said Saul, who was called Paul. So in this time, the Jews, they always had two names. One was their righteous name, and another was their the name that the Gentiles would call them. So, and that's why I don't think that
Joseph was given a new name. Joseph was given a new name by the Pharaoh. But even God, Jesus has all kinds of names, and the seed, the life, the word,
Yeah.
I feel you. Yeah. But it was good building with you, brother. And I'm gonna go ahead and jump on off here. 2:10 in the morning where I'm at, but
it's like
hope
4
we can get
o'clock in the
together
afternoon over here.
But before we go, do you follow scripture, or what book do you follow?
No, I hold to scripture, sola scriptura.
The Testaments, the Old and New Testament.
Old and New Testament. No apocrypha or nothing like that.
Oh, okay. And that was even one thing when I was, I've seen in my searches where Abraham was talking about the Messiah.
Yeah. Yep.
You remember that?
About, John 8.
I think it's Matthew. Wait a minute. Let's see if I can. Here it is. Moses prophesied the Messiah. My bad. Moses prophesied the Messiah. It says Deuteronomy 18:5 through
I think that's
18 and 15. I'm sorry, 18 and 15 through 22. So it's Deuteronomy 18, Deuteronomy chapter 18, verses 15 through 22. The Lord thy God will raise up. The prophet. From the midst of thee and all that. So like I'm biased for saying too, the scriptures, they saying the same thing. Jesus come along and, like he said, fulfilled them. There's a few things that he took away because he became the sacrifice, and he was the lamb, while he was the man, but he's always been the lion.
The new mediator. Yep. I was reading something.
But I appreciate you, bro.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll catch you on next time.
Go ahead. No, I ain't gonna run off.
No, I was just saying, I was reading something interesting about, because I'm trying to research about the law of Moses, and in doing that, it was talking about how in the Old Testament, the law, in a sense, was a mediator, meaning if you were doing the law, you were in right with God. But and when Christ came, he's the one that makes us right with God, but the law still follows. So it's no more that mediator that determines our relationship with God. Is our belief in Christ and our walk with him.
You want to make it easy for him? You want me to make it easy for you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Look up the adoption of sons.
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, no, I follow.
Hit him in the mouth with that. Hit him in the head with the head shot, and then you don't have to talk as much. You know what I mean? Get right to the point. Get to the adoption of the adoption of the sons, and then becoming the sons, and all that. And that'll show them. That'll show them right there. That'll fix them right there.
And what's interesting with that is when the son's adopted, they receive the inheritance on spot versus a son who's not adopted. They receive the inheritance when the father dies.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
but you know, you still that still puts you in the inheritance of God. That's the main thing. Fuck man. The adoption of sons as Jesus is giving you the adoption to God. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
Fuck the man. All that lineage shit, I don't get into it because you know too many niggas in this fucking community don't want to talk about the Garden of Eden. They rather start with, oh, well, you know, the homo erectus, nigga. Are you religious? You mixing evolution and creation, nigga? Don't you know that's like mixing oil and water?
Yeah. Well, with
You
evolution,
listen to a racist.
it's hard. With evolution, though, it's hard because you have distinctions. You got macro and micro. Micro exists, meaning a dog is in the same family as a wolf. But what a lot of people think when they think evolution is you can cross species evolve. And that's, you know, when they get the story of man coming from fish and all that stuff. But
a lot
yeah,
of it's adaptation. A lot of the adaptation that they give the credit to evolution, you know, and things. But like I said, I have the video with top scholars saying how, and they're saying it right now, brother. Just look it up. How they saying that Darwin's theories are, you know, are not holding up.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
you know,
I got a book called Darwin's Black Box. This dude, there's a lot of things that he put out there, but he never proved, and people still can't prove it to this day.
Yeah, and their theories. That's what a theory is, brother. I've taught them all this shit. The theory is a belief, by definition. Yeah. Okay, and you know what else is a theory?
What?
And a belief at the same time? Look up the word ism. So any ism is a theory. Now I might be, you know, jumping the gun again. But by definition, if you look up the word ism, see, I hit him with the ish, but I can hit him with the ist, which means relating to, or I can hit you with the ism, which means it's a belief.
Yeah.
And what is a theory?
A practice system.
What is a theory? Hold on. What is a theory? What is a theory? A belief. Right? So if I say an ism, they are what? Synonyms of each other. You can define that word with the other.
Yeah, no, I agree.
That's how they was, you know.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I always I like to think of a theory as something that hasn't been proven yet.
Yeah.
Almost like a scientific hypothesis, but you got to test the hypothesis for it to become scientific fact.
Well, listen. The way I put it to them is like this. See, I simplify shit. That truth, or, you know, that truth that your theory took you to existed, always will. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Truth is and always will be. So just because your little study ran you into some truth, don't give you the credit for it.
Right. Yeah.
No, it doesn't. You don't get the credit for it. It was always a fucking truth. You just looked up and found it through the process of elimination and the things that you do to prove your theory right.
Yeah.
That's how easy that is, man. You see what I'm saying? And just like I said, they're also not just talking about dark.
Yeah, it doesn't mean the system's right. It just means what you were looking for was right. Yeah. So, yeah, I see what you're saying.
You lucked up on it. That's what it means.
Yeah.
You lucked up on it. You lucked up on a real truth.
Yeah.
Because you had to do a theory. Obviously, you didn't think it was a truth when you was doing it. So you made the theory and then you put your belief into it and pushed your theory and, you know, did the proper research and you know, whatever, you know, things that you had to do to get there. See, you're proving this. This is a belief of yours that this is true. You understand? But once you run into that motherfucking truth, that truth was, is, and always would have been, regardless of whether your ass ran into it or not.
Yeah, yeah.
See? But motherfuckers like to give their shit self credit for shit. I do it myself, so I know how man is. I sometimes do it myself.
Do you and Apostle share the same beliefs?
Yeah, pretty much. Like I said, we're coming out the same scripture, you know, just like with the Hebrew Israelites. I don't agree with everything that they say, but when I came into this community looking for people who was really reading the scriptures, I could go to the Hebrew Israelites and listen to them because they were reading mainly scriptures in between the cussing people out and you know, talking about every white person that passed. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I'm sitting here watching this shit, and my white friends and family, they come through, and they're like, "Man, what the fuck is you watching?" I was like, man, I'm just getting the scriptures off of these crazy ass niggas. But it says in the Bible, don't be like them, you know, don't be like the ones that stand out on the street corners to be seen by men. It says that in the Bible. But, you know, for me to get the scriptures, you know, because they wasn't really reading scriptures in this community. They more about the drama and the what you doing and you know, what woman you got and all this stupid shit, man. Like I said, high school, middle school games, grown ass motherfucking damn near senior citizens. Some of these motherfuckers and acting like kids.
Yeah,
ain't trying to come to no truths. You know, out here wanting cash apps and you know, and one motherfucker, man. I ain't asking for nothing. I'm just trying to get niggas right because shit's popping off. And I've been telling them about it. I told them about the mRNA when it was coming out. They didn't know about gain of function. That shit's been around since 2014, bruh. And now they talk. Now they just talking about this shit. And I've been telling them these niggas about it. And then a year after, remember in 2015 when Bill Gates comes out and says it's not if, it's when.
Yeah.
Huh? Okay. Yeah. So in 2014, these motherfuckers create gain of function. And in 2015, this philanthropist motherfucker who's putting all his money back in this shit comes on television and tells you it's not if, it's when. That's when I started, it drew red flags for me. And then in like 2019, I seen an article saying 11,000 scientists say that, you know, something drastically has to be done because population control because, you know, we ain't going to have enough resources. I was already on the population control tip. I was like, red flags, nigga. Something about to pop off. Then I seen the mRNA shit. Brand new vaccine that they you know, putting out there. Vaccine, sorry. That they put out there for the Volonocirus, you know. Volonocirus, let's say that. That's funnier. Volonocirus. But yeah. You know. And all this mandates and stuff that they were talking about, even then when they was putting them out, they were saying that boosters and talking about all that shit. Nobody in the community seemed to even be up on it. They didn't even they couldn't see it. Nanotech in it. Now today they telling you all this shit to your face. Just like I tell these niggas, he who laughs last. Y'all called me pseudo. I even told them about crypto. These niggas said, nigga, that's a scam. I've seen one of them coin scams before. You pseudo. Now look at them. Oh, I'm going to look into that crypto. Man, fuck you. I ain't helping you. I tried to help you in 2019. You ain't want no help. Called me all kinds of names and shit, talked about me. And then now that you see the shit's real, now all of a sudden you want to be my friend. Beat it.
Yeah.
I'll pass, you know. That shit hurts. You trying to help people out and motherfuckers don't want to listen. You tell the truth, and then, you know, when this shit does start popping off, because television, the media, or Jay-Z, or fucking Denzel starts telling these whack-ass niggas, or fucking Creflo Dollar, or motherfucking, what's his name, Al Sharpton's monkey ass. All these motherfuckers out here, they cooning and fucking programming and pushing us the way that the master would have us fucking go. That's why they getting paid the money that they getting paid. That's why they get the motherfucking attention that they get. That's why they get the press that they get, because they wouldn't get none of that shit if they was going against these motherfuckers. These niggas is too blind to see this shit. Wake your ass up.
Yeah,
I
it's
love you,
definitely an
brother.
agenda. Yep.
I love you, brother. Like I said, you know, my family, I love everybody. I'd love to save the world, but when I was a kid, that's how I felt. But now you see why you can't.
No, you can't.
You know?
There's not enough time. Not enough you could do.
Well, too many hard-headed motherfuckers that just ain't gonna listen. You got all this shit in your face. They even telling you what they doing. You know how they're doing this shit and how it's going on, and people don't even see that because they got you too busy watching Kanye or Real Housewives or the Super Bowl and all that shit. They got you looking that way while they doing the shit behind you, implementing these robots to use deadly force. You know, putting the LGBTQ, what the fuck they got to do with our kids in school? And they want them to come to their brunches and shit and having them motherfuckers come to read the kids. You don't sit your little happy rainbow bright looking grown ass man looking fucking dusty fucking perverted ass down and go on somewhere. But see, you know, when they push the narrative, they push it. They don't ask us, do we want this? They just push it on us, and then they criminalize us for talking bad about it.
And that's where it gets sketchy with freedom of speech, because there's no real freedom of speech. You're going to impinge somebody else's freedom of speech or freedom of religion. It's all, I feel like it's all smoke and mirrors. It's a dream.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's sort of like it's like the eugenics, where they were calling people imbeciles and idiots and saying that they needed to be sterilized. Now, brother, they're talking about, criminalizing extreme comments or stuff like that, and the words are so vague that they use in this article that they're going to be, and they said on Facebook and one other platform that they're going to be using it and, either deleting or even getting criminal charges for saying hate speech and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, and what I'm thinking is, it's going to be to certain groups, because they've always been able to say nigga. They put nigga in a movie every month. You got a movie coming out and you got white people saying nigga in it. But you say something about, about them and these motherfuckers is up in arms. Oh, he said something about me. Motherfucker, you called me a nigger.
No, the world is crazy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And that's what Revelation talks about when it says when it talks about the bottomless pit. That word bottomless pit is a busas, and it means the place of no knowledge. And that's where everybody's coming from these days.
Yeah. Following a leader, or following somebody that they idolize, they're one of their idols, to their demise, and they know they going to hell. They know they going to hell, but they don't mind taking you right along with them. Get you to go right along with them. It ain't just the talk shows. It's some of these platforms. You got these prosperity preaching pussy ass preachers out here. You got these coon ass, so-called black leaders that ain't none of us sign and say we wanted them. Just like the president. When have you ever signed a ballot and said, I want this motherfucker in there?
Yeah, I don't.
They throw the motherfuckers out there. They throw the motherfuckers out there in front of you and say, this is what you got to pick from.
Yeah, I don't vote because it's always crap and crap.
Yeah. Well, look up, they're all related too. I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but they're all related through bloodline. Obama included. Yep. Just like a lot of those European, kings and queens and all that stuff going down the line. It ain't nothing new. I think they even did it over in Egypt, the pharaohs and pharaohs. I know once Alexander died, right? And then Ptolemy took over, and then his son Ptolemy II and Arsinoe II, I think. Arsinoe II, they're his kids. They're Ptolemy's kids, Ptolemy I's kids, and they got married. And so one could rule Upper Egypt, and one could rule Lower Egypt. Yeah. Yeah. So but I'm not sure. In Egypt, there are about stories like that, but maybe who knows what how they were picking their what was right as far as you don't date a slave, or how they have rules in England and shit with the kings and all that. You couldn't date slaves or peasants or serfs or whatever the fuck you want to call them. But I know that is an example right there of it, and that's in the early stages. Ptolemy has kids, his kids get married, and so they can have equal power, one ruling Upper Egypt and one ruling Lower Egypt. And those are the Grecians, the Hellenists, that came in behind Alexander.
Yep.
Actually, Alexander's top guy, one of his top guys, Ptolemy I, maybe even his son or family member, and then his kids right after. He loses his reign. But yep. But yeah, a lot of them don't even know about that stuff, put that stuff together. But, and then they would point the finger at us, and because that's what nationalism and all that shit has us out here doing, fighting for America and their laws, and we out here fighting for theirs and killing ours.
Yeah, that's why I'm content with where I'm at right now. I'm over in Japan, and it's like America doesn't even exist.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, it's coming. It's all around. I mean, you got, you're still dealing with the same, devilish people who are in control, the money masters. And I'm sure there's numerous Federal Reserves in Japan too. Maybe disguised up under the name of a bank, but the Bank of England is the Federal Reserve. It was the first one, so that's how they rule, and keep everybody under. So we're all debt slaves. They just hit America in the head because they keep us stupid. And they're even going as far as to monitor our comments on the, on the internet now, in the social media.
Yeah.
Crazy, man.
Yeah, there's actually a book I got. It's called The Dumbing Down of America. America is just, as far as a literacy rate compared with the rest of the world, we're like the lowest.
And how much does public schools and what we are allowed to teach here in America have to do with that?
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
You control the propaganda that is moving around the world. The United States is that, they even control what other countries can put out about them. And tell them what they want said, and talk about America like it's all flowery. But then when you watching overseas, channels, they talking about and they talking about the like say a riot's going on or something. They'll put a little different spin on it.
Yeah,
but it's still basically the same as the American press.
Yeah,
they're all in cahoots.
That's why I've been thinking
people,
about homeschooling my daughter. I've been thinking about that.
That's probably a good idea right now. I see people are pushing back on. I think it was California that I seen that they was pushing back and taking their kids, homeschooling and fighting against this, what they were implementing into schools, force feeding it to the kids and shit, and the books and all that, not just, teaching, but in the books, visual, probably in the cartoons that they watching or, all that they're doing in the schools, and they're promoting that shit. Like sex ed when I was coming up, they're like, oh, your kids need to know how to fuck. Yeah, The kids, you know what I'm saying? And we're younger, so we ain't, you know, the kids now are more, you know, mature. But I wouldn't say the fucking elementary school kids are on, you know, middle school kid and high school kids level, because that's when they started teaching us the fucking sex ed shit.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, and I wasn't thinking, I was like, you know, oh, well, you know, the kids need to learn how to fucking use rubbers and all that. How does that sound now? How does that sound? How does that sound now? You know what I'm saying? And that was fucking, I'm 53, so, you know what I'm saying? So,
it was weird freshman year
like
for me, but just thinking that my daughter might be learning that at like, you know, 10, not even, you know, that's scary.
Yeah. Kids need to learn how to use contraceptive devices. The girls need to learn how to put hers inside, and the guy needs to learn how to put his on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why? Because you're promoting hypersexuality.
Mm-hmm.
And the rubbers and all the diseases. You're going to get patients. Oh, you're just going to have a field day off of these motherfuckers. Not telling them that this is going to happen.
Exactly.
Not telling them that it's going to be
like, oh, you could marry somebody and not have problems like this, you know.
That's right.
And I think that's another issue too.
Yeah, well, but I've told them, biasing them this on numerous occasions. In the 70s, think about it. They hypersexualized a group. They even turned their daughters over. Free love. You can get some white booty now. You know, and they hypersexualized the youth, and they flooded the streets with drugs. It's the same thing that they're doing right now. Hypersexualizing the youth, flooding the streets with drugs, but then you add on, you have to be a murderer if you're a guy, and you have to wrap it up if you're a girl. Wrap it up like, you know, a streetwalker.
Yeah.
Sell a little cat every once in a while if you need to pay a bill. You know, it's all good. Cardi B did it.
Yeah. A black sensation.
Yeah. You see how they put them motherfuckers out here in front of us. And they got mad at me when I said that. I don't give a shit. They are promoting masses narrative. Jay-Z too, Beyonce too, Rihanna too, Kanye too. Fucking any of them that's got big didn't get that big without being backed or doing something for these raggedy motherfuckers who own the industry.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
See, they walked up to Terry Crews and grabbed his balls in the middle of a party and looked him straight in his eye, like, nigger, I wish you would say something. Terry Crews said, my wife had to grab me. Nigga, as soon as that motherfucking his hand grazed my nuts, I'm stealing on this motherfucker. Period. That's instant, reaction. Pow! Motherfucker, back your ass. Give him a stiff jab. And then square up. Talking shit. Motherfucker, what the fuck you think this is? You know what I'm saying? The fuck? Mm-hmm. But, my wife had to grab. Nigga, you are 6'5", 240 pounds muscle, solid muscle, talking about your wife can grab you. Nigga, please.
Yeah.
I'd at least I'd try to smack the taste out of his fucking mouth. I mean, that's how you embarrass a motherfucker. Just smack. A motherfucker like that, you ain't worried about him too much carrying a gun or even giving back a reaction. He's doing that to get you to do the reaction. Probably get you out the fucking industry. Oh, look, he smacked me. But yeah, but the second person always get caught. We didn't see when you grabbed his balls. You see what I'm saying? No accountability for anything that they do, whether it's economic, whether it's fucking medical, whether it's political. Cops shoot motherfuckers, no accountability. Whatever they want to do with them is up to them. However they see fit. No fucking accountability. And then they walk around after they let them go, oh yeah, shit, I did the right thing. I felt threatened. Motherfucker, you was across the street. Say any fucking thing to get free though. That's another thing everybody talking about, they want to be free. Nigga, you are free. What you want to be free is from the law, statutes, and commandments. You want to be free from God. To do as thou wilt.
Yep. And that's
The
even in
only
the
law in the
scripture when
Satanic
when
Bible.
you look at over in Genesis 11, when Babylon was founded, they said, "Let us make us a name." That word "name" means authority. They wanted to be their own authority, and they didn't want God to be the authority because Shem was ruling the earth at that time. So that's in the Satanic Bible, but that's also in the Bible as well, and that's why Babylon is the mother of all idolatry. Doing what you want
Yeah, I
to
can
do,
see you a
serving
smart
what you
brother.
see.
Do as thou wilt. That's right. Do whatever the fuck you want to do. And, you know, the whole of the law. The whole of the Satanic Bible law. That's the only law. Do as thou wilt. Do whatever the fuck you want to do, man. Don't matter.
Jesus, what did Jesus say? If any man come after me, let him deny himself. That's it right there.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. And like I said, we go back far enough, you know, we gotta go back to the Garden of Eden. You know, come out from the garden first, because Africa and the Middle East and Sumer and all that was a part of the garden. They're arguing who's better and what come out of what and who. It was all a part of the garden at the beginning. It tells you. Tells you the 4 rivers that came down. One enveloped the whole of Egypt and all the way down to Ethiopia. Enveloped the whole of Ethiopia. That's the Nile. And you got one coming down through Havilah. That was the Middle East before the Middle East. And you got the Euphrates, which is still the Euphrates. And then they said the other one jetted out toward like China, toward the east. So those are the 4 rivers that made up the garden. They said it ran out of the main garden going through the main river going through the garden, and then it split off into four rivers that watered the garden.
Yeah.
See? So that's how big the fucking garden was.
Yeah, it was huge.
And all of those places were a part of that. That is your beginning. And it was around Sumer area where, the Euphrates and all those rivers there meet up. But like I said, if they wouldn't have put that strait in there, when they dug that land out of Africa, what's it called? The shit. So they can get ships through in Africa through there, and they put locks and stuff in there. The Suez Canal. If they wouldn't have had that there, then the Nile could have ran all the way up and met up with the Euphrates and all that at that time.
Yeah.
See?
And
that tells you right there.
The world is still eating from that tree.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. Remember, John said, all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life, you can put every sin in those 3 categories. That's all it is.
Okay, so you mean they're not actually eating from the tree?
They're partaking of what was in the tree, because that's what Eve basically ate of. She ate of all 3 of those when she first got to the tree. She saw a tree that was good for food. She saw a tree that would make her wise, and that was pleasant to the eyes. That's all 3. I think that's over in the New Testament.
Well, there was 2 trees in the middle. It was the tree of life and the tree of good and evil. All right, and that's why Jesus came back. Jesus came back to take away take away sin and death. Now, the death being, because the guy was mad at the earth at the time, and the death is tree of life, right? That's the opposite. And good and evil, sin. Right? Good is good, sin is evil.
Yeah.
Adam and Eve sinned, and they ate from those trees. So Jesus came back to fix the problem that Adam and Eve. That's why his comeback was so serious. Fix those laws, because there ain't no fucking curse worse than that. Even if there was a curse, I don't even think, you know what I'm saying? Because two white people can't have a black baby. Now you do the math. You do the science.
What do you mean, as
Morpheus
far as
said
that goes?
Well, you put two white people together.
Yeah.
Are you gonna produce a sub-Saharan African?
No. Why did that come
Hell
up?
no. No, say it like it's meant to be. Hell to the motherfucking no. Now, if you put two sub-Saharan people and they have an albino, is that possible?
Yeah.
Okay, then. So scientifically, if you want to use science, two pure white people cannot make a black child. So you talking about Noah was white and all these? Man, come on, man. If the kids was black, then that meant they were black. If you ain't having
I
two
don't
white
think
people, all
anyone
you have
really
black kids.
believes.
Now,
I don't think anyone really believes they're white. Any true biblical scholar that's gonna be, actually studying scripture. Only the people that just watch movies and stuff like that. Those are basically the only people that will believe that.
yeah. I'm just saying, it just put it scientifically. You want to talk to the smart guys who think they smart. Cut it short. You don't have to talk a long time. Can two white people have a baby? Black baby.
Oh, no.
Okay, so then that answers the question for you right there, scientifically, sir. Simple as that. Shit's over. You know what I mean? But if you gonna call these people black, I'm not saying what color. I don't care. But as much about all of that as I do about the scripture. And the lessons and things. But if you was to ask me, I would say that they would almost have to start off black if you have the first people, because only black people can have the different shades of people like that to put out all those different colors. You see what I mean?
I would say that, but I would also say it's not entirely impossible for them not to be white, but not to be, black, like African. Just because even just the creation of Adam, that wasn't scientifically, it's proven we have the same makeup of dirt in our DNA and different things like that, but it's not something we could replicate,
Right. Or even give a sincere answer to what it is, but so many people speak in absolutes on things that you really can't. Science don't even, even the ones that love science so much, scientists don't even speak in absolutes. So how the fuck? That's what I asked them. The scientists won't speak in absolutes, but how the fuck you think you can? And you ain't no scientist.
Well, scientists are on a different ground though, because some of them, they'll claim Christianity, but most of them don't. And then, in that sense, they can't claim absolutes. They can't claim truths. They can't claim any type of functionality with certain things if you don't have God who's orchestrating everything. So scientists, they're on a sketchy ground.
Well, yeah, because at any given time, even in archaeology or stuff like that, at any given time, a new find, could change the way that, change a lot of the way that we think of a lot of things today. It could change, what we consider to be truth as, falsehoods, and then we on to the next, we have to give up the old way of looking at it because we found this new evidence that goes against, a lot of the shit that we were saying.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they can't speak in absolutes, because you're theorizing and you know, trying to find answers, which is great. But you know, like I said, with a new find, even with Christianity, you know, if we found something biblical today that, you know, kind of didn't go against scriptures, you know, but made this one point, you know, come out and stand out so you understand what it really meant instead of what we were translating it to be. Anything, you know,
Yeah.
at any time.
Mm-hmm.
So you just never, you can't speak in absolutes. You know, you try to give the best answer you can, but you know, the only person, you know, but you got, it's just crazy. You got a lot of people out here just misleading people with their nonsense, taking advantage of them. And one of the worst things to them, it seems to me, is to say, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's going to kill their brand or something, you know. I mean, people want you to be real, man. Everybody knows ain't no fucking one person on this planet got a monopoly on knowledge. Nobody knows everything. Only the fool tries to pretend like he's that guy.
That's
only the fool tries to
right?
pretend like he's that guy. Go ahead.
I said, that's impossible to know everything.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even throughout a whole lifetime of 80 years, let's say, for the lucky ones.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you still, the knowledge that you accumulate over that amount of time is still just a drop in the bucket. All the knowledge is still left out there to be learned.
Yeah, and even if you were able to grasp everything from the Bible, that's only a pond in a huge ocean of God's knowledge. Most people don't even get they don't even get through the pond.
Yeah, that's right. They too busy sticking their feet in and taking them back out.
Mm-hmm.
It's cold. Yeah, I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah,
I mean,
no problem,
you a cool cat. How'd you meet up with Unbiased's crazy ass?
I forget. Oh, it was on some group. This chick was like, yeah, such and such is doing a virgin birth debate. So I was like, I want to listen in. So she gave me the details, and I ended up just talking to him after that. So it was pretty decent. He goes some routes I've never heard anybody really go. So it was making me kind of dig into some of this stuff too. So, but it's interesting.
Yeah, Bias, he's pretty well read on this particular part of the Bible. You know, the virgin birth.
Mm-hmm.
He's, you know, accumulating knowledge as he goes. Like you say, you just keep accumulating knowledge as you go and learn a little bit here and learn a little bit there. You know, you see a scripture that goes along with what you're, you know, you don't pick it just because it goes along with what you're saying, but it goes along with, you know, the story line and you know, the story that you're trying to present.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully it's, you know, with, you know, a faithful heart and being true, but then you got a lot of people out here that use the Bible to manipulate.
Yeah.
You know,
and they're just run away by pride.
Yeah.
That's what it all comes down to. I never enter something saying, "Oh, like I have to be right." It's like, okay, I might be right, I might be wrong. If you're going into something like that, then you have the right attitude.
Yeah. I don't know. The person who goes in, I know everything, is the fucking fool. The person who comes in saying, I don't know. You know, I'm willing to be taught. That's the person you want around.
I told my wife the other day, I said, the smartest person will admit, I don't know. That's the smartest thing you can do, because then you at least know you need to start somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You know, especially in America. Everybody's stupid, low key.
Yeah, and whatever it is that you don't know, if whoever presented the information that you didn't know is kind enough to give you, you know, an understanding, a better understanding, you know, like I said, shit, be willing to listen. But the person who knows everything, he's going to cut you off and, oh, well, you know, I was talking about that last year. And you know, I do that sometimes too, but yeah, you know, like I said, I'll sit up here and joke my own self sometimes. I made up a song about my hairline. Said, you know, Teddy Pendergrass love TKO. Ever heard that song?
Nah.
Yeah. Well, Teddy P says, I think I better let it go. It looks like another love TKO. Well, I did a remix and I said, my hairline, talking about my hairline. I said, I think I better let it go. Looks like a hairline TKO. I told him that my kids told me that my hairline is shaped like the batarang. At the bottom. At the bottom. You know. But shit, I ain't worried about what people think, man. You know, we gotta.
I want to go bald. I'm looking for an excuse.
Yeah. But shit, I'll leave my hair up. I walk around looking like the hairline TKO. I don't care. Like I said, I'll keep hair on my head because if I shave it bald, then I have the freak of the weeks trying to chase me down. I still 53 years old. They still won't leave me alone. So I gotta stay in the house, and you know, when I go out, I gotta look scraggly because if I look a little too decent, then I'm gonna have them on me. See, and I don't need that temptation. The ladies won't leave me alone. But no,
you don't know who got what these days.
Oh shit, I got hygiene issues too. I'll be damned. I'll tell a motherfucker in a minute, you know, they'll start talking about that crazy shit, you know, with they sucking and licking and all that shit. And I'll look at them dead in their face and tell them, don't ask me for a taste of my drink, you raggedy mouth motherfucker. I will save you some. Period. I got hygiene issues, and these niggas is doing way too much these days. I thought we were some freaks in the 80s and 90s. Shit. These motherfuckers is off the hook, the chain, and any fucking thing else that was connecting them and binding them. These niggas is off all that shit. They just all over the place with it.
Yeah. But hey, bro, it was good talking to you. I'm about to hop off here. It's getting late over here.
All right, brother. Yep. Hopefully we can do this again, but you know, very frequently I'm by, so you know, well, you know, I mean, whenever he's on, I'll be around and shit. So, like, if you know, ever want to talk again or go over some shit together, because like I said, I like building with you, brother. You a smart young man. You're a smart young man. So you keep it up. Keep up the good work, man. Keep on putting them truths out here.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate it, man. I'll catch you later.
All right, boss. Later.